We'll take the following bill, engrossed substitute Senate Bill 5998. Clerk will read.
An act relating to fiscal matters amending RCW.
Last line.
Effect immediately.
The Appropriations Committee amendment is before us for purposes of amendment. Amendment 2087, clerk will read.
Strike everything after the enacting clause.
Last line.
Correct the title.
The good member from the 3rd District, Representative Ormsby.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move adoption of the striking amendment.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2087 be adopted. Remarks? There are amendments to the amendment. Amendment 2105, clerk will read.
On page 7, line 26, increase
Last line.
The amount provided in this subsection shall lapse.
The good member from the 31st District, Representative Penner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 2105, please.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2105 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Penner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to get this budget conversation started with you. This amendment is absolutely necessary to the budget, and I'm going to be very blunt and straight. The Keeping Families Together Act is a drain on this budget. You may know, if you look a couple hundred pages into the budget, $42.9 million in excess lawsuits are budgeted to come out of DCYF coffers. Out of the amounts that we're going to appropriate here, $42.9 million in lawsuits related to dead children, dead and dying children. Some of those children are still alive, but some of those children were beat to death because of the imminent physical harm standards in this budget. They were beat to death by hammers. They were smothered by their parents. They found pills and swallowed pills and died. Madam Speaker, the amendment before you takes some of the standards of House Bill 1092 and applies it so that way the imminent physical harm standard doesn't create a barrier for caseworkers and social workers that are working through these situations. Right now, those imminent physical harm standards are requiring those caseworkers to fill out dozens of different steps before removing a child from a dangerous situation where they often die. In fact, Madam Speaker, permission to read.
Please proceed.
Let me give you an example of the challenges. Well, let me give you an example of the results of what happens when social workers, case managers cannot apply a reasonable standard to children in dangerous situations. January 20th, 2024, the fatality of OS. By the way, Madam Speaker, these are from DCYF's own unexpected fatality reports. These are just the children that are dead because of this standard, not the ones who are injured or harmed. OS, the cause of death, fentanyl and drug exposure. An infant born positive for fentanyl. DCYF opened a risk-only investigation instead of removal. The child died 1 month after DCYF connected with them. March 9th, 2024, the fatality of ES. As you know, we're not going to say the children's names here, but they're going to be reported. The cause, methadone toxicity. ES had been removed in August 2023 after ingesting fentanyl. Under pressure to reunify, ES was returned for a trial visit. On the very first night, ES died. He ingested fentanyl. March 9th, 2024, AM, homicide, gunshot, shot by a father who's hallucinating on drugs. Prior reports of fentanyl use in the home had been screened out because there was no imminent physical harm. June 25th, 2024, and I'm not reading all the reports, I'm just giving you the lowlights. The fatality of PJ, SIDS, an unsafe sleeping condition. He was born positive for fentanyl and meth, returned to his home. DCYF opened a risk-only case. The infant died 2 months later with meth still in their system. October 16th, 2024, the fatality of DM. The cause of death, toxic effects of an opioid substitute. Staff later cited in the in the unexpected fatality report, pressure to close cases to meet the statutory timeframe barrier of the imminent physical risk and the Keeping Families Together Act. I spoke just a minute ago about the dozens of steps that staff has to go through to remove a child from a home where there's a known presence of fentanyl and opioids. This is an example. October 26, 2024, the fatality of RL, fentanyl toxicity. DCYF had received 4 intakes. Only 1 was investigated, and the cumulative risk was ignored because no single incident proved imminent physical risk. In Oregon, cumulative impact is an issue. In Washington State, because of the way the imminent physical risk standards is applied, it doesn't count. December 25th, Christmas present in 2024, KG died, unresponsive co-sleeping, 9 prior intakes. The case closed in March of that year, despite reports of substance abuse during pregnancy. March 18th of last year, WT, the cause of death, fentanyl toxicity, died napping with the father with paraphernalia in the bed. DCYF had stated they could not articulate the required imminent harm standard. March 26, 2025, the fatality, while we were here debating, JD died. Unsafe sleeping and meth use. Parents were high on meth. Staff explicitly stated they did not have, quote, they did not have evidence to support imminent physical harm to remove children. June 12, 2025, PL, born positive for cocaine and methadone. Risk-only case, it was closed. That child died. I'd like to take this a little closer to my district, the 31st District. North Pierce County, South King County, Bonnie Lake in particular. A 15-month-old baby was found unresponsive in his parents' bed. Paraphernalia. His urine tested positive for fentanyl. DCYF had prior contact with the family. They knew the father had been arrested for narcotics stored in children's food containers in the very house that he died in. In my district, unintentional drug poisoning is the #2 leading cause of hospitalization for children ages 1 to 4. Unexplained poisoning is the #1 leading cause of death for children ages 1 to 4. Unexplained poisoning is what the Department of Health would use as a clinical designation. Children that die of unexplained poisoning are grabbing pills and putting them in their mouths and swallowing them. Many of those, we know, Madam Speaker, are because of the excessively high barrier that the imminent physical harm standard placed through the Keeping Families Together Act. What this amendment does is it recognizes that the caseworkers in the field do not have the resources, as evidenced by their own statements in the investigations into these unexplained deaths and into the other serious injuries that we also know about. It utilizes that statement and says, if we pass this amendment, we will fund additional staff. And if the precepts of House Bill 1092 are taken into account, then we're going to create a scenario where children exposed to abuse, severe neglect, serious physical harm, exposure to high potency synthetic opioids are removed from these dangerous situations. Madam Speaker, there has been some conversation about whether 50 children died in the last year or 90 children died in the last year or some number of children died in the last year because of these very standards. It doesn't matter if it's 50 or 90. We should be crawling out of our skin if it's 1. Madam Speaker, this amendment is necessary on a fiduciary level because we're spending $40 million in lawsuits that we shouldn't have to be spending. It's also necessary on a moral level from my perspective. For me, it's necessary to reflect on a policy that our own staff and our own agencies is telling us isn't working and saying, we hear you. This is the fix. Madam Speaker, I urge you, adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks. The good member from the 11th District, Representative Bergquist.
Thank you, Speaker Simmons. Respectfully urging a no vote on this amendment. Speaker Simmons, I appreciate the words of the good gentleman. However, we have a lot of work to do in this space. This is a very difficult issue. We're going to try to take a lot of input over the interim, working with individuals from across the aisle, from tribal leaders, from the governor's office, from advocates on both sides of the issue, so that we can really come to a better understanding of how we make sure this issue is solvable, make sure we understand where the best investments can be made, and how the definitions might be able to be worked around. May I refer to my notes around some budget investments that we are making, please?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Speaker Simmons. Our budget invests many millions of dollars in funding House Bill 60 or Senate Bill 6109 from a couple of years ago, and I just wanted to go over a few of those investments. Additional funds to support pre-filing representation model with the Office of Public Defense. We're expanding our parent-child assistance program by 32 slots in high-need communities. We're also funding for the Department of Children, Youth, and Families to refer high-needs families with children up to age 3 in 5 high-need communities to plan of safe care. We are not ignoring the issue. We are working to make sure we're funding significant programs, making sure we're trying to help families, and carrying forward the promise of a good, robust discussion in the interim to work even harder on this issue. Urging a no.
Further remarks, the member from the 8th District, Representative Barnard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I love kids. My daughter just had a new baby. I wouldn't have had 6 children of my own if I didn't love children. But I love my grandbaby even more than my own children. And he was born on Sunday, and I don't even know how to explain or put into words how much I love this child. I think that Washington State is so messed up in our priorities if we're unwilling to spend the money necessary to take care of the most vulnerable of our population. I mean, if I could, I would take all of them. If CPS was overwhelmed with their caseload and they don't have enough staff to look into these incidents where there's open drug use, domestic violence, child abuse, neglect, I would take them all if I could. It's incredibly irresponsible to not make this a top priority. What else, could I ask, what else is more important than this? Little PJ, that I know I couldn't read these cases. First of all, I didn't want to. It's not that I want to put blinders on and just walk away from it. I don't. I'm willing. It's just tough. I can't read about a 4-month-old dying because of a fentanyl overdose. I don't want to do that. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be doing whatever it takes and spending the money. Yes, spending the money. There, I said it. Whatever that looks like, this has nothing to do with politics. This has to do with the lives of these tiny, sweet, perfect, innocent little babies. This particular family, the one case that I did read, couldn't finish it. They already had a child that had died from fentanyl or methadone overdose. There was already the signs there of neglect and abuse and violence and drugs. This newborn baby was born with fentanyl in her blood. She was a preemie, and she only lived for 4 4 months. I want PJ. I want to take her. I'll take her in. I'll pay to raise her. But I can't do that for every single one of them, and it is just sickening to me that we are not funding these programs in a way where we can make meaningful change and prevent these things from happening. I will commit to spending more time on this issue because I haven't. It's too emotionally taxing. But we are allowing our babies to die. And I'm not trying to conjure everyone's emotions. I'm really not. I don't want this to be a political thing, and nor should it be. This is just right and wrong. Madam Speaker, please, this is one thing that we must do. We must fund, protect our children at a higher level. We can do this. One of the complaints made by the CPS workers was that they were completely overloaded with casework. They had double the casework. They had some people that were out. And I'm not sure what the reasoning was for that. I didn't look deeper into it. But why? Why couldn't this have been prevented? And I implore you and ask you to think that it absolutely was preventable. And it is preventable, and it's happening every single day in this state. And there is zero excuse for this. Please support this amendment.
Further remarks. The good member from the 7th District, Representative Abel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising in strong support of the amendment, I'd like to talk first briefly about the what, and then a little bit about the why. So what this amendment does, as indicated by other speakers, is that it provides for additional funding, additional critical funding, from my perspective, for more caseworkers at DCYF to avoid, from my perspective, foreseeable tragedies that have taken place around the state. That's the what. Now let me talk a little bit about the why. This is a heartbreaking subject, Madam Speaker, and the homework on this has been difficult. Madam Speaker, it's rare that I rise on the floor of this House to talk about a community outside my district, but if I do, I want it to be about a community that I know something about. Madam Speaker, you and I have spoken in the past that I have had the pleasure of living earlier in my career with the Navy in your district. My second active duty Navy station posting was in Everett. And in my time here in the House, I've had a wonderful opportunity to get to know many of the representatives on both sides of the aisle representing Snohomish County. Everett's a wonderful town, Madam Speaker, home of the Aqua Sox, home of Naval Station Everett, the nearby Future of Flight Museum. It's also a town that had just an incredible tragedy in April of 2024. It was in that month that in the course of a single week, 3 babies overdosed on fentanyl. 3 babies in a single week, in a single town, in our state. 6 months old, 11 months old, and 13 months old. First responders were able to save the 6-month-old and the 11-month-old, but the 13-month-old died. This amendment, Madam Speaker, provides additional caseworkers to help avoid situations like this so that DCYF can engage in the steps that are necessary to remove children from fentanyl homes so that this same tragedy doesn't happen again. The effect of this amendment would also be to move away from these voluntary safety plans where children remain in the home, often exposed to fentanyl and other drugs, and instead engage in the activities that are necessary to put them in a safe place outside the home. Put simply, Madam Speaker, it doesn't work for us to simply put more services into a home that is already riddled with fentanyl and with children that are exposed to that. We need to get away from that model. We need to remove the children from that home. If we adopt this amendment, Madam Speaker, we will have the situation where DCYF has the necessary resources it needs to help protect our children going forward into the future. For these children, there's no trip to the Aqua Sox. There's no seeing a Navy ship come home on homecoming. There's no future of flight. For the 13-month-old, there is no future at all. This amendment seeks to reverse that, and I ask that you join me in supporting it. Thank you.
Further remarks. The good member from the 14th, Representative Manjares.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask that we add this amount of money to the budget. It's our responsibility. We talk on this floor, you and I talk on this floor about the most vulnerable. That is our job. That is our job to take care of those babies, those children, where their parents cannot do it. So I have caseworkers in my district coming to me, begging me with these horror stories, because remember, they're the ones that show up sometimes and find the child dead. They have to go through behavioral health sessions because it was their, this child died on their watch. They're begging me for more money so they can put more social workers on the ground. And along with this amendment to change that definition of imminent harm, we have to do that. I'm not willing to accept a promise to talk about it in the interim. These social workers are on the ground every day. They see it. They know the signs. That's their world. They know what's going on in that world. They know when that child is in danger and may very well end up dead. The most horrific, there was an incident in my district last year when we were in session, I believe it was in February, where they found a 7-month-old had died of starvation. Do you know how long it takes to starve to death? The social workers go to the doors of these homes, knock on the door. In this case, she wasn't there at all. Wasn't there at all. No peep out of the kids. When they got there, the 7 months dead of starvation, the 2-year-old had been eating his own feces. This has to stop. I'm not willing to accept a promise. We're not going to promise. This is today. What is today? February 28th, 2026? We get to fix it now, and it is our responsibility to do that. I'm asking you to add this amount to the budget so that we can go home and say, we've saved some lives. Otherwise, 1 year from today, there's going to be another 100 babies dead. And it will be our responsibility if that happens.
Further remarks, the good member from the 3rd District, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm asking for a no on this amendment. I definitely hear and feel and think we probably share similar sentiments of how important this issue is, that nobody here, nobody in our communities wants to see children at risk, children being abused, and certainly not children dying. We also, you and I know, Madam Speaker, how important language is and how we need to make sure that it's something that can be implemented in a way that gets the desired outcomes. And so when we hear we have shared goals, that's always inspiring and hopeful. How we get there, we know sometimes is different, and we have to look at this from all angles to make sure that we can put in place policy that's actually going to get the outcomes we're looking for and not unintended consequences. I think when we look at this amendment, we can see that there are unintended consequences that come from removing kids from homes. Changing this standard is not going to get us where we're trying to go. It's going to increase these unintended outcomes and the harm that comes when we remove kids from homes and we don't provide for their care throughout the rest of their life. That's something that our budget doesn't allow us to do at this time and provide for. And we also have data, Madam Speaker, that says that when we invest and we put services and programs and treatment first for families, we do have better outcomes. And we've seen, and I was happy to join a body that's prioritized keeping families together. And that's why I'm asking for a no on this amendment, Madam Speaker. I don't think that we want to see more harm than good by changing a standard that's not going to get us where we're going. And when we make promises to families and kids that we can't fulfill, again, we're doing more harm than good. So I sincerely urge, as a mother with children who looks at these issues, who sits in committee and understands the work that we're striving for, and that we're willing to put in time and hours over the interim so that we can come back and get policy that is going to help us reach these goals to ensure that we don't have kids dying in their homes, that we have families who can manage substance use addiction, and that we prioritize people in our community over fear, over the desire to do better, and we make sure that the policy matches up with the resources that we have and that we can offer.
Further remarks, the good member from the 26th, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is my 12th year here, and the one bill that I voted for that keeps me up at night is the Keeping Families Together Act. I will tell you, in committee, when it came through, I was the only no vote. And at the time, our ombudsman, he testified that he had concerns. And I listened to him, and I voted no. And it just so happens that I was heavily lobbied, and I was told that all of my concerns about imminent danger and fentanyl and everything else, that don't worry, Michelle, that is definitely imminent danger. And I made the mistake of trusting some of the lobbyists and the agency people, and I voted for it. And I regret that so much. It keeps me up at night. But you know what? I can at least look in the mirror and say I made a mistake, and I want to fix it. And I was listening to what the good gentleman from the 11th and the good lady from the 3rd was saying, was that services is the answer. We just need to give these families more services. Well, Madam Speaker, you know I was in foster care. And I will tell you that that is one of the areas that I may not be able to hold my composure. When I was 10, that's when my stepfather came into my life. And in 5th grade, I got my first black eye from him. And you know what the state did? They had him sign a piece of paper that he wouldn't hit me again. And they provided services to us. We got a lot of counseling. So we had a lady who would come out. She'd counsel us. And I'd say, he's still hitting me. Till I get another black eye. And the kids at school will make fun of me and say, Michelle, you keep getting into fights. And yet, we got more services. Madam Speaker, can I read?
Please proceed.
I will tell you that there are some people and some families where the services don't help. There are some families where the services do help. I also do want to point out that DCYF never testified in the House or the Senate when this bill was coming through. If this bill had the impact that it has, and you can look at numbers, and statistically, the deaths that we have are absolutely tied to that bill. In Port Townsend, a baby boy named Otis was born on Christmas Day 2023 with fentanyl in his system. Despite the child's ongoing exposure to lethal amounts of fentanyl under the Keeping Families Together standards, DCYF focused on a preservative plan, granting temporary custody to the father, Jordan, on the condition that he remained supervised and provided clean drug tests. The system's failure began almost immediately. Sorry, drive me crazy. Okay. On New Year's Day, a caseworker arrived for a home visit and found the father gone. He vanished for days, ignoring DCYF's attempts to reach him. When the agency finally caught up to him on January 4th, he provided a clean urine sample, a test that the child's mother later told police he had passed by using a synthetic urine purchased on the black market. Based on that single clean test, DCYF authorized the father to have unsupervised custody. Almost instantly, he stopped responding to texts. By mid-January, he had fled with the infant to a homeless encampment in a local park. The tragic end came on January 20th, 2024. Following a desperate search, the father led police to a car seat hidden deep in the bushes of Katai Lagoon Nature Park in Port Townsend. Inside there was 3-week-old Otis, 3 weeks old, already deceased. Despite the father's well-known history of drug use, instability, homelessness, and the current imminent harm standard, resulted in a situation where Otis was left in a tent until he died. In our budget, we do have more funding for supports. I don't think that's the answer. It may be the answer for some families. In our budget, we are also spending so much money on lawsuits. It flabbergasts me that, how can I say this? That we cannot, that you and I cannot fix this here and now. And when the good lady from the 3rd district said, oh, well, we just need to work on verbiage, I'll tell you, I know there's a lot of members on this floor who would be more than happy to, if you didn't like our verbiage, let's work it out. Let's get the right verbiage. But at the end of the day, we need to put children first. Okay? And I think about my stepfather, which not only was he horribly, horribly abusive, but he was also sexually abusive. And do you know how we got him out of our lives? It wasn't the state. In fact, I wasn't even allowed to see my baby sister because they said I was a problem teenager and I would taint her and I would say negative things about my stepfather. And because he still got contact with her. And I finally got a visit with her. And that's when she told me all of the horrible sexual things he was doing to her. And she thought it was normal. She said she thought she was special. And I said, no, sweetie. He did the same stuff to us and the other sisters. She was 7. So I waited for the next visit. We weren't supposed to, but we took her to Marybridge for a rape kit. Because you know what? He could explain all the things about me. Because there wasn't any proof. We finally got proof. Do you know he left that day? That's how we got rid of him. That's how we got rid of that monster. The sad thing is he moved to Wyoming and he married another woman that had a bunch of little girls. This is what happens when we are not putting children first. And it's so heartbreaking for me to see that the pattern has continued, because we have times where the pendulum swings one direction, and I'll agree, we may have removed children that shouldn't have been removed, absolutely. But the answer to that is not swinging the pendulum so far so that baby Otis can die. Please, Madam Speaker, because I know you and I have talked about this. I know how important foster care is to you. And I know how important it is to many of the other members that are here on this floor. I encourage you to have the courage to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks, the good member from the 25th, Representative Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot's been said. This amendment provides funding so that we can implement a change to the Keeping Families Together Act that we implemented in this body in 2021. I voted for the Keeping Families Together Act. I believe that parents are sovereign over the decision-making when they're raising their children. I believe it's a very grave thing to take children away from loving homes or away from homes and put them in foster care. But Madam Speaker, I never in a million years imagined that fentanyl in the home would not be considered imminent danger to the child. One little grain and the child is gone. We've heard too, Madam Speaker, about our budget and about providing services to families and about how we're going to work on this in the interim and how we need to get just the right language. But if you think about it, this has been going on since we passed this in 2021. We've had plenty of time. And just in the first 6 months of 2025, we had 92 children lost under DCYF care. We're failing, Madam Speaker. We're failing. And we're also having a lot of lawsuits over this because people are rightly enraged that DCYF didn't step in. And, you know, perhaps it's a staffing issue, and maybe we can fix that with this amendment. But we are having a system where it's okay to put kids back in homes under sort of the guise of the Keeping Families Together Act. We put them back in homes where they've got a drug plan, or let's lock up your drugs, or, you know, that sort of thing. So I'm just going to tell you about a Puyallup case. Brentley Lawrence, age 5, he died last March. He loved Spider-Man. He loved cars. He loved playing with his cousins, as many of my grandkids do. Little boy, 5 years old. He tested positive after he was born for substances, and he was put in the care of his aunt and uncle in foster care. But Madam Speaker, he was given back to the home where he had 2 active drug-abusing parents. And one day, Pierce County Sheriff was called, and he was dead in that home last March. I can't imagine the poor officers who have to deal with this on a day-to-day basis. I can't imagine any of it. Brentley Lawrence. His Aunt Cassandra, who had been a foster care mama for him, permission to read her quote?
Please proceed.
She said, "The state should do more. Anyone who went into that home and saw his living conditions is part of the problem." Madam Speaker, let's not be part of the problem. Let's not use, and I do it too, let's not use our bureaucratic doublespeak. We got to work on this in the interim. We got to do something about this. Let's get a task force together. Let's do something this session. Let's pass this amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks, the good member from the 17th, Representative Waters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't planning on talking on this amendment, but sometimes, Madam Speaker, on the floor when I sit here and think about my past, the House floor becomes like therapy. And I think about my time as a corrections officer. And when I was a corrections officer, it was 17 years ago, and it was in Skamania County, which I know we kind of laugh that maybe I only talk about Skamania County, but it's my lived experience. So I would say that 17 years ago, we didn't have the Keeping Families Together Act. In fact, I didn't really know what we had. But 17 years ago, I held a classmate of mine's baby who was addicted to heroin. And that baby was the sweetest little gal. She was 8 months old. And I can tell you that when you live out in Skamania County, it's a little scary because we rely on folks, back then I think we called it CPS, but we relied on folks that came from Vancouver essentially. So, you know, it's 8, 9 o'clock at night. You get a couple who have the 8-month-old. Our deputies, they don't really know what to do with an 8 or 9-month-old. And they're told that CPS, unfortunately in our case, CPS couldn't be there until the next morning. And I make a heck of a babysitter at 9 o'clock at night as the oldest of 10 siblings. And I can tell you that it was the scariest and humbling, craziest night of my life, knowing that our state services, I'm coming back around, is that I felt as a corrections officer that I represented my county. And that when a kid like that comes, a baby like that comes, and we have to go and we have to get the mother, I have to get her out of jail. I had to bring her in to breastfeed the baby every 2 hours because the baby was addicted to heroin. And I can tell you as a corrections officer 17 years ago, it was scarier. I think it was extremely scary knowing that we were going to let this little baby go to CPS. Mind you, I grew up K through 12 with the father, so I know his family very well. But I'm also scared that back then, that baby was going to go back to the family. And that family didn't have the right to have that baby. It was a generational thing, unfortunately, within that family. And I worry about today. This amendment you would hope, would keep babies like that safe, secure, especially in rural areas. I think the one thing that this amendment we need to touch on is that these services are extremely difficult to obtain in rural areas. I go back to thinking about corrections officer days, and I think we had better funding. We had better mechanisms back 17 years ago, and I think about how scared I was back then to give this little baby away. And I think that this amendment, hopefully, is the right direction for us. And I encourage you to do it. I think about the babies. I think about the families. But you know who else I think about? As we mentioned a little bit here today, Madam Speaker, I think about the staff. This isn't just the people that are working at DSHS. This is correction officers. This is police officers. This is counselors, therapists. There's so many people that rely on this amendment. And so I just ask that we think about that and think about all the people that we affect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further remarks, the good member from the 38th, Representative Cortez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Respectfully asking for a no on this amendment today. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt in my mind that you and I, along with many others, share the same goal: to keep children safe in all of our communities. Madam Speaker, my request of you to vote no on this amendment is not about disagreeing with the stated ultimate goal of the good members. We all want to ensure child safety, of course. I worked with this population for many, many years, and I have a strong passion for their safety. But today, Madam Speaker, because of work already in progress in this area, work planned already that's coming for all of us, and services available, I respectfully ask for a no on this amendment from you today.
Further remarks, the good member from the 35th, Representative Couture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising in support of the amendment. You know, I feel like a deep sense of just dread every time this subject comes up. I've been working on it ever since I got to the legislature in 2023. I started working on it in 2023. I started working on it in 2024. I worked on it in 2025. And here I am working on it in 2026. These kids, Madam Speaker, don't have any more time left to give. As we speak right now, there is one or more precious children in our state living in a flop house, in a tent. Hard drug abuse, sexual violence, malnutrition. I passed my first bill on this House floor about Carry-On Franks, who was seen multiple times by CPS and Department of Children, Youth, and Families, even though he was extremely malnutritioned and beaten by his parents. until he died. And Madam Speaker, I don't have to ask permission to read. I've been living in these fatality reports until I want to throw up every night. Baby Otis, Raleigh and Kennewick, Oakley Carlson, the baby in Whatcom County. Sometimes these babies don't even have names. And when you look at the fatality report, Madam Speaker, it's just a black line, another government statistic. They had a whole life ahead of them. They didn't often start off life very well. Born addicted to drugs. And it's not just fentanyl. It's meth laced with fentanyl. In my first session, DCYF gave 2 little boys back to a mother in Tacoma. A 6-year-old boy died and was found deceased next to his alive brother because the mother tased and beat that boy to his death while she was on meth. And I was told at the time by Department of Children, Youth, and Families, that's unfortunate, Representative. We should have just had more services. Are you kidding me? I've always maintained that I support family reunification when it is safe to do so. And I do support services when it is safe to do so and when those services are effective. But the data is clear. They are not effective. The Department of Children, Youth, and Families is not effective, despite the fact that many DCYF employees and frontline caseworkers and social workers say that the Keeping Families Together Act is the direct cause of critical incidents rising to record levels in our state. Judges in one of our counties, Kitsap County, Madam Speaker, call this Keeping Families Together Act the dead baby bill. And it's not just caseworkers and social workers and judges, it's first responders, cops, firefighters, foster families. How much more expert opinion do we need? And I've also heard that we need to tweak the language, and we need to consider that. Any language, Madam Speaker, would be better than what we have now. It would be a vast improvement to what we have now. And we don't want necessarily to toss a child into the system. When you can prevent tossing a child into the system, sometimes it's for the best. But the problem is that there is no chance for family reunification if the child is dead. You don't get a second chance. Ariel Garcia, Madam Speaker, visited multiple times by CPS because his mother was grabbing him by the neck and dragging him down the stairs. Service after service, CPS referral after CPS referral. You know what happened to him, Madam Speaker? He was stabbed 40 times by his meth-abusing mother, wrapped in a blanket and tossed onto the roadside like his life didn't even matter. Or how about baby BS in Spokane? November 8th, 2024, dies after dozens and dozens of CPS visits, SUD provider visits, because his parents were on fentanyl and amphetamines. And you know what happened to baby BS? His head was beaten in by a hammer. He died November 8th, 2024. The department found out 2 days later. These were lives taken by our laws, Madam Speaker, because the social workers are begging, please do something about this. I went to a WFSC conference where there was dozens and dozens and dozens of frontline social workers, and I had people left, right, and center crying on my shoulder. I stood there for 5 hours. Well, I had people who were not Republicans and not conservatives come up to me and cry on my shoulder because they know they have caseloads of 30, 40, 50. And they know when they go back to that home the next day, there's a high likelihood the child is going to be dead. But they have to follow this extreme long list
of impossible tasks just to get into a dependency court, just to be told no, because the Keeping Families Together Act says no. You have to prove imminent physical harm, a measure of time. And that's why we need funding, at least for more caseworkers. They are drowning. And as a matter of fact, a bill passed earlier making it a felony to give out data in elections. We don't even make it a felony to assault a social worker in this state. And we ask them to go in some of the most dangerous places, expose themselves to fentanyl to save kids. That's wrong. That is so wrong. And we have a dwindling caseload because they're not even allowed to do their basic duty. They didn't sign up to be social workers to get rich, Madam Speaker. They signed up to a very difficult and hard job like our first responders do because they care about people. They care about families. And I do want them to reunify someday when safe. But you know what is not safe? Dumping services down a rope into a dark hole. That does not make a home safe from fentanyl. The fentanyl is not less deadly after the child's 5th birthday or 6th birthday or because you did some safe sleep training or any other kind of thing. If there's still fentanyl in the home, it is a danger. And it's against the law. And we want to say provide a lockbox in that parent's home so that after they've abused their fentanyl, hopefully, just maybe, they will remember to lock the fentanyl up in a lockbox after they're done crapping their pants and overdosing and urinating on themselves and puking on the floor, where they then drop their fentanyl or their deadly drugs for their babies and toddlers to get into. This subject makes me want to crawl out of my own skin, Madam Speaker, and we don't have any more time. I predicted every single session since I've been here how many more babies and toddlers would die or nearly die. And when we Narcan a toddler in our streets, like I had to watch multiple times just this last summer on King 5, we don't even consider that a near fatality. Are you kidding me? That's nuts. If it's anything our state government can do, Madam Speaker, it is to protect the most vulnerable people in our state. And I can't think of any more vulnerable population than the voiceless babies and toddlers born addicted to drugs because of the negligence and abuse and malnourishment and treatment of their parents. And substance use disorder is a disorder. We can cure it. We should help those parents and save their lives. But do you think that parent wants to stop doing fentanyl if one day they learn it's because of their dangerous addiction that they negligently killed their kids? That doesn't put a family back together. Urging a yes on this amendment, Madam Speaker. Do it for the kids.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2105. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to open the roll call machine. The Speaker has opened the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Paul, Representative Nance, how do you vote? Representative Nance, would you like to vote orally? Representative Paul. Would any member like to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. The clerk will take the record.
Madam Speaker, there are 44 yeas, 49 nays, 5 excused.
The amendment is not adopted. Further amendment, Amendment 2102. Clerk will read.
On page 12, line 4, decrease the
last line.
On page 12, line 10, correct the total.
The good member from the 35th District, Representative Griffey.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for adoption Amendment 2102.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2102 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Did you know that in Washington State, the Office of Public Defense has a fund that funds endless appeals for domestic violence perpetrators after they have been convicted of domestic violence? And Madam Speaker, did you also know that in Washington State, our law says that if you are a survivor of domestic violence, that if funds are provided by the local municipality, an attorney may be provided for you. Madam Speaker, this is a program after one has been convicted. One has been convicted of stalking. One has been convicted of abuse. One has been convicted of sexual assault and domestic violence. Madam Speaker, what this amendment would do would be end the program of endlessly torturing DV survivors with state money until we, and I recommend, in the amendment I didn't say where the money should go, but I'm saying it should end, Madam Speaker, until we provide the similar or same resources to the DV survivors. There are many on this House floor that know exactly what I'm talking about. I know about it because my family is in debt to the tune of about $75,000 in a third mortgage. The state is paying for endless harassing and vexing court cases. These court cases traumatize domestic violence survivors like nobody's business. Madam Speaker, you know the scariest thing after you get a protection order is what's going to happen next. You know what usually happens is a violation. The person will be across the street many times. The person will be outside the place of business or work many times. And every time the DV survivor wants redress, they have to go to the court. And if they don't have the money, they will get nothing. Nothing. Madam Speaker, I'm asking that this $10 million that we spend endlessly harassing DV survivors not be spent any longer. I suggest, Madam Speaker, that we take that $10 million and give it to our many counties so that they can provide resources to hire public defenders in the counties. And that way, Madam Speaker, our antiquated law that says if we provide funds for an attorney for those that are suffering torturous, monstrous lives from monstrous people, maybe they would get their day. Madam Speaker, our domestic violence laws in Washington State are completely backwards, and the people that are surviving those are not winning. The monsters that abuse the DV survivors in Washington State actually get the last say too many times. I'm asking for a yes on this amendment so we end the barbaric practice, we level the playing fields, and we give DV survivors a say, some hope, someone they can call when that comes in the mail. It doesn't actually come in the mail, Madam Speaker. You know that what usually happens is some really angry person knocks on the door and says, "Here you go, you've been served." It is usually some person that the monster gave $20 or a case of beer to go do just to harass that person. Madam Speaker, it's usually someone known to the DV survivor. It's usually someone that the DV survivor knows supports the DV survivor and has actually testified in support of the person that committed that violence. I ask you, I plead with you, Madam Speaker, we have an opportunity to level the playing field here today. It doesn't take away their public defense when the accusation is being made. What it does is it ends these endless, vexatious litigation that absolutely torment and torture and terrorize even members of this House body. Madam Speaker, I urge its adoption.
Further remarks, the good member from the 30th, Representative Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would eliminate the funding for the Office of Public Defense in order to comply with the Supreme Court caseload standards for indigent defense. This is completely different. It's broader than just DV cases. These are all cases that a person without the resources is entitled to when they want to appeal their case. So, Madam Speaker, I ask you to vote no against this amendment. While the challenges that the former speaker spoke to are common in civil protection orders and other matters in the court, what we're talking about here is appeals. We're talking about indigent defense that the Supreme Court of the United States required us to have for folks who are accused of crimes. And so we must follow that manifest in terms of making sure we have competent representation. Too many cases does not mean that that person has been heard in the court, the criminal setting, and it's important that we make sure that that person is able to get their justice as necessary. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you're aware of this necessary need for folks who have been in our criminal court system, and it's essential that we fund the Office of Public Defense to ensure that we are doing the right thing by all those in our criminal system. Thank you.
Further remarks. The good member from the 19th, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good amendment. Please vote yes. A lot to unpack here, Madam Speaker, and some of it dovetails with some of the stories you've heard in the last hour or so. So, public defense. Traditionally, the way that public defense is delivered to people who need it, indigent defense, people who have been accused of a crime and are not able to defend themselves, it's done locally. It's done at the county level. The county courts, the superior courts in the county will contract with local attorneys to provide defense to indigent people. What we've had in this state in the last decade or two is a drift away from that conventional model. And we have moved a lot of the money and the administrative organization and the oversight of providing defense, legal defense, to people who can't afford their own attorney in this Office of Public Defense, OPD. Now, Madam Speaker, this was originally undertaken as a way to assist counties, especially smaller counties, to deliver those legal services that they were having trouble delivering on their own. But there's been a mission creep, Madam Speaker. It's changed. The practical delivery of these services has become much more centralized. And Madam Speaker, I would say we're all the worse for this centralization. I would say that not only is the level and quality of legal services delivered when you keep it local with the counties better, I would say that's a better bang for the buck for the taxpayers who are ultimately, through one measure or another, paying for these legal defense services. Now, how does this tie back into some of the stories you've heard? Well, Madam Speaker, in centralizing how we do indigent defense, I believe we have allowed the system to lose its local connection, to lose the wisdom and the understanding of individual cases that local lawyers have and the local judges and the local county prosecutor have for cases, for the individuals involved in the cases, and that discernment that is so important in dealing with criminals and their abusive activities, and as one of the previous speakers mentioned, their stalking, their victims and perpetuating a sort of emotional terrorism against their victims. We've actually enabled that kind of manipulation of our court system and our legal processes by losing the sort of local boots on the ground understanding of who is who and what is what about individual cases. Now, the Office of Public Defense means well. They want to help deliver justice. But they don't know the individuals. They don't know the nature of disputes as well as the local judges, the local prosecutor, and local people do. Now, OPD will tell you, well, we try to contract with local lawyers. We try, and they do try. But it's not the same. It's not the same level of understanding. And so what this amendment does, as you've heard, is it moves some of the money out of the centralized state agency, and I would recommend we move that money back to the local deliverers, the local lawyers, the local judges, to use to contract with local lawyers to provide the indigent defense. Now, we've also heard from the good woman from the 30th that some of this is happening because of a sort of dictate that's come from the state Supreme Court, that public defenders are carrying too many cases, and unless we do more through this state agency, OPD, that the courts at the Superior Court level are going to have to start dismissing cases. They're going to have to start letting criminals go because the indigent defense attorneys are overworked. Now, Madam Speaker, this really gets complicated. The state Supreme Court is not the entity that makes policy like that, like they did in their memorandum. Madam Speaker, that's the kind of thing you and I are supposed to do on the floor of this body. So if we start to unravel this sweater, we end up with a large pile of yarn. And I think that we need to address that large pile of yarn, and we need to knit a more appropriate sweater to deal with exactly the kind of perpetual repeat offenders, life losers who weaponize the court system to harass their victims. Madam Speaker, this is a matter of importance on multiple levels of civil rights and civil liberties of both the perpetrator and the victim. It's a complex issue of separation of powers. You and I as legislators should not allow the judges on the state Supreme Court to make law. That's not their job. That's our job. And by voting yes on this amendment, by managing the dollars involved in indigent defense in a more effective way, we're not just preventing the weaponization of the court system by a perpetual loser. We're also sending a signal to the other branch of government that we are the ones who need to make the decisions about how indigent defense is delivered, how constitutional rights to trial are delivered, how justice is delivered. The yes vote on this amendment does more than just move $10 million over a 4-year outlook from one account to another. A yes vote on this amendment, well, it does that, but it also makes it clear how justice should be delivered in the state of Washington. So it's a relatively small, in the scheme of things, budget item, but Madam Speaker, it's a very large thing in terms of how we oversee our court system, how we handle indigent defense, and how we address and assure fundamental constitutional rights to speedy trial and to justice. There's a lot going on in this amendment, Madam Speaker, and it's a good amendment. And it's a good solution that goes beyond just the dollars involved. This is an important statement to make. Vote yes on this amendment.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2102. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to open the roll call machine. The Speaker has opened the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Nance, how do you vote? Representative Stearns, how do you vote? Representative Schmick. Representative Schmick, would you like to vote orally?
I vote aye.
Representative Schmick votes aye. Would any member like to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. The clerk will take the record.
Madam Speaker, there are 39 yeas, 54 nays, 5 excused.
The amendment is not adopted.
There are further amendments. Amendment 2112. Clerk will read.
On page 37, line 10, increase the general fund state.
Last line.
Insert $19,300,000.
The good member from the 19th District, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move Amendment 2112 for adoption.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2112 be adopted. Remarks. Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got to warn you, I used to play baseball, and my specialty was getting hits off relief pitchers as they just came in. So be forewarned. Mr. Speaker, this amendment adjusts to the crime victims impact account some dollars from elsewhere in the budget. I quote economists a lot on this floor, Mr. Speaker, and I want to quote the great economist Adam Smith in a book that he wrote that wasn't primarily about economics, but was about many things. The moral sentiments was the book he wrote. And in that book, can I read the quote?
Please proceed.
This is a famous quote from his book, The Theory of Moral Sentiments, and it rubs some people the wrong way, but the quote is, "Mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent." Mr. Speaker, this amendment is important because we have systematically, over the last 3, 6, 10 years, stripped dollars away from our various victim impact funds, the various accounts we have that are designed to help the victims of crimes. Now, this is connected, again, Mr. Speaker, as the previous amendment was, to many of the issues we've been discussing so far on the floor here. Mr. Speaker, we are charged as a legislature with administering our laws and our public policy in a way that is just. Our founding documents, our constitutions really require that of us. And in our discussion of government and how government works and how justice is delivered to the people, in our founding documents, the legislative branch of government is usually mentioned first. And there's a reason for that. it is our duty to provide law and policy and budgets that deliver not just safety and security to the people of Washington, but a sense of fairness and true equity. And for too long in our recent history, Mr. Speaker, we have concentrated on adjusting and calibrating our laws and our policies and our budgets to deliver a softer kind of justice to the criminals of this state. Now, Mr. Speaker, that may be a good, that may be something we should seek. But what I believe, Mr. Speaker, is in pursuing that softer form of justice, we have actually disturbed the balance of justice. We have put criminal wrongdoers ahead of law-abiding citizens, and more perversely, we have put criminals ahead of victims. And one of the ways we've done that is by paring money away from the accounts in our budget that provide services and support to crime victims. Now, Mr. Speaker, we always seek balance in justice. And I believe in order to achieve the balance in justice that we seek, we have got to restore in the scales of justice more time, more effort, and more budget dollars to crime victims. These things seem to follow cycles of history, Mr. Speaker. These are the same conversations that our predecessors in this room were having 40 and 50 years ago. And now we're having them again. Like many of these conversations that we're having this afternoon and this evening on this budget, they're about dollars. In this case, several million. But they're also about more than just dollars. It's almost a cliche, Mr. Speaker. We say that budgets are about priorities. What do you put ahead of what? Well, budgets are about priorities. And this amendment puts the victims of crime in Washington state on a more even footing, in a more balanced position with regard to the criminals who have abused and mistreated these victims. And I think that that is necessary for us to deliver justice. It's about balance, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment restores some balance in the brutal world of perpetrators and victims. Please vote yes for balance and for justice.
Further remarks, the good member from the 3rd District, Representative Ormsby.
Well, thank you, Speaker Timmons. I agree. I like this amendment. It's a very modest increase to the underlying budget, but something that aligns us aligns both chambers and all 4 caucuses, and I think this very modest increase will be helpful to the victims.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2112. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to start the roll call machine. The Speaker has started the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Obras, how do you vote? Representative Mendoza, how do you vote? Representative Goodman, how do you? Does any member wish to change their vote? The Speaker's about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. Will the clerk please take the record?
Mr. Speaker, there are 93 yeas, 0 nays, 5 excused.
Having received a constitutional majority, I'm sorry, I am a new relief pitcher. The amendment is adopted. There are further amendments. Amendment 2115, clerk will read.
On page 88, line 7, increase the general fund state appropriation.
Last line.
Internal references accordingly.
The good member from the 8th District, Representative Connors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Amendment 2115.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2115 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Connors.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This probably isn't as inexpensive as the last amendment was on the operating budget, but this one is one that we hear about quite a bit, I believe, in all of our districts, and that is the cost of property taxes in Washington state. And this would give a $2.1 billion relief package to residents in Washington off of their property taxes. I would say until recently, the most emails that I've gotten about how much people dislike a tax has been the property tax. Well, I would say that until recently because the income tax now is kind of filling my inbox, Mr. Speaker. But our citizens in Washington state right now are concerned about affordability and taxes. As a matter of fact, I was reading the newspaper just this morning, if I might have permission to read, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
There was a town hall in the 37th district just this last weekend, and the questions that and this is from the South Seattle Emerald newspaper. The question the legislators fielded mirrored the concerns of voters across the country are asking for federal, state, and local leaders. How will the government make life fair and affordable for average citizens? It said in this article that of the 12 questions that were asked at the town hall, only 2 of them were on the federal level, and the rest were related to affordability and taxes in Washington state. In other states that do not have an income tax, just I would say Florida, just this last week actually passed out of their House chambers. One of my good friends that is there told me a property tax relief bill that would cut property taxes in half in that state. Affordability for my constituents is really important. As you know, I'm in the real estate industry, and I would say when I'm going around talking to people in my day job as well as in this job, the thing that they bring up to me the most is property taxes in Washington state, especially, you know, how much our houses have gone up in value over the last 4 or 5 years since COVID. They have increased. I know my personal property tax bill has skyrocketed due to value increases here, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, just myself alone, my property tax payment is $400 a month more than it was just a couple of years ago. So I feel like relieving property taxes in Washington state is a great thing for us to do here. This does make some cuts to other parts of our budget, but I do feel like if we're going to help with the affordability and we want to be listening to our constituents in Washington state, one of the best things you could possibly do today is vote yes on property tax relief.
Further remarks, the good member from the 40th District, Representative Lekanoff.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. You know, unfortunately, this evening I'll be asking for a no on this amendment. You know, one of those areas that are asking to be cut is really important to me, Mr. Speaker. That is the Climate Commitment Act. And the cuts that they are looking in this amendment to the Climate Commitment Act, really for me, Mr. Chairman, really hits home. I'm a 7-generational thinker. I'm a mother. I'm a generation maker. And like you, Mr. Chairman, we share something in common. That is our children. The Climate Commitment Act is 7 generations of thinking and taking care of the environment. Whether we're taking care of the forest fires in Republic, where some of my friends live, whether we're taking care of the agricultural lands from the Skagit to Yakima, whether we're taking care of the water from the Skagit. And the salmon, yes, Mr. Chairman, you knew I could not stand on this floor without talking about the mighty salmon. The Climate Commitment Act makes sure that we don't transfer the hazards of the environment onto our children's children. Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker, excuse me, I think you and I both feel that's important. You know, just in closing, as you join me in this no to this amendment, Mr. Chairman, my Tlingit name is Hikchasi. It is generations passed down to pass down. For the Native Americans and the Washington tribes, taking care of the environment, which the Climate Commitment Act does, which their investments do, and if you cut that budget, we will lose the funding and resources to do that. It means, Mr. Speaker, that my Tlingit name and the Native American names, cultures, and songs that the Washington tribes have that are embedded in the very roots of this building and the soils will no longer be here. I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that cutting the funding from the Climate Commitment Act is important because, Mr. Speaker, you and I both are seventh-generation thinkers, and I think that's what the Climate Commitment does for Washington State. Join me in voting no.
Further remarks. The good member from the 28th District, Representative Obarno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm rising in support of this amendment. This is an absolutely essential amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, I know you're going to hear this on a lot of these amendments, but I think the number one issue that I hear in my community is cost of living, affordability, and it always starts with the property tax. Mr. Speaker, when I first read this amendment, I thought, well, $2.1 billion is a lot of money. But, Mr. Speaker, the day before Valentine's Day, this body passed House Bill 2034, which was the Left One bill that took $4 billion out of that pension fund and gave almost $600 million to the CCA. Mr. Speaker, I understand there might be concerns regarding money in the CCA. The CCA has plenty of money, Mr. Speaker. What I'm most concerned about is not some of these other hazards that we might talk about. I'm concerned about the financial stability of our communities, the financial hazards that mismanagement of state budgets will pass on to our children for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, the American dream is about home ownership. The American dream in Washington State is slipping away. But what this bill can do by providing property tax relief is keeping people in their homes, keeping families together, stability. Mr. Speaker, we hear on the House floor so many times that we want stable families, we want our children to have a roof over their head. That's success. Mr. Speaker, we also hear that those people struggling with addiction need housing. But the problem is in the state of Washington, we don't have housing. And the people that do have housing are losing it because they can't afford to stay in their homes. And so $2.1 billion might sound like a lot, but in the scope of what we've done in this chamber over the last few weeks, it isn't. And this is about priorities. This is about what's most important to us. And to me, Mr. Speaker, and I hope to you, the most important thing is the financial stability and security of the people in our community. When they can't afford among the highest grocery costs in the nation, highest gas costs in the nation, highest child care in the nation, the least we can do, Mr. Speaker, is pass an amendment that gives them some relief so they can at least stay in their homes. Mr. Speaker, this is an absolutely important amendment. It's essential, and I'm hoping I can count on a yes vote.
Further remarks. The good member from the 3rd District, Representative Ormsby.
Thank you. Speaker Tim is rising in opposition to this amendment. As the good lady from the 8th District that offered the amendment said, yeah, there's some cuts in here, devastating cuts. Devastating cuts to health care, for example. This is that target our lowest income Washingtonians, and these things do not live in a silo. We understood when we saw H.R. 1 implemented, people that maybe weren't directly affected by those programs saw premium increases when Congress reduced the subsidies because it is absorbed throughout the entire market. These things do not happen in silos. They expand and have ancillary impacts outside of the particular policy. On community safety, when people don't have access to adult family homes or long-term care settings, they go to emergency rooms. They go to the unprofessional care in their home. They become more seriously ill, require more treatment, more interventions outside of the professional care that they would get in those environments. It will increase charity care. It will increase costs in all other parts of the healthcare system. And those costs will be distributed to everyone, including local governments. On the healthcare institutions that take the bulk of these cuts, peeling them back to pre-Great Recession levels of staff to student ratio. We have been intentional over the last many years to increase staff to help students succeed. Students that may very well be the first generation in their family to attend an institution of higher education and don't have that support or knowledge among their own family members of what it takes to get through. We have been intentional about providing those services in those institutions to help students navigate, to help them get food, to help them get car repairs, to help them with emergency assistance. And the people that deliver those services to those students that keep them in school and help them matriculate through to graduation, they're cut. They're not going to be there to help those students anymore. And the impacts of that are going to be felt for generations to come. This is not isolated to just the programs that are stated. And you can see enumerated through 6 different areas where the cuts are going to occur to pay for this tax cut. We can't be asking state agencies to do more with less forever. And that's what this amendment asks them to do. Get the same results with way fewer people. And I can't in good conscience sacrifice the success and the future of our population on the altar of a property tax cut. I'm recommending no to you, Mr. Speaker.
Further remarks. The good member from the 39th District, Representative Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to get back to what this amendment's about. It's about property tax relief. It's about helping those who are footing the bill for all this insane spending happening at the state. As you know, in my day job, I serve on the Snohomish County Council. I'm in my 10th year there. And I hear from people all the time complaining about their property taxes and how it's been choking them because they cannot afford to live in their house anymore. I get them all the time, and it's because their checks go to Snohomish County. The checks don't get mailed here to Olympia. They get mailed to the county, and so when they get their property tax bill, only 10% of their property tax bill actually goes to the county. That other 90% goes to all the junior taxing districts and everything else, and a lot of it comes right back to the state here. But I've heard from seniors in their homes who, one lady I remember vividly, it was about 8 years ago, and she called me and she said, my husband and I bought our house on a lake in Snohomish County in 1974. She said she bought a house on a lake in 1974, her and her husband. And her husband passed away, and she has a little bit of income that comes in. But she told me her property taxes were $13,000. And she's like, I can't afford to live in the house that my husband and I paid for. He's not here anymore. Our property's paid off, but I can barely afford the taxes, let alone the groceries and all the other things that come along with that. You know what? That broke my heart then. It still breaks my heart today. I received an email that was addressed to my senator, and I was CC'd on it just a week ago. Can I read a few excerpts from that letter?
Please proceed.
This is from a gentleman who was in the 44th district, got redistricted into the 39th, lives across the street from the 12th. So kind of a really compact area there. And the subject says, unhappy taxpayer. My name is Terry S., and I live within the 39th legislative district of Washington State. I'm an active voter and property owner. I'm a husband, a father, a volunteer, and I've been a public servant for the entirety of my adult life, other than the year I was deployed to the Middle East and the months away at federal academies and training. I've lived in Washington State my entire life. I was born in this state, and I am embarrassed of this state. I am extremely troubled by the tone-deaf decisions made by the state. He goes on to say, now we are getting a state income tax rammed down our throats, in addition to one of the highest sales taxes, gas taxes, property taxes in the nation. I know no politician will walk back any of these absurd taxes we're already paying. Goes on to say, with all this talk of taxing, I have not heard of a single prominent voice saying we need to reduce spending. The revenue in this state is already there. And he closes with this. I apologize for the tone of my email, but as you can see, I am bothered by this state's spending taxation problem while not giving a rip about those who are actually footing the bill. I need our state to do better. Mr. Speaker, taxpayers are suffering at the cost of these property taxes. They need relief. This is a little bit of relief for our seniors. This is a little bit of relief for our young families who are starting out. This is a little bit of relief to help those who need some relief from the overburden and overtaxation. So please join me in voting yes on this amendment.
Further remarks? The good member from the 18th District, Representative Lee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. We have heard for the last several months a cry for a new state income tax. And part of the argument for that was that we have an extremely regressive tax system in our state. And it's been labeled as upside down and a variety of other adjectives to describe what we have. But one of our most regressive taxes in our state is property taxes. It harms hardworking, low and middle income families the most. Whether they are renting a house or an apartment, the landlord passes on the property taxes to those renters. If they are a homeowner, they have to cover the cost of those property taxes as well. One of the sad realities, Mr. Speaker, in our state is that a first-time home buyer today is age 40 or older. Young people cannot afford to buy their first home, in part because of the property tax burden they are faced. I have a senior citizen constituent who emailed me 15 years of property tax bills. His property tax has gone from approximately $1,800 a year to around $3,900 a year. During that same time frame over the last 15 years, inflation has risen about 48%. Yet his property taxes have more than doubled. He's retired. He's approaching 80. He lives on a fixed income, and he is having a very challenging time remaining in his home, not only due to his high property taxes, but due to the high insurance that he has to pay, to high medical bills, and many other facets of day-to-day life. Mr. Speaker, I feel strongly this would be a wonderful way to reverse our regressive tax system in a significantly financially meaningful way on low and middle income people in our state. Please join me in voting yes for this amendment.
Further remarks? The good member from the 25th District, Representative Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would give a one-time reduction in the state property tax pool just to push a little pause on the ever-increasing rising of property taxes. And because of being asked to speak on this amendment, I looked at my property taxes over the last 5 years. They've gone up 41%. Population during that time, 5%. So that's hefty. And quite a few of those that I'm paying on my modest home are taxes that the voters have voted in. And I see a trend in the Finance Committee, Mr. Speaker, of we have things that we wish we could fund, but we can't figure out how to do it in the budget with the constraints we've given ourselves. And so we say, oh, let's let localities raise taxes. And so we have people voting for various things, for schools, for fire, for all these various things at the local level. And even recently we've had, we're giving them people the opportunity to vote for better public safety, health clinics, things for families and children. And so my property taxes are a reflection of some of that. But I wonder if the localities would be voting in all these things if we were funding our priorities in a better way. So the bottom line, my property taxes have gone up 41% in the last 5 years. We have a small house, 1856 square foot house. We raised 7 kids there. We had a couple grandpas and a grandma living there. We've got my brother living there now. It's a very modest home. And it's almost $500 a month in taxes. That's more than my husband and I paid when we first got married for rent. So it's not insubstantial. And this decision about property taxes, when you have to pay these kinds of property taxes, it might make a person, like me for instance, delay their retirement. It might make a person unable to afford a home. We talk about this being a wealth building tool, and people need to be able to afford homes. So I think that the trade-off we make with funding this property tax relief is a fair one. We've got things to fund it, like eliminating middle management, making a transfer out of the Climate Commitment Act. And remember, we transferred a bunch of left one money in there, and we're playing a little shell game moving it around. So I think that this is a fair enough trade-off to make. And I also would remind you, Mr. Speaker, we are planning to collect $3 billion on the new income tax that we're proposing that just passed out of finance. We're planning to collect that. And we're doing so because we're saying that we're going to make our taxes less regressive. Well, that $3 billion would definitely fund this property tax decrease and then some. So let's take a look at that. Let's actually make our system less regressive if we're going to have that progressive income tax that everyone's been advocating for, at least everyone on one side of the aisle. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge that we give people a little relief on their property taxes and pass this amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks, the good member from the 28th District, Representative Orcutt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also rising in support of this amendment. You heard from my colleague from the 18th about somebody who saw their property taxes go from $1,800 to $3,900 in a 15-year period. That's a $2,100 increase. That's nothing compared to what I heard from a constituent last year. Their property taxes went up $2,500 in a single year. Not over 15 years, but 1 year. $2,500. They were 58 and 62 years old, and they didn't qualify for, and they were disabled and don't qualify for senior property tax exemption. And their taxes went up $2,500 in 1 year. We talk about affordability. We've heard that budgets are about values. Mr. Speaker, I think this amendment is important. I think property tax relief should be one of our values, should be part of our budgeting process to provide property tax relief. Mr. Speaker, we lost a court case a few years ago regarding schools. You might have heard of the McCleary case. And in 2017, House Bill 2242 was passed to resolve that case. The courts released us from the case and said that we had lived up to our constitutional responsibility and taxes went up. Property taxes went up. Normally, we're under a revenue or a budget-based system. For 3 years under the McCleary fix, we had a rate-based system. Mr. Speaker, we had a rate-based system for 3 years. We had projections upon which the court based their decision to release us from that case. The amount of revenue that we collected far exceeded what the court said was necessary and what the court agreed to in the McCleary fix, to the tune of $300 to $400 million per year. I've had legislation prepared in past years to try and take us back down, to lower the levy, the state levy, back down to where it would have been based on the assumptions that the court said was adequate to meet our constitutional mandate to fully fund education. We've collected somewhere between $3 and $4 billion more than what was required by the courts in the McCleary fix. $3 to $4 billion more. This would be one-time tax relief of about half of that amount. And quite frankly, after this, I don't think it's enough. I think we should lower it by this amount and then base any growth in property tax moving forward. But that isn't the way this works. This is one-time relief. The amount of collection will go back up in the next year and continue to grow at that 1% level. We will continue collecting $300 to $400 million per year more from our property owners than what the court said we needed to. Our budgets are about values. I believe tax relief should be one of our values. I understand the concerns of the gentleman from the 3rd. But I also understand that if we adopted this amendment and made the value statement in our budget that property tax is important, I know that this is not the last action that's going to be taken on this budget. Because once this budget is passed, the chamber across the way and this chamber here are going to ask for a conference committee on that budget. And the budget writers for at least 4 out of the 6 conferees are going to sit down and they're going to work through. So if we adopt this amendment today and there's something in this that is not acceptable to the budget writers, they can find another way. They can find other means of doing it to make sure we can provide that tax relief. But let's today establish this as one of our values. That we value the property owners in this state, that this budget values the property owners in this state. And it's not just the senior citizen. It's not just that 58 and 62-year-old couple that don't qualify for senior property tax exemption. It's also our small business owners. It's our working families. Our working families who are struggling to make ends meet on a day-to-day basis. Most of them, their property taxes are built into their mortgage. And that becomes a monthly expense increase that they're seeing every year. This would give them a little bit of a break. If for only 1 year. I believe our budget should value the property owners in this state. Whether they're seniors, whether they're working families, whether they're low income, or whether they're small business. I believe our budget should value the taxpayers, the property owners in this state. I commend this amendment to you. Ask for its adoption. Thank you.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2115. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to start the roll call machine. Speaker has started the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Ormsby, how do you vote? Representative Morgan, how do you vote? Representative Dent, how do you vote? Representative Dent, how do you vote? Representative Dent, how do you vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. Will the clerk please take the record?
Mr. Speaker, there are 40 yeas, 53 nays, 5 excused.
The amendment is not adopted. There are additional amendments. Amendment 2116. Clerk will read.
On page 88, line 9, increase the general fund state appropriation.
Last line.
Internal references accordingly.
The good member from the 35th District, Representative Couture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption Amendment 2116.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2116 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Couture.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is pretty simple. It creates a sales tax holiday for the periods between Black Friday all the way through Cyber Monday, that weekend that we have every year. And Mr. Speaker, I know you've probably been there like I have, a younger dad with a young family, maybe earlier in our careers, financially stressed during the holidays, trying to provide for our families and make sure that we give our kids and our family members a good Christmas season. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, NAMI is a mental health organization, and they report that 64%, 3 in 5 Americans feel a lot of stress and mental health issues during the holiday season. 3 in 5 Americans, it is a stressful time. I've been there myself, trying to make the decisions about how much of your money you can allocate towards buying those Christmas presents for your young kids or whatever it may be, or trading between filling up your gas tank maybe and buying groceries and those things, buying that tree that goes up in the living room for Christmas morning. Mr. Speaker, I dubbed this amendment personally myself, no tax on Christmas. That's what I'm calling this amendment. And despite the amount of Americans, and including people in our state, that feel this financial stress during the holiday season, almost every single time the number one factor is the financial stress that they feel during that holiday season. And as this budget assumes a reckless and unconstitutional income tax on high earners that will at some point be absolutely spread to the rest of us, I think it's important to find opportunities to lower regressive taxes in our state. And could you imagine what this could potentially do for our brick and mortar, small local businesses? What it could do for retail in our state, the economic activity that could be driven already on a high economic activity weekend every single year in this state. What kind of relief we can give to people for purchases under $500 as a result of this sales tax holiday. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, many other states, including states without income taxes, have sales tax holidays. Florida has many of them. And this is at least one way we could take the financial stress off of our constituents during what is already a very stressful time,
and find a way to give them some level of affordability in this state when it comes to purchasing their goods and purchasing the things that they need. Mr. Speaker, I urge you to vote yes.
Further remarks, the good member from the 44th District, Representative Berg.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I am urging a no on this amendment. Mr. Speaker, sales tax holidays have a minimal impact on affordability. Mr. Speaker, sales tax holidays are truly a gimmick. There are much better ways to address regressivity in our tax code, such as expanding our working family tax credit to everyone over the age of 18. Mr. Speaker, I must also point out that with sales tax holidays, many of our wealthier neighbors will simply save and wait and buy that big thing on the holiday. Or many of our neighbors who are living on fixed income and who are lower income, they must buy essentials each and every day, paycheck to paycheck. They don't have the luxury, Mr. Speaker, of waiting for that one day to save on sales tax. Mr. Speaker, we also know through study of states like Florida specifically that many retailers slowly but surely raise prices until that one day occurs. So in effect, Mr. Speaker, our neighbors are not getting a holiday from taxes, but they're simply paying a higher price and feeling through a gimmick that they're saving. Mr. Speaker, I also must point out that because of a U.S. Supreme Court decision that now mandates destination-based taxes, that many of our local businesses would actually lose out during a sales tax holiday. When you or your neighbor, Mr. Speaker, would go online during that one day to buy that big purchase, and when that purchase comes from another state, your local business in your community will not be benefiting from this so-called sales tax holiday. And Mr. Speaker, I also must point out that we are subject in our state to the streamlined sales and use tax agreement. And the way the underlying amendment is built out, Mr. Speaker, it is in violation of that agreement. That agreement does allow for sales tax holidays. It does not allow for the holiday by which this amendment refers. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, as I urge you to vote no on this amendment, I am doing so because sales tax holidays are truly a gimmick and they do not impact affordability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further remarks, the good member from the 35th District, Representative Couture. Representative Couture, you have 6 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's a little funny how we call tax relief a gimmick. And I just want to center around what the amendment actually says. It does not point out a holiday. I personally dubbed it no tax on Christmas. What the sales tax holiday actually targets is the periods between Black Friday and Cyber Monday. So unless you get down at the tree and celebrate Cyber Monday, Mr. Speaker, then we're not pointing out any kind of religious holiday. But one of the funny things I really wanted to talk to you about, just to center back to the amendment, is the point about gimmicks. You know what's funny? The underlying bill, our state budget, Mr. Speaker, raids 20 different accounts, dedicated accounts, including Public Works Assistance Fund, and $880 million out of the rainy day account. You can only spend the same dollar once, Mr. Speaker, and if the argument is that sales tax relief up to $500, which by the way is half of what Governor Ferguson has proposed twice. Half of what Governor Ferguson has proposed twice. So I think the governor would be disappointed to hear how his agreement with myself and this amendment on sales tax holidays is a budget gimmick when this budget actually has 20 different gimmicks in it, including rating our reserves to one of the lowest in the country, and rating all these dedicated accounts and shifting money and shell games on paper, rating left one, put $569 million into CCA, but first drop it into a higher ed bucket and a couple other capital budget buckets first so that we can refund something again into the general fund. You want to talk about gimmicks, Mr. Speaker. A sales tax holiday is not a gimmick. This budget is one massive shell game and one massive gimmick, and it does nothing to solve affordability in our state. What I do know about this amendment is that people saving 80, 100, maybe a couple $100 possible under this amendment during the most stressful time financially of the year is far less of a gimmick than growing government and raising taxes by $2 billion on the backs of hardworking Washingtonians. People in my district think budgets like this are a gimmick, Mr. Speaker. What they would appreciate is being able to afford anything in the state, because it's one thing is true: this budget does absolutely nothing for the cost of gas, groceries, rent, insurance, health care, child care, you name it. If anything, it makes those things worse. Please vote yes.
Further remarks? The good member from the 17th District, Representative Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rising in support of this amendment, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you as someone that has worked retail pretty much most of my life. I worked retail in Spokane. I've worked retail in Skamania County. I've worked retail at Multnomah Falls in Oregon. And I can tell you, I won't get into whether this is a gimmick or not, but I can tell you that as a business owner, this idea is exciting. I can also tell you as a business owner that I took a class. If you want to sell product into, I won't give it away, but if you want to sell product into a giant box store that's from Seattle, Kirkland area, you have to take a class to sell your product there. Their Portland location, store number 2, I might be really giving it away now, told us that when we took that test, or we took that training, their number 2...
Will the member please speak directly to the policy before the body, which is Amendment 2116? Please continue, Representative Waters.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm getting there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I'm going to say is that when you work retail in a border community, gimmicks like these, if that's what we want to call it, or tax holidays like these, are huge. And what I was going to say is that the store in Portland, Oregon that I'm speaking about, store number 2, their second biggest customer that is not from the Portland, Oregon area is from Seattle. So what does that tell you, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, that tells you that the number 2 customer at the big box store that we all know I'm talking about in Portland, Oregon, their number 2 biggest zip code that they have comes from Seattle, Washington. Why do they do it? Because Oregon doesn't have sales tax, period. So that is where I was going with this amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we do have proposals like these. As a business owner, as someone who does have an online space, as someone whose sister has an online store, who sells, I can tell you that for her family of 4, a business, an idea like this, a tax holiday like this for her business, she'd be all over it. We sell in my community. We sell to folks in Hood River. We sell to folks in the Dalles. But we also sell to folks who come to our area because they love it. But they're also looking for deals. They're looking for a time that they can come and score a good price. And I can just tell you, Mr. Speaker, as a business owner and as someone who took that training with the big box store, it concerned me because it shows that we do have a problem in this state. Our taxes are too high. Our retail taxes are too high. Giving a break like this is an economic boom, not only for this state, but for our border businesses, for the folks in Spokane, for the folks in my area. Because I can also tell you, Mr. Speaker, that when I worked in Spokane when I was in college, I used to work at a coffee shop right next to a mall. Most of the people would come over from Montana, and I was shocked by that. They would come over from Missoula, basically from Butte to Missoula over. So from Butte heading west over. And all of them would tell me they came to Spokane because of the great stores. They love the retail. But I guarantee you that those folks would be delighted to be coming over that time of year, as they were when I was meeting with them, knowing that there was a tax holiday. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that, yes, well, maybe we do not see the need all across the state. I can tell you for these border communities, this is a big deal. With that, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further remarks. The good member from the 20th District, Representative Orcutt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also rising in support of this amendment. I wouldn't call it a gimmick either. We've heard that the governor has proposed something similar. And I'd like to also note, Mr. Speaker, the first time I ever heard of a sales tax holiday was a proposal that was brought to this legislature in this body by somebody not from our party. It wasn't a sales tax holiday at Christmas time. It was actually back to school. And it was from a legislator who used to serve here, who comes from one of the border counties. I didn't look at it as a gimmick then. I don't look at it as a gimmick now. I actually joined with him in encouraging passage of that bill, and unfortunately we couldn't get it through. I think this is a good bipartisan amendment. I think it's something that will go to help working families. I'm the fifth out of 6 kids. Both my parents worked at not particularly high-wage jobs. My dad was a logger, and if he broke down, he had to get it fixed or there wasn't any more money coming in. Times were tight. Can you imagine having to shop for 6 growing kids that were only 8 years apart? Imagine that my mom had to go and do back to school shopping, and then just a few months later have to do Christmas shopping, not only for us kids, but she was the eldest of 10 kids. So she had a lot of family to buy for. This amendment is no more of a gimmick than the Working Families Tax Credit is. In fact, it's less of one. The Working Families Tax Credit provides relief to people who are believed, based on their income, to have spent a certain dollar amount in sales tax. This amendment would give those same working families, and other working families too, that tax relief, not next year, but immediately, on the spot. In fact, when this was a proposal for the Working Families Tax Credit, I opposed it. Because I said then what we should have done is to give EBT card holders a sales tax holiday or just a sales tax exemption, period, so that they didn't have to expend the money and then come back and hope to get it back in the next year. That we would get them savings immediately. This amendment gives those working families a little bit of relief right now. And right now is when they have the greatest need for the money. Just because it's time to shop for Christmas doesn't mean they don't have to pay the rent or the mortgage. And if their property taxes are not included in their mortgage payment, they just got done paying a big lump sum on October 31st. Imagine getting hit by having to do back to school shopping. A couple months later, you're hit with your property taxes, and then you're trying to shop for Christmas. Tell me when the need is any greater, Mr. Speaker, when you look at it that way, when you look at the strain that are on the families right now. This should be the merriest time of the year. This should be when it's a joyous climate, when people can go out and they can be visiting their local stores. In fact, if we want to talk about whether or not this helps local businesses or not, yeah, you have Black Friday, but you know what the next day is? Small Business Saturday. Small Business Saturday, where we try to encourage people to go and shop at the small businesses in their locations, in their communities. And if we can save them on Black Friday, maybe they'll have a little bit more money for Small Business Saturday to spread around their community, to spend in those businesses. And we get them the tax relief right now when they're having the expenses. And guess what? That's less that has to go on the credit card and get charged interest and plague them come January, February, March throughout the next year. It's not a gimmick. This is real savings. Go talk to somebody who's trying to shop, Christmas shop, for 6 kids, for her husband, for her in-laws, for her family, and tell her this is a gimmick? We're going to save you the sales tax when you're doing this? When your most hardest hit? When your business biggest expenses are coming? When you get all this extra money that you're having to spend on top of every day, every month expenses you already have. Your gas bill, your electric bill, your grocery bill, your rent or your mortgage. None of those go away in this time period. You're still having to pay all of those. I'm sure if we went to a mom like mine, when she was going through all of this, especially if Dad just had a breakdown and it cost him hundreds or thousands of dollars to get it fixed so that he could continue to work and have income coming in, my mom wouldn't have called this a gimmick. She'd called it a little bit of relief. That's all we're asking for in this amendment. It's a little bit of relief. Please adopt the amendment.
Further remarks? The good member from the 4th District, Representative Chase.
Mr. Speaker, please join me in voting for this splendid little bill. On the one hand, it gets rid of that nasty, nasty regressive sales tax. But on the other hand, it spreads Christmas cheer to retailers and Christmas shoppers. I think that in my study of history, I'd heard where a couple presidents had cut taxes, and they actually received more money because of the stimulus that those taxes caused. And I think we could do the same thing with this bill. In fact, I think if we pass this amendment, then we could actually spread it to Thanksgiving, 4th of July, All Saints Day. And speaking of All Saints Day, it reminds me of one of my favorite saints, Crispin, St. Crispin. And in the spirit of St. Crispin, I would like to say, we happy few, we band of brothers and sisters, for he who would vote with me this day would be my brother, be he ne'er so vile. This day will gentle his condition, and gentlemen abed in Seattle will count themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, as any speaks who voted with us for St. Crispin's Day. Whoops.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2116. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to start the roll call machine. The Speaker has started the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Schmick, how do you vote? Representative Schmick, would you like to vote orally?
Aye. I vote aye.
Representative Schmick votes aye. Does any member wish to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. Will the clerk please take the record?
Mr. Speaker, there are 41 yeas, 52 nays, 5 excused.
The amendment is not adopted. There are additional amendments. Amendment 2111. Clerk will read.
On page 137, line 21, increase the general fund state appropriation
Last
for
line.
fiscal. Correct the title.
The good member from the 2nd District, Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move Amendment 2111 for adoption.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2111 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would restore funding for the Medicaid cuts that have been made over the last couple of years. I've heard a lot of misinformation about what is driving the costs of health care in the state of Washington. I've heard on the news as well as from the governor that the reason all of the health care costs are going up is related to H.R. 1. I didn't know if you were aware that there's actually only one provision of H.R. 1 affecting Medicaid cuts that is currently in effect, and that would be regarding abortion care, and that provision actually expires on July 4th of this year. Every other provision of it does not actually go into effect until 2026, December 31st, 2026, at the earliest. So all of these cuts that have been made have actually been self-inflicted cuts made by this body in the underlying budget proposal here or in last year's budget. If we add them up, last year, the 2025-2026 budget cut $750 million from Medicaid. The supplemental budget cuts an additional $250 million. That's $1 billion over 2 years cut to Medicaid, cut specifically from developmental disability services, long-term care, medical payments, community behavioral health services. These are all things that are critically important to our communities. A lot of these disproportionately affect our rural communities. Our hospitals are struggling. Lower reimbursements, less money going out there. This is going to increase charity care. The cuts on the underlying budget proposal are going to increase the costs of medicine for everybody in Washington. A lot of the proposals that have come out of this body last year, this year, and in previous years have increased private insurance costs. It's driven healthcare costs across the board, and every time we cut out PEB and SEB, more costs are being shifted and causing the marketplace to increase. What this would do is restore all of that underlying funding. It would allow the people of Washington to actually access these services, and it would make sure that we don't have a furthering of our healthcare deserts in rural communities. We would have more primary care, at least trying to stay in practice, specifically in our rural communities. Because if we continue to cut the payments to these providers, we're just going to see less and less of the primary care providers. Right now, one of the major reasons that our managed care organization or managed care plans aren't working is not because it's not a well-designed plan and is a good use of money. It's because nobody will accept new patients who works in primary care because we don't have enough primary care. The supplemental budget proposal, stripping even more money out of the state Medicaid program, is not the way to have more primary care, more access to care, better services. This will just further the damage that was done last year and will perpetuate it going forward. Our healthcare system is just holding on by a thread right now in Washington, and without this budget amendment, I'm afraid it's going to break. We're going to see more hospitals close. We've already seen one. There were a couple of proposals that came through the Appropriations Committee to help save some of our hospitals who are just teetering on the edge right now. I would ask that you join me in voting yes for this amendment so we can at least give a lifeline to the people on Medicaid, to our hospitals, to our rural communities, and restore the Medicaid funding that this state has cut.
Further remarks, the good member from the 43rd District, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote no on this amendment. This amendment cuts health care from some people to bring back funding for things that are very unlikely to happen in many cases. It's a big amendment, but it shifts funding away from the lowest income people living in this state, and it shifts costs to public employees who work here for state government, but also for local governments across the state, in order to restore funding for things that we haven't done and aren't going to do, underspends, and for things that we are very unlikely to do because of delays in bringing long-term care, beds online in community behavioral health, for example. And so this amendment will harm our healthcare delivery system more than it will help it, because those low-income folks are more likely to go to our healthcare centers and hospitals that struggle to meet their needs when they have uninsured people show up. And so for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you to join me. Vote no.
Further remarks, the good member from the 2nd District, Representative Marshall. And Representative Marshall, you have 5 minutes and 51 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be brief. There is a cost shift in this underlying amendment, or in this amendment. The cost shift is stating that PEB-SEB, the insurance that many in this room benefit from, would pay slightly more. The increase would make it parallel with what commercial insurance for small business and private business pays. It's a small ask. I am willing to pay an additional percentage in my health care, which is far less. In fact, it's about 25% of what I paid when I was in the traditional commercial market. I currently pay 25% of my premiums for far better coverages and much lower deductibles. But this would ask for an increase of the people that participate in PEB-SEB to make it align with the commercial market, and it would take those dollars and it would put it back into the state's Medicaid system to those that are truly in need. So again, I would urge you join me in voting yes.
Further remarks, the good member from the 31st District, Representative Penner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also urging a yes on this one. And the debate so far has been robust and I think enlightening in one particular area, talking about whether things should shift from one population to another, a population that maybe is less well off than another. I think that I want to focus in on one specific aspect of that conversation, because in reality, what this amendment talks about, you're probably familiar with the idea of tax shifts. We talk about it all the time when we get to the tax conversation. This amendment talks about an entitlement shift. And here's how it talks about it. And you may be aware, Mr. Speaker, and we've talked a lot about disability benefits here on the floor. And just because in this state you may have a disability and you may work with DSHS or another 4- or 3-letter agency, doesn't mean that you are entitled to receive any support unless you live in an RHC, unless you live in a state-operated living alternative, unless in very few circumstances you have an entitlement that guarantees you to receive a benefit. For the most part, you are not entitled to receive any benefits in this state. Now, the underlying bill perpetuates an expansion of an entitlement for illegal, undocumented immigrants to receive health care, while it perpetuates the constriction of an entitlement for disabled adults and children. I bring that up, Mr. Speaker, because the no-paid services caseload is something that we discuss a lot in policy committee and in the populations of folks that I do a lot of work with. What that means is we have an expansion of need of services while we're having that constriction of the ability to provide those services. The underlying budget bill says that there's an underspend, and we're going to sweep that underspend away, and this amendment fixes that by saying we're going to rebase the Medicaid reimbursement. We're going to take that, quote, sweep from the underspend, and we're going to put it back into the pockets of the people that need it. The people who can't work or they need supported employment. And supported employment is one of those programs where if this amendment is taken, is not going to be devastated. However, if the budget passes without this amendment, we're going to see continued devastation of supported employment. Now, supported employment is the idea that somebody is 16, 17, 18, 20, 21 years old, and they require a job coach. They may require a one-on-one, somebody to help them do work. Let me give you an example. In December, I worked in my district and met with a constituent job coach. And we met at Mod Pizza up in Bonnie Lake, and we met this young woman, wonderful young woman. She's blind, she's deaf. She was working at Mod Pizza just a couple hours a week through significant supported employment. Now, I couldn't talk with her. She couldn't hear me. I couldn't sign to her. She couldn't see me. Her entire view of the world, her universe, is through taps and connections with her father, who I met, a wonderful man, and the job coach that she built a relationship with. What I know, Mr. Speaker, is that we didn't speak the same language. We couldn't listen to the same music. She couldn't hear music. We couldn't talk about entertainment. But I could see the joy on her face when she helped put cookies inside tins and close the tins up. I could see the humor that she saw in her view of the world, her universe that I just cannot comprehend. I could see how job coaching and supported employment meant a lot to her. When we're talking about shifting these ideas of underspend away, it makes sense on paper. If money is not expended, why is it being appropriated into that area? But I'll tell you, a good example of why is respite, and a conversation that we had last year in a House bill that didn't move forward, House Bill, I think it was 1200. This is where parents were seeking to be able to utilize some unspent respite funds to create funding direct to those parents that couldn't work and were taking care of their children. Why were they doing that? Because half of the money that we appropriate for respite doesn't get spent. Why isn't it spent? Because there is nobody in the market to provide it. That's part of it. The other part is the process to go about getting respite hours and to maintain it. Mr. Speaker, if the solution for the bureaucracy that creates barriers for our disabled people is to just get rid of the money, well, congratulations, you've gotten rid of the bureaucracy. There's no problem anymore. But I hate to see the idea that that money is then reappropriated somewhere else, and we see these lower rates. We see lowered rates for ABA reimbursement. We see a continued constriction of support for disabled children and adults. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say it again. The underlying bill expands an entitlement for illegal undocumented immigrants in the form of health care benefits, while it shrinks entitlement for disabled people. I want to fix that. We cannot fix that by reducing reimbursement rates. We cannot fix that by looking away from the Medicaid conversation. We need to lean into it. We need to rebase our Medicaid rates, and we need to address the bigger policy. This is a good amendment for all of Washington. Vote yes.
Further remarks? The good member from the 35th District, Representative Couture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rising in support of the amendment. You know, when I look at the underlying budget and I see some of the destruction that it does to health care, like cuts to assisted living, cuts to dementia care. My grandmother had dementia, and I was there at her side and during the pandemic when she died behind glass, Mr. Speaker. And I couldn't think of something, there's a lot of devastating diseases, obviously, but dementia is one of those that really rips your soul out when you watch one of your family members suffer from that. And I just feel like this budget attacks low-income Washingtonians, their access to health care. Mr. Speaker, long before H.R. 1, long before this budget, our hospitals have been barely surviving decades without updating Medicaid reimbursement rates. Our providers, our doctors, our nurses, our hospitals have all been struggling from that, including in rural communities and poor communities like mine that I represent that have critical access hospitals. And Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about, the trade-offs here, I just want to be clear.
that as public employees, me and you, we should pay our fair share to make sure that the social safety net of health care and for our low-income communities aren't slowly erased budget after budget after budget, or inaction after inaction after inaction. The good member from the 2nd District talked about how in the last budget, just last year, $782 million were cut from Medicaid. And the double-edged sword of it, Mr. Speaker, is that when you cut a state dollar, you cut an equal matching or maybe sometimes even more federal dollar. As a matter of fact, during the 2008 recession, Governor Gregoire refused to cut Medicaid when they had a tough budget crisis, because then she knew that she would be relinquishing federal dollars. And so that's exactly what happened in the last budget, Mr. Speaker, and that's exactly what's happening once again. There was a lot of stones being thrown in glass houses over the summer about HR 1 and cutting Medicaid and health care from low-income people. Well, all the while, that $782 million cut happened before HR 1 was ever signed or even thought of passed into law. Now, Mr. Speaker, in this supplemental budget, $240 or so million additional cuts, which then we will relinquish federal dollars to make a total of over $1 billion cut. But what did we fund instead, as was remarked earlier? We funded more money to illegal immigrant health care through Apple Health expansion. And we gave $3 billion in pay increases to state government. And in order to do that, in order to have what I consider now, under the PEB plan myself, and you might agree with me, Mr. Speaker, as a Cadillac health insurance plan that almost nobody, unless they are a public employee in my district, has the ability to have the same level of care that me and you do. I do think I should pay my fair share. I think you should too. And even after some reduction in the PEB-SEB, as is in this amendment, states, you would still have a more Cadillac health insurance plan than any other private sector plan ever, period. But we're doing that, growing government, and it's growing and it's growing and it's growing on the backs of our people. On the backs of people who put on the work boots, 6 a.m. in the morning, lunch pail and hard hat, go to work for 40 plus hours a week. And yeah, you know what? They can't afford to live in this state. They can't afford their property taxes, their rent, their groceries, the gas with an extra $1 for 60 cents for CCA. They can't afford the policies coming out of Olympia. And you know what? Our neighbors to the east, Idaho, is where people in the Spokane Valley go to get their gas groceries.
Representative Couture, please refine your remarks directly to the policy before the body, which is Amendment 2111. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will attempt to do that. But I think that it's important to know that when we're talking about refunding Medicaid, which is what this amendment means, it means less government, less bureaucracy. It means less Cadillac plans for the few and more support for the many, the low-income people, the seniors, the people who work hard, the blue-collar folks in districts like mine. The robbery that this budget and the budget before it has done to poor communities all across Washington state, it's important to know that this one policy, this amendment, this Medicaid funding doesn't live in a vacuum with all of the other things that Washingtonians must afford, and they can't afford anything. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is critical to refund our Medicaid and make sure that our hospitals don't shutter and that low-income people have the health care that they deserve, instead of funding more and more and more the health care of illegal immigrants who don't belong here. Vote yes.
Further remarks. The good member from the 41st District, Representative Tai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How are you? I hope you're doing okay up there. Just a quick checking in on how you are doing. I'm standing up, asking you to join me in voting no on this amendment. Mr. Speaker, this amendment asks us, you and I, to turn a blind eye to a group of people who live among us, to work in places that provide services that your family and mine get to receive those services and support from these people. Mr. Speaker, I want to share with you at least my limited understanding of the healthcare system. If I may speak to the healthcare system the way I view it. Our healthcare system is an ecosystem where each and every one of us take part in it. There's no one outside of that system. So when we look at the cost of our healthcare system, those who ended up using or getting no coverage, and we ended up, you and I, will pay at the end of that. Whereas when we create the kind of system when everyone in that ecosystem being cared for, especially receiving the preventive care, especially getting care and help and educated to understand how they, just like you and I, taking care of ourselves. That is the best way of creating the ecosystem where we reduce costs to healthcare while providing services which is truly speak to what healthcare is about, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I am privileged to get my education at the University of School of Pharmacy. I'm also a very lucky person who married to a physician. That was the oath that we both took to take care of people regardless of who they are. And Mr. Speaker, you and I took an oath of office to care for people in Washington state who live in our state regardless of their immigration status. Because of that, Mr. Speaker, our healthcare system needs to provide support, services, and certainly coverage for everyone in Washington, asking you to vote no on this amendment.
Further remarks. The good member from the 18th District, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak in favor of this amendment. This amendment is about restoring state funding for Medicaid. That is there to help our poorest citizens, giving them some level of health insurance that they can go to a healthcare facility and the providers of that healthcare can actually be compensated. If our citizens do not have Medicaid, where do they get their health care? They show up in emergency rooms. And our hospitals, by law, are forced to administer uncompensated care for these individuals. During the break between our session last year and this year, I had the privilege of meeting with the administrators of the two hospitals in my district. They shared the reality that the tax increases this body passed last year cut their operating margin in half. They shared that a normal year, their operating margin is 3%, and that was cut in half by the actions this body took a year ago. So now if we further cut Medicaid, where more people will show up in their emergency rooms for uncompensated health care, that further harms these hospitals from being able to provide any care to the citizens in communities all over our state. We need to make the rich, i.e. those who have health insurance, and it's not unreasonable for our state government employees to pay their fair share, as has been stated earlier, in order to provide some health insurance coverage that will be subsidized by the federal government in order to allow them having paid access to health care at our health care providers and or those hospitals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before that, the good member from the 26th District, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the reasons why I came down to Olympia was after we cut adult dental Medicaid. And I was a dentist, and I cared for my nursing home population, and I was really frustrated because I thought if anybody should be exempted, it should be the nursing home folks. They can't just go out and get a job, right? And we have an obligation, in my opinion, as a society to take care of them. And one of the things that also frustrates me after serving 12 years is that sometimes the experts in the room aren't listened to, okay? And when I look at the Medicaid cuts that we did for dentistry, it is so hard because I know what's going to happen, and I know it's just going to cost us even more, and here's why, okay? Because if you're on Medicaid, you literally have three options, okay? You can go to a private dentist, okay? You can go to an FQHC, or you can go to the hospital, okay? So if you go to a private dentist, the problem is that our reimbursement rates are so low, that many dentists won't take Medicaid, okay? But then our FQHCs, they get an encounter rate that is so much higher than the fee-for-service rates that private dentists get. And of course, you go to the hospital, and we all know that that's the most expensive care you could possibly get. So do I have permission to read, Mr. Speaker?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Okay. So in 2024, we had an increased rate for a cleaning, okay? So just keep in mind, cleaning at a dental office, we hire a hygienist. Hygienists on average make around $60 an hour. That does not include the benefits, all the taxes that you have to pay, and everything else, okay? And a cleaning typically takes about an hour, depending on the person, okay? So the enhanced rate came up to $68.76. So the average dentist might be willing to take them at that enhanced rate that will cover the majority of what your hygienist charges. But then in 2025, we cut that to $51.57. Okay? What's the difference? The difference is $17.19. Now, you have to keep in mind, that's not actually all completely borne on us, because the feds match that at 50% rate unless you're 138% above federal poverty level. Then they actually match to 90%, right? So we actually didn't really save that much money. But now, if that same person went to a clinic at an FQHC, they get paid per encounter, okay? So if you're in Snohomish, that fee is $400.47. In Kent, it's $490.52. And in Spokane,
Representative Valdez, please refine your remarks directly to the policy before the body, which is Amendment 2111. Please proceed.
I am so sorry. I thought we were talking about restoring the Medicaid cuts. Is that not this amendment? Am I on the wrong amendment, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Valdez, we are on Amendment 2111. Please proceed.
Okay. I'm really confused, and I'm so sorry. So at any rate, the Spokane one is $577.99. So while we cut adult dental Medicaid, what we actually did was increase the cost, because that $150 cleaning is now going to cost upwards to $577.99. Let's say someone needs a denture, okay? So the lab fee alone is around $600. We went from $780.45 in 2024 to $585.34 in 2025, with a difference of $195.11. That's supposedly all the savings that we're going to get. However, it takes 6 appointments to get a denture on average. Could take longer. So that same person who lives in Spokane, that denture is now going to cost them $3,467.94. And I heard some of the arguments from the good woman, I can't even remember what district she's in Seattle. The good representative who spoke earlier. She had said that we are going to have to, that in the amendment it says that we're going to have to increase the costs to an additional 10% for PEB and SEB employees. However, I don't even think that we would even need to do that. I think the cost savings alone of restoring those dental benefits, because if you restore those, people can actually be seen out in the community. The FQHCs cannot handle the number of people that we have on Medicaid. Their list is so long to get in so many areas. So then where are people going? They're going to the hospital. And overall, that little $15 that we're saving, it's going to cost us so much in the long end. And I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, we have a duty to the people who cannot afford to care for themselves. I really believe that when it comes to having some sort of a safety net. All my nursing home folks, they have such a hard time getting out. And what we're doing, what this amendment would have done, is allowed more Medicaid patients to be seen at a far less cost overall. And honestly, Mr. Speaker, I'm actually very sad that there are so few members on the floor, because I would hope that they would listen and maybe reconsider these cuts in the final budget. However, I hope, Mr. Speaker, because I do believe that you are a very good listener, I hope you will relay, and I'm happy to provide you all the numbers, as to what the cost will ultimately be. Penny smart, pound foolish. I urge adoption of this amendment.
Further remarks, the good member from the 14th District, Representative Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this amendment. Mr. Speaker, this is a very good amendment, and I ask you to vote with me today. So many good things have been said already on the floor. I'm not going to repeat them, but I heard from the good lady from the 41st District that we took an oath to protect people of Washington. This amendment does that, Mr. Speaker. It is an amendment. We have cut $1 billion in Medicaid this biennium. $783 million last year, $243 million this year. This is so harmful, Mr. Speaker, to low-income families. In my district, families are already struggling, Mr. Speaker. We just met with over 40 people here in Olympia just recently, where one woman cried, Mr. Speaker, when she was talking about just how these cuts have impacted her family. And she was looking to me and my seatmate for answers, Mr. Speaker, as to how we were going to help her family. This is devastating to my district. We have low-income families, seasonal farm workers that only work 7 to 8 months out of the year, Mr. Speaker. Medicaid cuts are detrimental to my district. I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, that you vote with me on this amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2111. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to start the roll call machine. The Speaker has started the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Representative Paul, how do you vote? Representative Dent, how do you vote? Representative Dent, how do you vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. Will the clerk please take the record?
Mr. Speaker, there are 39 yeas, 53 nays, 5 excused.
The amendment is not adopted. There are additional amendments. Amendment 2101. Clerk will read.
Within existing resources, the Department shall develop a plan to...
Last line.
Approved by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
The good member from the 31st District, Representative Penner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Amendment 2101.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2101 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Penner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to say thank you to the good member from the 11th for working with me on this amendment. This amendment right now directs the Department, DSHS, to develop a plan and report back to this legislature by next year on how they might implement a pilot program within our RHCs, our residential habilitation centers. As you know, Mr. Speaker, of our RHCs, 2 of them already are on the glide path towards closure. But all of the RHCs provide entitlement services to the residents there, including dental services. And so what that means through entitlements, like we discussed before, is that those residents are entitled to the support services such as dental services. And as we have a diminishing caseload at those facilities, we still have the dental facilities, including the dentist chair, the room, and everything else that those residents would require for dentists. However, we also at the same time have a growing caseload of residents in the community that can't access general services, but in particular around this item, dental services is a big barrier for those experiencing disabilities in our community. You may know this, Mr. Speaker, that one of the challenges among the developmental disability community is access to dental care that is really respective of their experience through the world. I can tell you personally, say with my 16-year-old son, he sees a dentist office. It's like he can smell it from 2 blocks over, and he's terrified of it. And it's not through any particular bad situation. It's just a concurrence of behavioral challenges mixed with the environment, mixed with a system of dental care in the community that maybe takes care of the middle 95% of the bell curve. Those on the extremes of the bell curve have a harder time. Those that require extra time, extra facilities, extra room, just a general understanding of how to work with the developmental disability community. It can be very challenging for a lot of people who experience this to find adequate dental care, and that ultimately results in behavioral health challenges that often go misdiagnosed or unseen. And so this amendment in particular says, while we have these facilities here, we would like DSHS to lay out what a plan would look like for provision of a pilot in these RHCs while they still exist, to provide some dental care services for those in the community that might need it. So it doesn't ask them to expand upon facilities or capital. It just asks DSHS to report back to this legislature what a plan would look like if they were to implement such a pilot program. Urge a yes.
Further remarks. The member from the 11th District, Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Speaker Timmons. Also urging support of this amendment. I would first like to thank the good gentleman from the 31st for his great idea that he brought forward to our committee earlier this session. I then asked him to think more about the idea, see if we could even expand upon it. Then we got some testimony, feedback that said, let's actually just first look at the plan, see how we can make this work. Back in the fall when I was on a tour of Lakeland Village, we got to see their dental facility. It was used quite a bit, but there were definitely some times where it was available for others to maybe take advantage of that. So hoping that we can get some good collaboration with the Department of DSHS and come back next year with a plan on how to actually implement. Urging support.
Further remarks. The member from the 35th District, Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please excuse Representative Dent.
The member is excused. Further remarks. Seeing none, all those in favor of the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2101. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The amendment is adopted. There are additional amendments. Thank you. Amendment 2104. Clerk will read.
On page 156, line 18, increase the general fund state appropriation.
Last line.
Office of Financial Management and the Office of the Governor.
The good member from the 26th District, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of amendment, I think you said 2104?
That's correct. It's been moved and seconded that Amendment 2104 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have heard from several members that they are frustrated with some of the changes that were in the One Big Beautiful Bill on a federal level, okay? Because it has a work requirement. And I will tell you, I'm also a little frustrated too with some of it. And one of the components of that is requiring certain populations to have a work requirement that, in my opinion, that may be a little bit more challenging. There was a number of groups that were involved with that are in this amendment. One are homeless individuals, veterans, former foster youth, and individuals that are, between the ages of 55 and I believe 63. And so this amendment would restore food stamp or SNAP benefits to those folks in the event that they cannot meet those work requirements. And I want to talk specifically about former foster youth, because they, in my opinion, and maybe it's because I was in foster care myself, and I had a family of 7 children. I was one of 7. When I turned 18, I had 3 jobs. I mean, I was like, I'm getting out of poverty. I know I do not want to live my life this way. And I would always get frustrated with my siblings because they didn't have the drive. They didn't have, in my opinion, that they weren't working the 3 jobs. And I couldn't understand that. And I will tell you that if you took this bill, they likely would not have qualified for food stamps. And over the years, I have reflected, and I've learned that my siblings are actually more like the typical foster kids. where they're so broken from all of the trauma that they've suffered over their lives. And quite honestly, we have a very broken foster care system here. And so if you look at age 19, do you know what the employment rate is for former foster youth at age 19? It's like at 39% in Washington State. So that means that 61% of those former foster youth are likely not going to be able to get SNAP benefits. And this amendment would say, in the event that they can't, we are willing to come up to the plate and take care of these special groups of folks. And to me, especially the former foster youth, because I get it. I mean, I was completely broken myself when I was 19. And if you look over the years, and I know in the amendment, I already can feel what's going to be said, and that is, oh my gosh, we're going to cut our the funding for management in our executive branches by 12%, because that's basically what we did with this amendment, so that it was revenue neutral in hopes that you would accept it. However, if you look over the last couple of years, I'm sorry, but we got the governor and the attorney general's office. They got a 5% pay increase in last year, and I believe it was a 4% increase this year. So that's 9%. I think we could come up with a 12% savings. And if not, I'm sure there's other things in our budget that we could change so that we could restore those food stamp benefits for those vulnerable populations. And I urge adoption of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further remarks. The good member from the 22nd District, Representative Parsley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising in urge to say no to this amendment. And like the representative from the 22nd, or 26th, not my district, have pointed out, this is about feeding the hungry, but I feel compelled to point out one more time that it was Congress and the President that put Washingtonians at risk of being hungry. The federal government has abandoned its duty to the families that are at risk of being hungry. It's abandoned its duty to the parents who have to watch their children go hungry. So, yes, you and I should find a way to feed Washingtonians who have been abandoned by their own country. But we should not do that on the backs of state workers, and we should not and cannot do it on the backs of state workers. So I'm urging a no.
Further remarks. The good member from the 26th District, Representative Valdez. And Representative Valdez, you have 5 minutes and 32 seconds remaining.
I'd just like to point out that we restore food stamp benefits to non-immigrant individuals or non-citizens, but yet those foster kids, they were our responsibility and we failed them. Of all the people, we should be taking care of our foster youth, definitely over non-citizens. And I'm sorry, but if we cannot cut our bloated government and we say, oh my gosh, they're so wonderful, they deserve more pay increases at the cost of food for our most vulnerable, is this really what we're doing? I'm sorry.
Further remarks. The good member from the 14th District, Representative Manjarres.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm asking for a yes on this amendment. So this is the food assistance program. And so you're right, the HR 1, it's got a really welfare to work requirement in it that able-bodied persons have to go. It's not even full-time, it's half-time. You got to volunteer, go to school, go to work if you're able-bodied. If you are disabled, if you are a child under 14 or parents under 14, you're not losing your SNAP benefits from the federal level. So we need to pick up the slack for the ones that may fall through, and that's going to be our veterans, the former foster youth under the age of 24, because they do usually have a little bit of issues finding a job between the time they get out of foster care and start their own lives, and the homeless. because there is a work requirement. If you're able to work, you need to work if you want to get SNAP benefits. So this is not a king's ransom that we're asking for. It's $210 million. And how we're going to pay for it so that it is revenue neutral is that these are not union positions we're cutting. These are management positions in the executive branch, 12% of them. And to be quite honest, the people in our districts, people all over this state, believe it's really sort of a cushy job to work for the government, and you get all this stuff. So we're not going to have people out there, our voters, having too much heartburn over that. It's what happens when, in the private sector, when you have to cut jobs, it's usually going to be middle management, and that's how we're going to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you're not going to quibble with me over the actual, the basis of this amendment, that it is for a good purpose, and so I ask you to vote yes.
Further remarks. The member from the 4th District, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to say that I think what the good member from the 26th District, I agree with almost everything that she had to say. And the member from the 22nd District, what I'd like to say is, yeah, H.R. 1.
Representative Schmidt, please address your remarks to the Speaker directly, not other members of the body. Please proceed.
Right, Mr. Speaker. So we've heard testimony on this floor in the last few minutes about what this amendment does. This amendment is going to restore food assistance benefits to people that were left behind because of H.R. 1. So I'm going to, say that there's been some statements that have been said that, H.R. 1 has left hungry people behind. And we've left them in a position where they're going to have to work to be eligible for these benefits. And it could be the foster care, veterans, homeless. But what this bill does is we take money, we're taking money from middle management. We're going to cut only 12% back so that we can actually restore the money that H.R. 1 took away. I think Washington, in this chamber, we say this all the time. Washington, we do better. We do better than the rest of the United States. So pass this amendment so we can do better than the rest of the United States.
Further remarks. Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2104. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to start the roll call machine. The Speaker has started the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Reeves, how do you vote? Representative Morgan, how do you vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. Would the clerk please take the record?
Mr. Speaker, there are 41 yeas, 51 nays, 6 excused.
The amendment is not adopted. There are additional amendments. Amendment 2107. Clerk will read.
On page 168, line 8, increase the general fund state appropriate.
Last line.
Legislature by June 30th, 2027.
The good member from the 12th District, Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please move Amendment 2107 for adoption.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2107 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Child care audits. Not quite the sexy conversation that we've had on some of these and the emotional thing, but allow me to tell you why I think it is an important one, and I think that I would ask that you join me in voting yes for this. Permission just to look at my notes and refer what we're buying for $1 million with this, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
This is going to provide funding to the DSHS Fraud and Accountability to review attendance records, reimbursement amounts in relation to the license capacity. Requires retrospective and prospective audits to providers who have received reimbursements, which are twice that what the child care subsidies rates are, and adjusted for their license capacity. Mr. Speaker, we know when there's money involved and stuff, especially from my law enforcement background, there's always the potential for fraud. Mr. Speaker, I also know that in Washington State, you've heard other members on this floor tonight talk about we strive as Washington legislators to do it better than anywhere else in the nation, or at least find other states out there that are doing it well, and let's model after that and do it as well. So, $770 million, Mr. Speaker. Sounds like a lot. It is, especially when we're trying to balance a budget and try to move forward into the years to come that will work for the citizens of this state, not just today, but tomorrow and into the future. Mr. Speaker, $1 million out of $770 million is 0.13%. Let me put it in perspective on local government, because that's where I come from. Chelan County, with approximate, I think their 2026 budget is around just under $62 million. Every year, they go through the audit process. I've sat there, talked about the reviews, looking at findings, usually minor. But the whole point of any audit and review is to find things that you're not aware of. It's not to point out, is there fraud and is somebody at fault necessarily, but as the state and as legislators, we want the process to be right, especially if there was to be, and we're seeing around the nation, potential fraud. I'm not the investigator, but I do know this. We wouldn't want that to happen, because if that did happen and they were overcharging twice or more, Mr. Speaker, that means that children and families are being cut out of available potential child care. We're talking about deserts all around our not just the state, but the country, and how that impacts the economic status of Washington State. It makes it more expensive. And we're talking about increasing everything, cost. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, my children are past that. But I'm looking at them and their friends and their peers, young families coming up. What do? This isn't really an overreach, Mr. Speaker. This should be the minimum mandatory. Mr. Speaker, there's all kinds of programs that we do at a local government, again, to form accountability. And I'll give you another example. In law enforcement world, you do a loan executive management assistant program. You're looking for model policy and the things that work the best for the state to make sure that everything is up, from civil departments to records to evidence, how you store your cash, how you store the drugs. You can't intermingle them. How is that done for civil forfeiture and different things? It's always about how are we doing it today? How did it happen last year? And how do we do it better in the future? Mr. Speaker, we're doing an injustice if we don't take this amendment and invest 0.13%, which is the state average, from what I can tell, on what is done on a state mandate to our local municipalities and our county governments. But where's the oversight for the state? We see it over and over. DOJ comes in and takes over when there's a problem with Seattle PD and places like that. Whether or not it's justified, Mr. Speaker, is not up to me, other than I know this: if you're doing it right, then you have nothing to hide. If you're doing it wrong and you don't know about it, we certainly want to know about it at a cost of 0.13%, that certainly if we did uncover fraud, I would think that somebody would want to take credit for that, not just in this body, but the governor himself and anybody else investigating that. Because I think the savings would be way more than that 0.13%, Mr. Speaker. Please support me in this and vote yes.
Further remarks, the good member from the 29th District, Representative Mena.
Thank you, Speaker Timmons. The Office of Fraud and Accountability is already doing oversight work very effectively, and it is adequately funded in the underlying budget to continue doing so. Overpayments have declined since 2018, and OFA provides legislative reports to us every year. The last report actually led to an arrest. So in short, the accountability mechanisms that we have in place are working. I have heard many times on this floor, Mr. Speaker, that we need to work within our means, and I don't think that we should create bloat in this office for philosophical and political reasons when we can invest those dollars in children and education, which I've also heard is important on this floor. Please vote no.
Further remarks, the good member from the 7th District, Representative Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rising in strong support for this common sense trust building amendment. Let me take a step back here, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does is it provides appropriate resources for the Office of Fraud and Accountability to investigate situations where child care providers have been receiving more than twice, let me repeat that, more than twice the amount of funding they would receive on a regular basis if all the slots were filled at the maximum rate with all of the available enhancements. Now, I have heard that the current enforcement mechanisms are working just fine, and yet according to the state's own numbers, what we have are child care providers receiving well more than 2 times that amount, but in fact as much as 3, 4, or 5 times that amount, Mr. Speaker. This is not statistically improbable, but in fact it appears to be statistically impossible, Mr. Speaker. Now, 2 things about this. I believe you and I share a desire to be wise stewards of the public's dollars. I believe that you and I share a desire to build the public's trust and confidence in what we're doing. Let's you and I give this office the appropriate resources it needs to ensure that fraud, if it's occurring, is caught and the transgressors are punished. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further remarks, the good member from the 19th District, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good amendment. Please vote yes. I will try not to impugn anyone's motives in my comments. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem in this state with fraudulent payments being made by state agencies to child care, daycare centers, particularly in isolated places around the state. Mr. Speaker, when we first brought a light on some of these fraudulent payments, we were immediately asked, well, have you contacted the DSHS Office of Fraud and Accountability? You should do that before you talk to anyone or before you make a public statement about these things. And we did, some of us did. But, Mr. Speaker, can I read you from the state auditor's comment on this matter from a few weeks ago in the Seattle Times?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's start with the facts. The Washington State Auditor audits federal child care funding in our state every year. In the past 4 years, we have not been able to audit it because of the state's lack of record keeping. That's what the current state auditor told the paper when asked about these allegations of phony payments being made to either non-existent or semi-closed child care centers. Mr. Speaker, this is a real problem, and we need to create the tools of oversight and expand them if necessary to truly hold any party to a fraudulent transaction, a fraudulent payment accountable. Now, we can say that everything's sunny and ducky and it's working fine and we're getting all the reports we need, but the state auditor plainly said that the state has not been doing the relevant record keeping in order for her even to audit the payments. Now, Mr. Speaker, there have been different estimates of the size of these fraudulent payments. Some have estimated it maybe some $4 or $5 million. Some have estimated much larger. And we don't know, Mr. Speaker, because we literally aren't keeping the records to even check. So if we are going to use this Office of Accountability as the mechanism, as the tool for overseeing the potentially large issue of fraudulent payments to child care and daycare centers, if in fact, Mr. Speaker, that's not the fox guarding the hen house, if that's the right way to go, then we need to make absolutely sure that that tool is well kept, well funded, well worked, so that it can dig into 4 years of no record keeping with either forensic accounting or other investigative tools it might use, and try to figure out what's going on here. This is a major problem, Mr. Speaker. Not only is it a major problem to the overall fiscal well-being of the relevant state agencies to this matter, and that is primarily DSHS, the Department of Social and Health Services, and DCYF, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. Not only is it relevant to their fiscal well-being, it is critically important to the trust that Washington taxpayers have that their money is being well and responsibly and trackably and accountably spent. So let's equip this agency, this office within the agency, with enough resources to make sure that the money paid into our system by the working people of this state is not being spent fraudulently, is being spent responsibly, is in fact resulting in child care for children, and not some sort of racket used to move money into politically connected organizations. There's a great concern of this here, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment, by funding that office better, a little more, I believe will address the legitimate concerns that Washington taxpayers have of what the state government is doing with their money. It's an important issue, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment is appropriate to the moment. Please vote yes.
Further remarks. The good member from the 5th District, Representative Couture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rising in support of the amendment. I think it's critical that whenever there's even a thought or an allegation of fraud, that me and you take that extremely seriously. This is taxpayer money that we're talking about here, and it could be tons and tons and tons of money. It could be tens of hundreds of millions of dollars potentially. You remember, Mr. Speaker, the pandemic where a Nigerian prince scam ripped us off for hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And later, we talked earlier in the session about the Community Reinvestment Program, and I warned you, Mr. Speaker, that if we were going to tackle and put sideboards around a program like that, then it's incumbent upon us to tackle misuse of taxpayer funds everywhere in state government, or else it could be construed that we were only concerned about attacking the accountability of one group of people, and that would be wrong. Mr. Speaker, no one, including the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, can explain some of the concerning things we've seen over the course of this session in some of our home-based daycare systems, seemingly pocketed around one area in our state, in King County. How is it, Mr. Speaker, that a home-based daycare in Washington state can gross over $1 million in a year? I'm a small business owner, Mr. Speaker, with 6 employees, and I don't gross $1 million in a year. Many small businesses don't gross $1 million a year. They have to pay a lot in B&O taxes. But you know what? It's hard for me to believe that a home-based daycare is going to get $1 million in subsidies, and not one, Mr. Speaker, but multiple.
And over the course of 5 months' time, as public records show us, some of them making $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 in subsidy payments alone. And even if you added up their fully enrolled status, as the good member from the 7th pointed out, and you understood that even if they were all infants, which would be the highest amount of subsidies possible, around $2,300 a month, that some of these Washington Leering centers are getting tens of thousands of dollars a month more than they could even reasonably receive in subsidies. And when the state auditor's office went to go look and said, oh, we're going to go audit a sample of 40 different daycares in Washington state, and they only had like less than 10 respond, they don't even have to respond to the state auditor's office. And that's why it's important that we investigate fraud in our state. Because, Mr. Speaker, where there's smoke, oftentimes there's fire. And anytime me and you and the legislature decide not to take fraud seriously, not to make sure we're funding, like this amendment does, our fraud accountability, it just makes it look like we're covering it up.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2107. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to start the roll call machine. The Speaker has started the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Reeves, how do you vote? Representative Stearns, how do you vote? Representative Schmick, how do you vote? Representative Nance, how do you vote? Representative Stearns, would you like to vote orally? Please proceed.
I'll vote no.
Representative Schmick, would you like to vote orally?
Yes, I vote aye.
Does any member wish to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. Will the clerk please take the record?
Mr. Speaker, there are 41 yeas, 51 nays, 6 excused.
The amendment is not adopted.
Amendment 2089, clerk will read.
On page 245, line
Last
10,
line.
internal references accordingly.
The good member from the 2nd District, Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will you please move Amendment 2089 for adoption?
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2089 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would fund a Thurston County Regional Basic Law Enforcement Academy. As a mouthful. So this is a little different than the amendment that I ran in appropriations. This one is not going to have a direct impact to the current budget. In just last session, House Bill 2015 passed, which had $100 million of law enforcement grant money tied to it. To date, not 1 cent of that account has been spent. Now, in Lacey, this facility was built off the local taxpayers with the assumptions that some of these funds would be able to be accessed by them to help directly affect the law enforcement crisis that we have across the state, as in not enough officers. The fewest number of officers per capita in all 50 states and in Washington, D.C. This facility is currently ready. They could start 2 classes this year. The only thing that this academy is missing is operating funds. What this would do is take the supplemental criminal justice account created by House Bill 2015 from last session, and this would move some of the funds out of that into the general fund so that we would be able to fund these classes right now. So I would urge your support in adopting this amendment so that we can address some of the public safety needs in our state and get some more officers and help really this entire region of the South Sound.
Further remarks? The good member from the 47th, Representative Entenmann.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like us to vote no on this amendment. We voted yes for House Bill 2015. The bill was to spend $100 million on law enforcement, non-police response, funding officers, helping to retain officers who are already in law enforcement. The Criminal Justice Training Center has admitted that there was a bit of a delay because they were trying to set up a scoring mechanism to see where cities and police departments and counties could qualify using the metrics that we had put in the bill. So it did take longer than they expected. But I do believe that we will be able to fulfill our obligation to 2025. And I have made a commitment to thinking about and working with communities if we still have a problem after 1 year of implementation of the bill. I would ask that you not take any funds from the work that we have done to improve public safety in Washington State and vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks, the good member from the 35th, Representative Couture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising in support of this good amendment. Like the gentleman from the 2nd said, not a single dime of the $100 million has been used to hire one single police officer in our state. We are 51 out of 50 across all of the nation per capita police, and we are still 51 out of 50 per capita police, and actually dropping in the wrong direction. And I appreciate the words from the good member of the 47th. I think the intention behind House Bill 2015 was mostly noble. We wanted to give $100 million to help start beginning to solve the crisis that we have of lack of law enforcement on our streets. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, House Bill 2015 was built in such a way that it is too extremely administratively burdensome and difficult for any locality to qualify, to even access the money, and that's why no one has accessed it. And the BLEA, the Basic Law Enforcement Academy in Lacey, that this amendment tries to use some of that $100 million to fund is for the exact intent and purposes of House Bill 2015. House Bill 2015 said, let's spend $100 million, get more cops on the streets. And because we have a center that is so far away from some of our counties and some of our cities in the state of Washington, some of these basic training academies help get new recruits because it's closer to home, including here in Thurston County and Lacey. They've already used their own money to build the center. All they want is some assistance from House Bill 2015 and the $100 million that is just laying there, burning a hole in our pocket in the budget, doing absolutely nothing for public safety in our communities right now, to access just $5 million out of the $100 million so that we can have the classes to train more police officers and have more public safety in our communities. That's all this is. And Madam Speaker, if the goal of House Bill 2015 was to get more law enforcement, then the House bill has failed. And so now we need to make some appropriations to try to find ways to do that. The only thing about this amendment that is unfortunate is that more communities across Washington can use centers like this, or more training academies, or more tools, more body cameras, more training for their law enforcement officers so that we have good policing in Washington. But it seems to me, Madam Speaker, that the theory of House Bill 2015 was such that the actual outcome of House Bill 2015 and its design was made sure that we had a pie crust promise of $100 million that will be so locked up as to actually have the intent of never hiring a single police officer in our state. And even if they could access the funds, the $100 million in House Bill 2015, most localities in Washington state couldn't even hire one police officer with it. That's how bad the situation is here in Washington. And I'm proud to back the blue, and I'm proud to support our law enforcement and our first responders in this state. And they need backup. And I feel like that's me and you's responsibility, Madam Speaker, to give them that backup so that when our law enforcement go on dangerous calls where their lives are put on the line, that they have the tools and the training and the backup to be able to respond to those things so that they don't feel the need to put their lives on the line, but they do. They wrote a blank check in service to our state and our country and our community. And they're always, at any given point, willing to cash that check. I don't want to see those checks cashed, Madam Speaker. We need to stand up for our law enforcement, help them out, get more boots on the ground, and start solving crimes. Thank you.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question for the House is adoption of Amendment 2089. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to open the roll call machine. The Speaker has opened the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Manjares, how do you vote? Representative Steele, Representative Valdez, Representative Stearns, Representative Stearns, would you like to vote orally?
I would. I'll vote no.
Representative Stearns votes no. Would any member like to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. The clerk will take the record.
Madam Speaker, there are 41 yeas, 51 nays, 6 excused.
The amendment is not adopted. There are further amendments. Amendment 2099. Clerk will read.
On page 260, after line 15.
Last line.
Insert counsel as provided in law.
The good member from the 4th District, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move Amendment 2099.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2099 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Schmidt.
Yes, this amendment is really a combination of things that I've been working on prior to my legislative career. So in my professional life prior to running for office, I worked with apprenticeship and worked in the construction industry. I've had firsthand knowledge of how difficult it is to get an apprenticeship program approved. There's a system, there's a process in the state of Washington, and there's a lot of barriers that are throughout that process. So I've ran several pieces of legislation. They haven't made it further. They haven't made it to the floor, but I've ran those pieces of legislation. But I've also been asked by stakeholders, please work with L&I. Please work with the Apprenticeship and Training Council and see if we can come to some kind of, some place where we feel like we're moving in the right direction. So I've been doing that. I've been attending there's WAC and RCW subcommittee. I've worked with the apprenticeship program at L&I. I've been working really closely with them. And we have a new director of the apprenticeship program that has really listened to what I was saying and really listened to the barriers and issues that sponsors are having. Right now, there's in the state of Washington, it can, and does in several occasions, take 2 to 5 years to get an apprenticeship program approved, and $200,000 to $500,000 in legal fees to get an apprenticeship program approved. So I finally have worked with the with L&I and stakeholders, and we've gotten to a place where we're going to look at that process now and actually create a checklist and an outline so that when an employer or an employer group wants to approve an apprenticeship program to start a new one in the state of Washington, then they will actually have a written pathway to get there. Part of the problem with that pathway is there's an objection process. That objection process allows a competitor that already has an approved program to object to a new program. So they can say, we object to your new program because of this. Well, what doesn't happen right now is that when they object to that program, they don't have to cite the WAC, they don't have to cite the RCW, they don't have to cite the rule, they can just say, we don't like this because. And what happens because of that, it creates a long period of time in order to get a program allowed. This is something I'm super passionate about. I think that Washington State has the best opportunity for apprenticeship programs. We had a bill that was passed in the Senate 5 years ago, 5600, that addresses expanding apprenticeship into all kinds of different industries, into veterinarian, into medical, dental. There's all kinds of expansion. And so I really felt like this was the time when we're trying to expand and go into different industries that we really fix some of these problems that the system has in getting a program approved. So what this amendment does is basically it says that L&I is doing good work. I appreciate that good work. I recognize that good work, and I would like to provide in this amendment funding to continue that good work. This funding, it's $100,000, and it's being paid for out of the L&I Trust Fund. So there's two accounts. Doesn't matter. I don't need to tell you, but there's two accounts. It's paid for out of that trust fund. So it doesn't hit the budget. It's not affecting the general fund. It's just money that we use out of the trust fund so that we can actually move forward and correct these problems so that we can get more apprenticeship programs approved in the state of Washington. Everybody loves to hear about apprenticeship programs because you can earn while you learn. The problem is we don't have enough programs, we don't have enough capacity, and it's our own administrative rules that cause the delay. So I'm asking for a yes on this amendment. It's something that I'm very passionate about, something that I've been working on for years, like I said, prior to coming to the legislature, and I'd really like to see this pass. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further remarks, the good member from the 36th District, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first want to thank the gentlewoman for her incredible work on our apprenticeship programs here in the state of Washington, and especially her work on streamlining how we certify apprenticeship programs here. But today I have to respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. The first part of this amendment is something that I really support, which is providing L&I with more resources to develop educational materials and training for sponsors of apprenticeship programs. I think that makes a lot of sense. The second part of the amendment is actually quite huge policy implications that really can't be defined, I think, well in a budget proviso, nor without consultation with Apprenticeship Council. I'd really like to dig into that a little bit more with the Apprenticeship Council, with our open shop employers, with our union employers, with members of the legislature, and make sure we get it right. And I'm committed to doing that. But for today, I'm going to ask for a no on the amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks, the good member from the 4th District, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comments. I appreciate the reason behind that. I think that we can move forward with this amendment at this time. But if we don't move forward with it, I am absolutely dedicated to moving forward with looking at this next session and trying to work out some of the problems with this system and the process. Thank you.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question for the House is adoption of Amendment 2099. Will all of those in favor please say aye? Will all those opposed please say no? No! The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Amendment 2098. Clerk will read.
On page 315, line 13.
Last line.
Internal references accordingly.
The good member from the 4th District, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate. I'd like to move Amendment 2098.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2098 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Schmidt.
Yeah, this is just a simple little amendment. Last year, we passed a legislation to increase the Warren Act. It adjusted the Warren Act in the state of Washington. So rather than 100 employees, that's federally, we have to provide written notice and also I don't want to say emergency services, but services from ESD, Employment Security Department, to make sure that people know how to file the claims and that they're ready to file those claims when they have a mass layoff. So we passed that last year. There was a couple of little things that were wrong, or maybe not quite right, that we needed to tweak in that particular piece of legislation. We were able to move some things as it was going through this last session, but this is something that was missed. And so what this amendment does is basically it allows ESD, the Employment Security Department, the ability to evaluate whether or not they should follow the notification process when they're dealing with seasonal workers. So I'm asking for a yes for this. It's a simple fix. ESD is saying this will save them money and staff time, and I'm asking for a yes. Thank you.
Further remarks, the good member for the 36th, Representative Berry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment. And the main reason is because that not all seasonal work is temporary work. So think about a seasonal swim or ski instructor or holiday retail worker. You may not know this about me, Madam Speaker, but I was a junior lifeguard for several summers in my teen years and look forward to returning to that work every summer. We understood, and I understood, that it's a seasonal job and it only lasts a few months, but we also know that I might have the opportunity to take that job back up when the season presented itself again in the future. The WARN Act requires employers to notify their employees if they are undergoing mass layoffs or if the business is closing, which I think is really important here. Because if the business is closing, it makes sense for an employer to send notice to workers to let them know that that job might not be there for them in the next season. I really appreciate that seasonal work is different from year-round work and want to work with the gentlewoman on a solution considering all these different ramifications. I very much understand the point of this amendment. I think it makes a lot of sense, but I think we need a little bit more time to think through the ramifications of it. And so today I would respectfully ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question for the House is adoption of Amendment 2098. Will all of those in favor please say aye? Will all of those opposed please say no? No! The amendment is not adopted. Amendment 2088. With consent of the House, the amendment is withdrawn. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Amendment 2097. Clerk will read.
On page 326, after
last
line 13,
line,
insert pediatric interim care center.
The good member from the 33rd, Representative Gregerson.
Thank you, Speaker Simmons. I hope you'll join me today in supporting this amendment.
Would you like to move adoption?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move 2097.
It has been Moved and seconded that Amendment 2097 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Gregerson.
Thank you. I appreciate that long day. First of all, I really want to start off by thanking the good gentleman in the 31st. I'd like to thank the good gentle ladies in the 5th and the 47th for the language in this amendment. A lot of dialogue has happened. I think it's important to remember that we all care about our most vulnerable young people who are having a rough start. But we also believe that it's important to keep our families together and supporting the parents when necessary. And also for the businesses or the nonprofits that are trying to contract with our agencies, that we have an appropriate framework for that. So this amendment is really asking for that to happen, a contract to happen so that parents who want to board and room, eat, sleep, and console with their youngest baby are able to do that. And I think the other portion that's very, very important, and you'll probably hear it too from the good gentleman at 31st, is we want to hear back how it's going. So we're asking for a report in December so that we can get back together, talk as a caucus, both sides of the aisle, to find out what's going on and come back to you next year. Please support this amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks, the good member from the 31st, Representative Penner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also urging support of this amendment and thanking the good member from the 33rd for working with me and others on this particular item. This is an important amendment. Let's just say a pediatric interim care center provides care for infants born addicted to the very drugs that we were talking about earlier today. There is such a center just up the road in Kent that provided such services for 3,500 infants over the last 35 years, and there's probably been some challenges between them and one of our state agencies. We'll just put it that way. I think this is a situation where perfection is the enemy of the good. And while models of care may differ across this state and across the United States, requiring one agency or one group, let me rephrase this. Let's just put it this way. No level of care is the worst situation we can get to. And requiring DCYF and APIC to work together on a plan to move forward, I think is the right thing that we can do at this time. The good lady at the 33rd brought up a great point that this bill, I think, communicates what I believe would be yours and my expectation to both the department and any particular contracting agency to report back to the legislature on how well a contract is working out, or whether or not that has been worked out, and whether or not placements of children born addicted to fentanyl, opioids, or other drugs are going forward. And so I look forward to hearing that report back to the legislature by the end of this year. Urge support of this amendment.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2097. Will all of those in favor please say aye? Aye. All of those opposed please say no. The amendment is adopted. Further amendments, Amendment 2110. Clerk will read.
On page 383, line 9.
Last line.
Internal references accordingly.
The good member from the 8th District, Representative Connors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 2110.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2110 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Connors.
You won't be surprised by this amendment, Madam Speaker, because I've tried this every year since I first ran what was called the CAR bill, which was the Carbon Auction Rebate Bill. And so this amendment is very similar to that. It directs the Department of Licensing to issue a rebate to drivers in Washington State from the Climate Commitment Act. Madam Speaker, I know that you know a lot about the Climate Commitment Act that passed here in the state of Washington, and we all know the governor's quote at that time, it was going to cost drivers in the state of Washington just pennies to have the Climate Commitment Act in Washington State. But Madam Speaker, it's cost a lot more than just a couple of pennies. It is, right now they're saying it's 62 cents a gallon that the Climate Commitment Act has added on to drivers of Washington State. The Climate Commitment Act has become a giant piggy bank for the state of Washington. $4.2 billion it has collected on the backs of Washington residents and Washington businesses. The least we can do is send some of that money, just a small fraction of that money, back to the people of the state of Washington. Madam Speaker, today in Washington State, the cost of gas is, the cost of gas in Washington State today is $4.36 a gallon. The average price in the United States is $2.98 a gallon. That's $1.38 more in Washington than in most places in the United States. I did a little bit of quick math on that, Madam Speaker. And if you had a 15-gallon tank and you filled up your tank once a week, that would be an extra $20.70 for that family a week for just one car, not two. For a month, it would be $82, and for a year, for one car, that's an extra $993 on just that average for Washington drivers. That includes, the climate commitment money. So if you just took out the 62 cents a gallon for the Climate Commitment Act, it's still costing our drivers in the state of Washington another $483 a year just to fill up their 15-gallon tank. Just a couple of days ago in the Arizona State House, they also recognize that gas is expensive, and they're doing a gas tax holiday during the summer months, giving 18 cents a gallon off the gas to their residents. Madam Speaker, this is a very, very, very small amount that we're trying to get back to the drivers of the state of Washington to say, hey, we see you, we hear you. We know that gas is too expensive in Washington. We know that the Climate Commitment Act added a ton of money to your gas prices, and we want to help you. Please vote yes.
Further remarks, the good member from the 22nd, Representative Dolio.
Thank you, Speaker Simmons. It's nice to see you there tonight. Thank you for presiding. Rising to respectfully ask for a no on this amendment. In 2024, the voters of Washington unanimously and in a majority of counties east and west of the mountains supported the Climate Commitment Act. It's voter approved. And we know that the Climate Commitment Act that voters have approved is working towards reducing our state's emission, cleaning our air, our water, and environment. Sweeping that account to pay for a gas rebate is exactly the opposite of the intention of the voters and the intention of the CCA, and it's exactly what the voters told us they didn't want. They want us to invest in cleaning our air, our water, and our environment. And we need solutions that permanently reduce people's reliance on fossil fuels, whether it's weatherization or insulation to lower your utility costs, whether it's changing out your HVAC system to a more efficient system, whether it's a program that was offered by the Climate Commitment Act to get people out of fossil fuel cars and into electric vehicles. Low-income people had access to that for $50 a month. Investments in public transit. Right here in Thurston County, our system is free. You can get on that bus. You don't have to pay a dime of that of gas dollars, a dime of your money to gas dollars. Those are the kinds of investment that permanently help people reduce their costs around gas and utilities, and that's what we should be using the Climate Commitment Act dollars to do. Respectfully asking for a no.
Further remarks, the good member from the 2nd District, Representative Barkis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, where do I start? So I appreciate the gentlelady from the 22nd's comments, but I have to kind of go back on a few things, Madam Speaker. First of all, join me in voting yes on this. This is a great amendment. Giving a little bit back to the people of Washington State that, as you heard previously, are paying so much at the pump. And, Madam Speaker, the people I talk to, well, they're not quite feeling the same way. That this money is really going towards saving our planet and reducing emissions and all the things the gentlelady talked about. Matter of fact, we just had some data not too long ago that actually showed us that some of that information was a little bit off by, 80%, somewhere around there. Madam Speaker, the good gentlelady referenced voter approved and unanimous, and that the people of Washington State. Madam Speaker, I'd have to disagree with the remarks about unanimous. I don't feel it was unanimous at all. Madam Speaker, I feel it was actually a pretty slim margin. But I do remember, Madam Speaker, distinctly that during that campaign, when the people were trying to find out if they were going to repeal this, the campaign to not repeal it was very, very calculated in the manner in which it stated that the money would go to roads and infrastructure. And if you took that money away, boy, all these roads and infrastructure would not benefit. Well, Madam Speaker, as we've heard time and time again, money doesn't go to that. I know that very well. I write that other budget. Madam Speaker, it's kind of funny that tonight, in all these amendments that we've been talking about, and when we talk about how this budget is crafted, the CCA dollars are being used all over the place in non-climate related manners. Pulled over here, swept over here, backfilling here. So, Madam Speaker, I just think the argument is really good for you and I on this amendment, that you could take those dollars and give it back to the people. And you know what, Madam Speaker? Then they might actually be a little more in support of this if they actually saw what it was doing. Madam Speaker, we have the highest gas tax. We have the highest cost of gas in the country. And I know all too well, precious revenue, I need that money for all the things that we do on infrastructure and all the things that we mentioned many, many hours ago. And boy, Madam Speaker, wouldn't I love to have access to that CCA money for more usage, while also doing the things that the gentlelady talked about. Doing actual carbon reduction. We've had amendments on that. We've had discussions about that. Providing the dollars that are necessary for transit and all the things that are very important. But Madam Speaker, this is a big bucket of money. And while we've seen it spread all over this budget, I think taking a portion of that and giving it back to the people is not a bad idea. Vote yes.
Further remarks. The good member for the 9th District, Representative Dye.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please join me in doing the right thing and voting yes for this wonderful amendment. And here's why. I represent a district that has 120 miles of border with us in Idaho. It affects every single city from Spokane clear to Anatone on that border. And what happens is, let me give you an example. Pullman recently did a phenomenal downtown rehabilitation project. It's beautiful. And they're revitalizing their main street. They've planted new trees. They've fixed their sidewalks. They've got great parking. But the Climate Commitment Act creates a disincentive to get your gasoline in Pullman. So you run over to the Nom Nom in Moscow, 6 or 7 miles away. While you're there, you pick up your groceries at Winco, because they're substantially less expensive in Idaho than they are at the new Rosauers. You see, what happens is we do all this work to really rebuild and to make our communities vibrant, new, fresh, with great programs through commerce and everything. And we're thinking, okay, we're making great progress. But then the Pullman Building Supply closes its doors. And we can't maintain the private business, the wonderful businesses that would have been, but for the fact that we've created a market, an economic development program for Idaho, quite frankly. Same thing with it that's happening in Clarkston over to Lewiston. It's just a lickety split across the bridge. You save $1 a gallon. Just pop across the bridge, there you are. So Clarkston's struggling. They're struggling. And they shouldn't be. Same way with Spokane Valley. Really super easy. Just pop over to Coeur d'Alene. Have a nice dinner out on the lake. It's pretty nice. The Walmart there is less expensive. We have created an economy-wide tariff on energy. It's a tariff on gas. And it's a tariff on your grocery bill. And it's a tariff on your utility bill. And we wonder why we're struggling to get ahead in Washington State. Well, we tariffed our own state. That's what we did. And so states like Idaho and Oregon do a lot better. because they're getting the customers from Walla Walla. They're getting the customers from Vancouver. You must understand that you can't unilaterally disengage from the energy economy that creates economic growth, and expect to keep your state vibrant and growing and happy, to keep your citizens successful in their little family budget, let alone our big fat budget that isn't working for us and we can't figure out why. Why? Because you've strangled the very thing that gives people a chance to succeed economically in this state. And you're seeing industry-wide contraction, and the industries that are most affecting, I would say the canary in the coal mine, per se, is agriculture. Because it takes a lot of energy to produce your food, to process your food, to provide it to the grocery stores here in this state and across the world. And we're just not competitive anymore. We can't compete with other places. And only Washington State has seen such a substantial contraction since the initiation of the Climate Commitment Act. Only Washington State. Every other state in the union had net farm incomes that were positive. Not our state. Our state had a significant contraction of $1.2 billion in the first year that the Climate Commitment Act initiated the tariffs on energy. And we're not competitive. And that contraction is rolling across your state budget, Madam Speaker. It's rolling across the state budget, and it's making things not work for any of us. A tariff on energy is a tariff that we cannot absorb over a long period of time and unilaterally disengage from the growth in the economy every place else. We can't remain competitive, Madam Speaker, and you're seeing that contraction. We're the first. You'll see more in the future. Please understand that $100 back to the community will play well, will bode well for the future of this state. It's not too much to ask. It will help our border communities. It will help places like Pullman, who's invested a tremendous amount of effort into making their community new, fresh, and vibrant. It'll help Spokane Valley. It will help Clarkston. It will help Walla Walla. It will help Vancouver. It will help all those communities if you just do this one little thing for right now until we can come back here and we can address the concerns that we have about industry-wide contractions that should not be happening as a result of us tariffing our own energy. So please join me and vote yes for this amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House. Oh, I apologize. The good member from the 31st, Representative Stokesbury.
Yes, good evening, Madam Speaker. Good to see you tonight. I rise in very strong support of this amendment. It is an incredible idea. We hear often on this floor that budgets are about values. Madam Speaker, one of my values is that I don't think the state should virtue signal on the backs of working Washingtonians. Unfortunately, the Climate Commitment Act does not do much more than virtue signal. A recent study came out showing that it is responsible for just 0.0008% of global climate reductions. It does virtually nothing. Recently, the Department of Ecology produced a map showing where CCA funds have been deployed by legislative district. Do you know what the CCA is funding in my district, Madam Speaker? Climate planning positions with city governments and one EV charging station at one apartment. That is not reducing our carbon output. That is employing a few more public employees and giving one apartment complex a few more electric vehicle chargers. That is the definition of virtue signaling, Madam Speaker. But the worst part, it's not just that this body, through the Climate Commitment Act, chose to virtue signal. It chose to do so on the backs of working Washingtonians. And that is something this budget amendment would undo. I don't know about your district, Madam Speaker. It might be somewhat like mine. My district is not particularly wealthy. A lot of my neighbors commute to jobs in Seattle and Bellevue. through an hour of traffic every day. I have neighbors that are teachers in Bellevue, police officers in Redmond, paralegals in downtown Seattle. I am sure they would love to live closer to their working class jobs, but they cannot afford to do so because of the land use decisions by this state. But that is another topic that is not germane to the one at hand. But however, what they are doing is they are forced to spend hours a day in a car commuting to their jobs, away from their families, and putting gas in their cars to do so. They would love to spend less on gas, as the Climate Commitment Act wants them to do, but they can't. They're forced to live far away, and their demand for gasoline is extremely inelastic. So in order to fund the Climate Commitment Act, we have asked my constituents to spend ungodly amounts of money on gasoline. We in Washington State charge on an average of $1 more per gallon for gas than our neighbors next door in Idaho do. Of course, we would love to reduce carbon, but Madam Speaker, my constituents cannot afford to move any closer. They have to consume that amount of gas just to get to their jobs, just to make ends meet, just so they can afford to live in one of the most expensive states in the country, thanks to the actions of this body. This amendment would be one very small step towards doing something to deliver real affordability relief for our constituents who need it most. I heard a minute ago from the gentlewoman from the 22nd District that this Climate Commitment Act was unanimously approved by the voters of Washington. That's not true, and it certainly was not approved by a majority of voters in my district. They are crying out for tax relief. This is one way that we can do it, Madam Speaker. Please vote yes.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2110. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to open the roll call machine. The Speaker has opened the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Levitt, Representative Clicker, Representative Hill, Representative Dewar, Representative Stearns. Representative Stearns, would you like to vote orally?
Put me down as a no.
Would any member like to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. The clerk will take the record.
Madam Speaker, there are 42 yeas, 50 nays, 6 excused.
The amendment is not adopted. There are further amendments. Amendment 2106, clerk will read.
On page 387, line 9, increase the
last line.
Insert the amount provided in this subsection shall lapse.
The good member from the 19th District, Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 2106.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2106 be adopted. Remarks, Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for volunteering to be up there this evening. I don't quite know how to thank you. I want to tell you, as is customary, what this amendment is about and then why I think you should vote for it. This amendment simply funds OSPI to carry out the obligations of an initiative that is going to be heard before the people this November. This initiative bears some very familiar topics about parental rights when it comes to education. Assuming that amendment goes forward, which I have spoken with members on your side of the aisle who have said it's very likely to be accepted by the people of Washington State. If we accept that it will go forward, it's only right and proper that I think that we prepare ourselves by adopting this amendment, which would bring a very small provision of funds to be able to help us prepare, at least OSPI to prepare, for that the implementation of that initiative and what it brings. And that is about parents' rights when it comes to their kids' education. This is a discussion we've had several times on this floor, and I think it won't be the last that we speak about that. When it comes to parents' rights, Madam Speaker, I speak to you as an educator. I taught in middle school, and I learned very quickly about what it really takes to bring about a good quality education. Madam Speaker, it isn't just about the the school and its programs. And it isn't just about teachers that are well-versed and well-educated and well-prepared. It isn't always about having the proper environment in the home. But it is all of those combined which lead to the adequate education outcomes that we're looking for. If we want to see the best outcomes, we have to see skin in the game from everybody. It broke my heart, Madam Speaker, to know that there were kids that were in situations in which the parents didn't care. They never responded to my emails. They never came to parent-teacher conferences. They didn't care if their kid passed, failed, or anything, or if they even showed up to school, and that was heartbreaking. And I don't have exactly a remedy for that before you tonight. But what this does is it helps to reestablish trust. Madam Speaker, one of the things that we found that's difficult in education is being able to bring together the educational institution and the parents on the same page, at the table at the same time, working together for that benefit of the education of their children. Madam Speaker, we have lost trust. Trust has been lost. If you don't believe me, look at the numbers. Look at those who have withdrawn their kids from our education institutions and gone to other places, private schools, homeschool, or left the state entirely. We have lost trust. And what this amendment does, Madam Speaker, is it signals to the public we are willing and wanting to welcome parents to the table and affirm that they are the first proprietors of their kids' welfare and education. The parents come first. Let's assume that it is in the parents' best interest that they want their kids to have a good education. And we're their partners in that, Madam Speaker. We're there to facilitate and help. Now, we know not all parents are that interested. In some cases, there are parents that aren't, and you might be more interested in the welfare of a child and their education than their parents are, and that's very, very sad. We have other ways to work on that and try and get them there. But let's signal to the parents of Washington State that we're their partners in this. We're there to help. We're not there to be adversarial. In a world of so much division and adversarial natures, let's be tonight in a spirit to say to the parents of Washington State, we're your partners and we're here to genuinely help. Madam Speaker, trust has been lost. A community in my district is facing that right now. There is a community in my district where serial sexual assaults happened on a sporting team at a high school. And my inbox was flooded with people saying, what are you going to do about this? What can be done about this? I mean, this just happened. This is just days in the past. I read the police report, Madam Speaker, and I was going to ask permission to read. I'm afraid I can't. It's horrible. There's nothing I can read on that police report, which is lengthy, because this had been going on for months and involved several students with sexual assault by other students. Horrendously graphic. And adults knew about this. People in the school knew about this. And the slow drip of trying to keep it bottled up, it's finally broke. And now a community has been turned upside down. School board meetings gone crazy. Parents taking their kids out of school thinking this is not a safe place I can have my kids. So what can we do, Madam Speaker, when we face situations like this? We can vote yes on this amendment, again, which says we're done being adversarial. It isn't the state versus parents anymore. It isn't the legislature versus parents anymore. We need to work together, Madam Speaker, because as a teacher, I'll tell you, it can't work unless we're all on the same page. Unless we're working together, this is folly. It's not going to work out well. And I've got the data, I've got the little line graphs and bar charts showing we're on a downward trajectory and we need to turn this around. And this is one way we can do it. It won't fix all our problems, but it's gonna start us on the right foot. So please vote yes for this amendment.
Further remarks, the good member from the 37th, Representative Santos.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Asking for your no vote on this amendment because it's unnecessary. Madam Speaker, may I read from the text of the amendment?
Please proceed.
Thank you. The funding that is provided by this amendment is to, quote, codify parental rights in public education, prevent religious discrimination against students and families, ensure timely parental access to classroom materials, student health information, educational records, disciplinary information, and to provide advance notice of sensitive classroom discussions and lessons for the purpose of permitting families to opt out of such instruction. Madam Speaker, RCW 28A 605005 already provides for all of those things. Indeed, Madam Speaker, this section of law is called the Parental Rights Statute. If I may read from the first provision in the Parental Rights Statute.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parental Rights Statute states, the legislature finds that parents are the primary stakeholders in their children's upbringing. Parental involvement is a significant factor in increasing student achievement, and access to student information encourages greater parental involvement. Madam Speaker, this statute in its whole version touches on each of the aspects that I read to you from this amendment. As if that is not enough, Madam Speaker, 28A 642010 very expressly prohibits discrimination, including discrimination based on religion, in any of our schools. And 28A 320-230 lays out the process for parents to be able to level complaints against the school district about curriculum, to raise questions, to be able to review those materials and to resolve those problems. 28A 320-235 actually facilitates the policies and procedures for this review, as well as for the potential removal of instructional material, Madam Speaker, that you as a parent may not wish your child to be exposed to. And finally, among perhaps the most sensitive of materials, as I can attest to, having lived through the debates on this very floor, 28A 300-475, Madam Speaker, deals with sexual health education. It expressly provides for the excusal of students if their parents determine that the material is not the type of material they wish their student to be exposed to. And, Madam Speaker, it provides for an annual notice for parents to be able to access all course materials by grade in the sexual health education curriculum. Madam Speaker, I ask you to vote no, because the provisions that this amendment seeks to fund are already being funded through our education budget, through the Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction. So when we talk about trust loss, Madam Speaker, I do not want to hold out this false idea that we are bringing something new to the table, when in fact, this state is already funding all of those pieces. Madam Speaker, please vote no. It's an unnecessary amendment. Let's make sure that we build the trust with our voters, with our parents, with our public, by not pretending this doesn't already exist.
Further remarks, the good member from the 19th, Representative McIntyre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just very briefly, this amendment is a funding amendment. So all the RCWs, all the references that the good lady mentioned are absolutely true. but they aren't actually being adequately funded. This amendment is a $2 million ask. So in the budget that we have, which is so huge, it is a small amount to be able to put forward to OSPI to prepare them for the acceptance of that initiative to the people, which is very likely to be accepted in this fall. So that, as the initiative is passed, it's going to add new language to our RCWs. While it may be familiar and similar, it's going to actually add to our law through that initiative process, which is going to require implementation and funding. So this $2 million is going to that. So please vote yes.
Further remarks. The good member from the 7th, Representative Engel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that it's appropriate that we appropriate a small amount of money to be prepared, as the people of Washington State will be weighing in on an initiative in November. And, as has been said before, trust is at a low place for a lot of things, education included. I know as I've traveled around my district the past year, talking to parents and teachers and schools, I commonly hear about these concerns of the environment we find ourselves in, with difficulty in passing bonds and often even levies. And parents many of them have pulled their children out of the public school system. And I've met with the superintendent of the Colville School, and he told me he thinks that only about half of the kids who live in the Colville School District actually go to the public school, and the rest of them are being homeschooled or private school. I don't know if it's that high. It was surprising to me. But, and he was concerned about some of these different policies perhaps making it worse. And I believe we need to do what we can to build trust. And regardless of what you and I think of this initiative, it's up to the people to decide. And I believe that appropriating a little money to show the people that should it pass, we're ready to fund it. And if it doesn't pass, we've got a little bit of money we can put back into the next year's budget. I believe that doing so would show good faith and help build trust with the people. I urge its adoption.
Further remarks. The good member from the 19th, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good amendment. Vote yes. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction, OSPI, has had a very troubled relationship with the Washington State Parents' Bill of Rights. When it was first passed into law, the current occupant of the corner office at OSPI gave a series of irresponsible public statements advising people to disregard the law. Now, Madam Speaker, since then, the Parents' Bill of Rights has been modified, gutted, some say. And the initiative that we're discussing, that is kind of the predicate trigger to this money that will be allocated to OSPI, is IL 26001. And what it essentially does is replace in the RCW the sections that were gutted by previous legislation. The reason that this amendment is important, and the $2 million covered by the amendment is important to allocate to OSPI, is because I expect that the occupant of the corner office at that agency will again be truculent and partisan and dragging his heels about implementing IL 26-001 if it does indeed pass and restores elements that were gutted from the Parents' Bill of Rights. Madam Speaker, the Parents' Bill of Rights is fundamentally about communication. It is about instructing schools and school districts and the bureaucratic machinery of our public education system that they cannot withhold essential information about children from those children's parents and custodial guardians. And, Madam Speaker, I think this amendment is important, and the money that would be allocated by this amendment to OSPI is important because we need to make sure that when and if the initiative passes, OSPI does not act in an obstructionist way, does not break trust with parents and families in this state, and implements the language of the initiative as it should do as an executive branch agency of this government. It should implement the public policy as passed, in this case, by the people exercising their retained right to make public policy, to make law. Madam Speaker, I am concerned that without these resources, OSPI and the individual occupying the corner office at that agency will not implement the language of the initiative. Past is prologue, Madam Speaker, and the past of the current individual at OSPI who sets the tone for that agency is troubling indeed. This is about trust, Madam Speaker. It's about reestablishing trust, a good thing. And the money that we're including in this amendment to the budget will help reestablish trust. Vote yes on the amendment.
Further remarks, the good member from the 25th, Representative Keaton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. Studies show that when you have parents and guardians that are engaged in the education of their children, they do much better. After COVID, we had some problems with trust and also a big academic loss. My last year on the school board in 2023, we put a new strategic plan in place to ensure that academics was the first priority for the district. But number two was parental and community engagement, and to try to bring back the trust that had been lost there. I heard from many parents in 2024, very pleased that the Parental Rights Initiative had been put into law. They felt their voices were being heard. As the good gentleman from the 19th just pointed out, OSPI did not follow the law in 2024. They ignored it. In an optimistic approach, this amendment is important because maybe if they have the funds when it gets passed in November, OSPI will then be able to be prepped up and ready to go so they can now follow the law. If we don't do this, all we're going to end up with is another unfunded mandate for schools. Vote yes.
Further remarks, the good member from the 35th, Representative Couture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising in support of the amendment, please vote yes. Please vote yes on this amendment to support the nearly 1 million Washingtonians that signed on the dotted line to respect parents' rights in education in the state of Washington. It's time we reaffirm parents' rightful role in the education and upbringing of their children. Madam Speaker, I don't co-parent with the government, and the state does not own our kids. Vote yes.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the body is adoption of Amendment 2106. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to open the roll call machine. The Speaker has opened the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Nance, how do you vote? Representative Schmick, how do you vote? Representative Stearns, how do you vote? Representative Schmick, would you like to vote orally?
Yes, I vote aye.
Representative Schmidt votes aye. Representative Stearns, would you like to vote orally?
I'll be a no.
Representative Stearns votes no. Would any member like to change your vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. The clerk will take the record.
Madam Speaker, there are 38 yeas, 55 nays, 5 excused.
The amendment is not adopted. Further amendment, Amendment 2108. Clerk will read.
On page 387.
Last line.
Insert the amount provided in this subsection shall lapse.
The good member from the 6th District, Representative Volz.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move Amendment 2108.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2108 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Volz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment, similar to the previous one, provides funding for OSPI in the amount of $2 million to implement the initiative that is reestablishing some clarity and equity in interscholastic sports for our young ladies and girls in Washington State. So it assumes the passage of the initiative and provides enough funding to be able to execute it quickly and respond to the will and the voice of the people as quickly as possible. I don't know about you, but it seems with greater and greater frequency we hear about girls in sports being injured, harmed, or sometimes even sexually, physically assaulted. And to me, that's troubling. And I hear a lot from parents in the district when this initiative came out, and young ladies and girls that are quitting their sports that they love because they don't feel safe, they don't feel comfortable, they don't feel that their views are being looked after. And I hear from many of them from different schools, different districts, that there's kind of a culture from the administration to put pressure on these girls so they just keep their mouth shut. And so they feel intimidated and the sports are no longer worth it to it. So should the initiative pass, and I think all indicators are that it's looking probably pretty good that it will pass, that there's a funding mechanism available where they can quickly get these programs and these rule changes through. One of the challenges might be we don't need the money, we don't know what it's going to cost, but at least it's something, and the money is very specifically earmarked that should it not get passed or et cetera, then the money lapses, the funding lapses. So urge the adoption of the amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks, the good member from the 49th, Representative Stonier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising to ask you to vote down this amendment for a couple of reasons. First, I would just say, I've coached girls cross country for over a decade at the middle school level and track for the entire school. And I can tell you from experience that coaches and schools are well equipped to accommodate the needs of every student athlete. And it's really important to remember that the intention of having programs and clubs and sports in our schools is to give students the opportunity to learn the life lessons that you do when you are challenged, when you succeed, and when you fail. I assume that every athlete who has had to overcome some challenge to be successful has taken that lesson into their lives. I know I have. I know my 2 student athletes who are my children have. I know that my son graduated from college because he had the tenacity and the skill set and the grit that he learned on the soccer field to be successful in school. And I know my daughter learned to challenge her brother on the field as well. It is not my intention to ever exclude any child from the opportunity to learn those life lessons. So I'm choosing to vote this down, and I hope you will too. The second reason is, Madam Speaker, earlier when I was shopping online, I didn't pay for what I was going to buy before I was done selecting what was going to be in my chart, in my online shopping cart. It does not make good sense to me to pay ahead of knowing what the voters of this state are going to choose. When the time comes, if it comes, we will fund any initiative passed by the people, and I will tell you that if this were to pass, not only would I be concerned about students who would be excluded from the opportunity to learn those life lessons on the field or on the track, but I don't think it would cost this much money to accommodate children the way we already know how to do. Please vote no.
Further remarks, the good member from the 25th, Representative Jacobson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we're talking about putting some funding ahead in our budget. We don't have to use it if the initiative doesn't pass, but a prudent person would put in funding to implement this initiative if it does indeed pass. And this is the I-26-638. And I can't give you an opinion on how I'd vote on the initiative, but I can say that if it had come for a hearing or if it had come to this House floor, I would have voted for this initiative. 2/3 to 3/4 of American adults agree with me on that. They're worried about boys and girls' locker rooms. And I don't think, I'm a mama of 5 girls, I don't think that boys belong in girls' locker rooms. End of statement. We had a situation in Puyallup back last December, and it didn't come out into the news until 6 weeks later or so. There was an accusation of an assault, but prior to that, 13 female wrestlers at Emerald Ridge complained about 2 biological boys in their locker room. And they had this natural reticence about having biological boys in their locker room. And the girls' concerns were largely ignored. They were given some educational materials, some worksheets about core gender identity concepts, but they were largely ignored. We've talked about Spider-Man today. I've heard references to Spider-Man. They had a spidey sense that something was wrong with boys being in their locker room, and they were largely ignored. And as often happens when we ignore concerns, and I never want my daughters ignoring their sixth sense about this sort of thing. As often happens when we ignore concerns, it escalated. And there were reports, and this happened in December, but it did not come out until January 30th when the press got a hold of it. There were reports of an assault by a transgender individual who was a biological boy who was wrestling a biological girl. And I permission to read.
Please proceed.
I've got the account here. I didn't know how I would say this in my own words. So this is the account of Callie Keeler, 16-year-old sophomore from Emerald Ridge High School, and she loves to wrestle. And she said, and remember, they had complained about this same problem earlier, but they were ignored. While competing against another student athlete, Callie felt her competitor press firmly against her vagina. Callie is a wrestler. She's tough. She's fierce. She's used to being grabbed and prodded by competitors, but this felt different. It didn't feel normal, and it didn't feel like an accident. It felt like an assault. On the video of the match, Callie can be seen looking frantically at her mother and mouthing, "Her fingers are in my vagina." She still thought she was competing against a biological girl. On the video, Callie allowed herself to be pinned because she just needed to get out of that situation, and she forfeited the match. So that's what happens when we ignore girls, when they tell us something is not right. And there's questions now about whether or not the reporting for this, we have required reporting. We have a lot of rules in place that I'm not sure if we're following or not, but we have required reporting. Mandated reporters, their teachers are mandatory reporters. And this didn't come out until January 30th, 54 days later when it came out in the press. Finally, this is being reported. It's being investigated by the Pierce County Sheriff, and there's even a Title IX investigation by the feds going on. So, Madam Speaker, I would urge that we respect girls, that we respect the will of the voters, and set aside some money, which we won't have to spend if it doesn't pass, and make sure that we're ready to implement this initiative because it's a complicated subject and we're firmly entrenched in so many ways in this area and people's minds are made up, we're going to need some money to implement it when it gets passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Urge adoption. Thanks.
Further remarks, the good member from the 26th, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. $2.7 billion. That's how much funding we get from the federal government. That's 12.4% of our annual education, the amount we spend on K through 12 education, okay? So for a biennium, we're looking at $5.7 billion. That's a significant amount. And I'm just telling you, our state and a lot of other states have been playing chicken with the federal government. And there's 4 states already that have lost. Do I have permission to read? Because I can't remember off the top of my head.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's Maine, Minnesota, California, and then temporarily they took it away from Pennsylvania. So in the event that we adopt this amendment, that would actually fix that. And we wouldn't sit here and possibly come back in for special session. And you know what? I love the people on the floor here. But when we leave, it would be really nice if we didn't have to come back to special session because there was a foreseeable issue that we did not address. And right now, there's also another lawsuit going on. And I have a funny feeling that if we don't fix this, we're going to wind up paying in addition to losing the federal dollars. And so I urge adoption of this amendment. This is very intelligent to look at some of the problems that we could see in the future when, in my opinion, I believe that we will likely lose that funding. And that's a lot of money. And I urge adoption of this amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the good member from the 49th, Representative Stonier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, rising to ask you to vote this amendment down. I think we've all been able to figure out how to come back and resolve some budget issues. If something were to pass, we'll be prepared to do that. The future legislature will be prepared to do that. So I'm not concerned about this. Again, I do not believe it would cost this much money to accommodate children. But I am also not willing to vote yes for an amendment that supports an initiative that presumes that certain students, that children, because of who they are going to commit a crime.
Please state your point.
I don't believe the member's remarks are relevant to the amendment itself.
The amendment is to provide funding for OSPI to implement the initiative. The member was speaking to needing to possibly come back to special session around funding for the initiative. The point is not well taken. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will make an attempt to tighten it up. Just a moment ago, a previous speaker mentioned assault as an argument for passage of this amendment. Assault in all cases is wrong, and our students are protected by the laws we have on the books for that. The point I was making is that I cannot support funding ahead of time for an initiative that presumes that certain students will commit a crime inherently because of who they are. Please vote no.
Further remarks? The good member from the 8th, Representative Connors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just really wanted to go back to the funding point of this amendment. And actually, it assumes the passage of the initiative, but it also is setting up rulemaking for OSPI to work with WIAA. And the reason I think that is so important right now, Madam Speaker, even if the initiative didn't pass, is so important by what's happening in our schools right now. You heard the good member talk about what happened just to the young lady in Puyallup where the school didn't report it for like a month. What happened? OSPI needs to be working, and we need to be creating a funding issue so they know what they're supposed to be doing in these kinds of situations. In the good member from the 15th district, there is a lawsuit happening right now against the state of Washington. May I have permission to read, Madam Speaker?
Please proceed.
The Tri-City Herald reports, it alleges that the Washington state policies, our policies from right here, are allowing transgender athletes to compete in girls' sports, and it's robbing these two young ladies of their right to compete to fair competition. The Prosser High School athlete says that Washington is denying her right to compete in a fair environment and that the state's anti-discrimination laws protecting transgender students should be overturned. Madam Speaker, we're already being sued right now. We need to put rules in place in Washington state about what is happening to our young women who are competing in sports against men. And if we don't do that, and the federal government starts taking away our funding because we are not protecting women, we should be sued. Madam Speaker, this is a very important amendment. It's important to protect our young women in Washington state from being hurt, from not having the ability to compete, and to being kicked off the podium by boys competing against them. Please vote yes.
Further remarks, the good member from the 6th District, Representative Graham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising in support of this amendment today. Madam Speaker, I am positive with this policy that the money that we're talking about, should the policy that we're talking about, if that money were not to be spent where it's intended to be spent, I have zero worries, Madam Speaker, that the legislature would not be able to wouldn't have a problem figuring out where to spend that money. I'm sure that there are all kinds of places that we could spend that money, and I'm sure we would. Moving on from some of the things that I've heard tonight, it keeps coming back to me that we're discussing laws connected to this policy, the money to help implement should the initiative pass, that there are other laws that supersede this. There are God-given, nature-given, and constitutional rights, Madam Speaker, that matter just as much. And it absolutely makes me so sick right now to stand here and believe that we are actually dealing with this issue right now. As a sexual assault survivor, we've heard testimony about that. The other person that's in question lawsuit-wise, I believe came from my district. And if this would be handled, we wouldn't be facing this right now. When did it become okay for males to have all kinds of rules, their rights?
The Speaker will remind you to confine your remarks to the amendment. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, regarding the funding of this policy, We need this in place for if that initiative does pass, which I believe that it's going to. It's wildly popular. That's Democrats, Republicans, independents. I am talking about funding, Madam Speaker. I guess I fail to see how I keep mentioning funding, that's not talking about funding. In the meantime, I am more than glad that my granddaughters, my daughter, will not have to face this living in another state. Vote yes on this amendment.
Further remarks, the good member from the 19th, Representative McIntyre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak on this, but we have to fund this. We must. This issue is not going away. We need to get ahead of this, and we need to be on the right side of it. And I'm confident that this amendment funds the right side of this issue. We talk about 80-20 issues. This is the 80-20 issue. Most people see this as common sense. To the response to the arguments from the good lady from the 49th, this isn't about adjudicating guilt of the biological sex of individuals and saying they're automatically guilty of being sexual harassers. That's not it. You can't look at someone and say, well, they have XY chromosomes, so they're guilty. That's not what this is. But it's statistics, Madam Speaker. It's just pure statistics. If you're going to put males and females in close proximity, you're going to see increased bad situations. We have to get ahead of this by funding this. The funding has to be given. I'm sure that we're on the right side of this because, Madam Speaker, when it happens to one of your family members, as it happened to one of my family members, you're going to see this is a situation we have to take care of. My daughter fell in love with wrestling. I didn't push her to do it. She wanted to wrestle. So she worked and worked and worked at it. By the time she was a junior, she went to state, got 5th at state in wrestling as a junior in high school, was the first one in our school history to be able to do that. How proud she was, and knowing that she had one more year to get even better, to maybe even take first place. Now, I was never on the side of, I never bought into the gender's a social construct and all that, but when her senior year came, I was radicalized in this issue because she was undefeated.
The issue before the body is Amendment 2108, not the initiative. Please confine your remarks to the funding for OSPI. Please proceed.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The reason we have to fund it, because I said we got to fund it a bunch of times so I can remind you that what happened to my daughter, which I'm going to tell you about, affected my outlook on why the funding for this is important. Is that good enough? I'm gonna explain that. So my daughter had an undefeated season, and then she wrestled a biological male, blew her shoulder out, and then wasn't able to wrestle the rest of the season. So it isn't about just the statistical probabilities of sexual harassment and other things that can happen. It's about seeing that our daughters don't get the.
Please state your point.
Madam Speaker, would you, I rise to ask you to remind the members speaking that on this floor we are to speak with a tone of respect, and I'm concerned that the tone just used in addressing you did not respect you at the rostrum.
The point is well taken. Please confine your remarks to the policy before us, the amendment before us. Please proceed.
Respectfully, Madam Speaker, I hope that you'll vote yes on this. The funding that this amendment advocates for is for a good cause. If you don't see it yet, when it happens to a female member of your family, you will.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2108. The Speaker is about to open the roll call machine. The Speaker has opened the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Davis, how do you vote? Would any member like to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. The clerk will take the record.
Madam Speaker, there are 36 yeas, 57 nays, 5 excused.
The amendment is not adopted. Amendment 2109, clerk will read.
On page 400, line 31.
Last line.
On page 475, line 15, correct the total.
The good member from the 16th District, Representative Rood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move adoption of Amendment 2109.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2109 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Rood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment addresses one of my biggest concerns with the operating budget. It's MSOC, materials, supplies, and operating costs, that I know many of us hear from school districts that the costs are just outpacing their ability to pay. And so what this amendment does is it provides $100 per pupil, which is $364 million total. It's funded through reduction in non-faculty higher education funding, which I feel is very appropriate because, as you know, higher education is discretionary for us. It's not a constitutional obligation. K-12 is not only a constitutional obligation, but is our paramount duty. And so I'm hearing from districts all the time about primarily insurance. Insurance is one that sticks out. I think it's worth noting that some of the policies that I've even voted for have contributed to the cost of rising insurance. One that sticks out is the statute of limitations on student abuse. But when we do that and we don't provide the funding, the effect is an unfunded mandate, which is another thing that I hear from districts all the time about unfunded mandates. I wanted to give you some stats, if I may.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So overall, statewide insurance costs have increased 50% since 2019. That's huge. Utilities, 30%. I want to read from the Meade School District, just to give you some numbers. These are just year after year fiscal years.
Yeah, please proceed.
Just for property insurance, we're looking at 2021 is $488,000, then $648,000, then $700,000, then $998,000, then $1.2 million, and now $1.4 million. That's dramatic. 2021, their overall MSOC cost was $1.39 million. Now it's $3.1 million. That's more than double. The $100 represents only about a 6% increase that we'd be providing to school districts to cover some of those costs. As you also know, MSOC is used for things like curriculum, utility bills. I talked a little bit about insurance, technology, and other non-staff costs. I would like to read something, if I may, an article.
Please proceed.
That is kind of alarming. It's from 2 years ago, but also, as you know, we haven't done much for MSOC over the last 2 years. So it says, and this is a Fox Q13 article, it says, as the new school year approaches, a recent survey reveals that teachers in Washington state are spending, on average, $1,041 out of their own pockets on classroom supplies, ranking 11th highest in the nation. This financial burden is a reflection of the growing cost of educational materials and the increasing responsibility placed on educators to provide for their classrooms. Despite the financial strain, Washington teachers remain committed to enhancing the learning environment of their students. Teachers purchase a wide array of items, from basic consumables like pencils and paper to classroom decor, educational aids, and even snacks. However, 65% of teachers reported having their requests for necessary supplies denied further highlighting the financial challenges they face. And so, no teacher should be in that position, but we know that teachers love their students and they're going to do that if the state fails to fully fund supplies. Another concern that I have is that when this happens, when we underfund MSOC, we shift, it has to come from somewhere because the school district has to pay for their insurance. The shift happens in local levies. So you have enrichment levies that should be used for other purposes since the state is obligated to pay for MSOC, but instead the school district uses their local levy dollars to fill in the underfund for MSOC. And I think that disproportionately hits the property poor districts. And so I think this is a really important amendment. I'm asking for your support. I'm grateful that the good lady from the 33rd introduced a bill. This funds that bill. It's a really important step to just give that 6% bump. So I'm asking for your support.
Further remarks? The good member from the 47th, Representative Entenmann.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the good gentleman for talking about the importance of funding material supplies. And may I refer to my notes, ma'am?
Please proceed.
And operating costs for our public schools for our K through 12 education. But what this amendment does is it seems to want to take money from higher ed, where we have just made significant investments to increase enrollments, especially in our community and technical colleges, to provide basic need support for our students so that they can remain in school, doing what we have said we would like them to do, which is complete either a certificate or a degree program. I don't think we should have to take from one group to give to another group. I do believe we should fund education, but I'm going to ask you to say no on this amendment because I don't believe that what is being argued about how we should spend this money in this way is the right way to do it. I would be happy to work with anybody as we look for ways to fund our higher ed and our K through 12, but I don't think we should pit one group against another. Thank you, Madam.
Further remarks? The good member from the 35th, Representative Couture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rising in support of this great amendment to fund our paramount duty of K-12 education, basic education, materials, supplies, and operating costs. Now, we've spoken before, Madam Speaker, how a school district is just like a large volume version of a household. They have to pay for a lot of the same things. And as our constituents are squeezed with affordability issues here in our state, our schools also get squeezed by energy policies, by rising insurance costs, by all sorts of different things. Those schools have to buy the materials. They have to buy the books, the pencils. They have to buy the food. They have to pay the rent. And Madam Speaker, it's becoming more and more impossible to pay those things. Now, Madam Speaker, we heard just a minute ago about the proposed trade-off in this amendment, about reductions in higher ed admin. Not faculty, staff, admin. Now, I could look on a chart, Madam Speaker, and I could provide to you at some point. But what it shows is that we have a negative 11% student enrollment in our higher ed system. But in the same period of time, since the last decade or more, a 52% increase in administrative staff. Many of our colleges have extreme ratios. However, some, like Western Washington and our CJTCs, actually have really great ratios. But some of our larger higher ed institutions have grossly negligent ratios. And Madam Speaker, I think it's important to note that when we're talking about a budget and funding our highest values, it's not like we don't value higher education. We value leveling the playing field so that we can fund our paramount duty first, priorities of government, like which was instituted under Governor Gary Locke. And by leveling, a disparity between administrative staff and student enrollment in higher education. And I think that's important because our colleges are not jobs programs in the state of Washington. They're there, they exist to teach adults. But more and more, the underlying budget that this one amendment tries to just tackle one little $300 million MSOC piece of it is robbing from children, robbing from our classrooms. The costs are too expensive, Madam Speaker, and that's why we need this MSOC increase. Now, we have many schools in all of Washington State, including in my own district, that are near or close to binding conditions. Madam Speaker, one of the biggest school districts in my district, the Shelton School District, is in binding conditions, over $2 million in the hole, partially because of the legislature's irresponsibility in funding material supplies and operating costs. And what am I going to say to my constituents if the largest school district in Mason County just disappears? Where will those kids go to school? As you know, Madam Speaker, schools are more than just education. They're community hubs, especially for rural areas. It's important to make sure we're funding MSOC, and we can do that by accepting this amendment and making sure we level set higher education so that it more matches reality, that staffing matches student enrollment. And when we do that, we can help fund our schools and give our kids more opportunities. Please vote yes.
Further remarks? See the good member from the 4th District, Representative Schmidt.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I too am asking for a yes on this amendment. I have 4 school districts in my district, my legislative district, and one of those districts is one of the poorest school districts in our state. And since I have been elected, I have worked with my superintendents. I actually meet with them probably at least once a month, talk to them, text them. We are in constant communication. And they're struggling. They're struggling trying because of MSOC and not being, because they can run a levy, but then they're taking money out of that levy money to meet their MSOC costs because they don't get enough from the state. And it is our paramount duty, unlike it isn't our paramount duty, and I'm a big supporter of post-secondary education, but again, our paramount duty belongs with K through 12. And I just wanted to look at that. I need to look at this really quick just to say that since 2021, East Valley School District has been underfunded in MSOC by $9 million. And so they've had to use their levy funds to meet that gap. And these are kids that are coming to school without school supplies, without lunch, and as my colleague said earlier, teachers are paying for the supplies and things in the classroom because they don't have the money in the school district to pay for them. All we're asking for with this is just to bump that up, the money per student up, so that the schools can survive, really, so that they can survive, so they can continue to exist. And we're looking at K through 12. We owe these students, we owe them as a state an education and a place to go and a place to learn, and where they can be warm and the school can afford to actually heat the schools. We owe our students that. I'm asking for a yes.
Further remarks, the good member from the 25th, Representative Keaton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge you to vote yes. As we've learned, MSOC is much more than pencils and scissors. It's the operating costs. That is the largest driver. You have to pay for water, you have to pay for heat, and those costs are continuously going up rapidly. Part of the Climate Commitment Act's feature is to drive up energy costs. And it's getting more expensive every year for the schools to be able to do that. Puyallup is the 6th largest district in the state, and we're $11 million behind in MSOC funding. What does that mean? It means that the HVAC replacement you wanted to do has to get postponed. It means that something else that you wanted to do to keep things good is postponed. In small districts, it becomes even worse. You can't even pay for the landscaping to clean out the gutters, to be able to get the roofs taken care of, and then you're going to end up with a roof failure and a major capital problem. It's the same thing as we've seen, if we don't take care of our roads and bridges and don't do that maintenance work, then they start to fail. And we have to give the districts this money, or we're going to run into the same problems with huge capital outlays in the future if we don't increase MSOC funding. And we don't want the teachers having to pick up pencils and paper and all the other things as well, because it should be taken care of by the state. Thank you.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question for the good member from the 28th, Representative Levitt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think my colleagues have made a very compelling case of why we want to fund our public schools. As a product of public schools, and my children go to public schools, I think there is no more paramount duty to fund our public schools. And MSOC has been a challenge in many of our districts, and we hear that regularly from our superintendents. So I agree with you, Madam Speaker, and I know you do as well, that that's important. What's not the right way to do it, and what I have concerns about, is the mechanism in which to pay for it in this amendment, Madam Speaker. This amendment speaks to the challenges of administrative folks at our higher education institutions. So let me tell you a little bit about the categories of administrators that we would be talking about that we would lose if we were to move this amendment. We would lose our Veterans Services coordinators, who do incredible work to make sure that our veterans and their families are successful. We would lose the navigators who are helping our students be fed and housed, and to ensure that they're successful and can complete their degree or their certificates in order to get a job. We could lose our writing center coordinators or tutoring center coordinators who prepare our students academically to succeed in the courses for the next sequence of the courses that they need to take to be successful in their chosen career pathway. And we could lose our mental health, behavioral health counselors. And I think you and I could agree, Madam Speaker, that since 2019 and during the pandemic, our students were struggling, whether they were 16 and a Running Start student, or whether they were 54 and a student struggling because one lost their jobs and they're trying to navigate through the next phase of their career or a second career. These are often the kinds of positions that we talk about when we're talking about administrators. I don't think, Madam Speaker, that you and I would disagree that a high-paid administrator doing the same job as other high-paid administrators that are not providing student services and direct student services and success may be needed. But I think you and I would agree that these categories of individuals, as they're categorized at the higher institutions, do not provide and present the real detail of the compelling work that they do to ensure our students are trained and prepared for the workforce today and in the future, and meet the demands that our industry has made. There is no doubt we will never get to a 70% attainment rate in higher education if we don't have these folks to ensure student success and the wraparound student support services that these individuals provide. So I agree with my good colleagues. We must address the MSOC challenge. We must address these struggling schools. And there's no one who will argue that point, Madam Speaker, than you and I. And I just don't think this mechanism, as introduced in this amendment, is the right pathway. And I'm urging you to vote no with me. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further remarks, the member from the 35th, Representative Couture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important that me and you don't fearmonger what the amendment actually says. The amendment doesn't cut any of the positions you just heard of. What the amendment does is level sets new ratios and then asks our institutions of higher education to then choose which of those administrative positions are the most important to serve the most dwindling amount of student enrollment ever, negative 11%. And it's amazing, Madam Speaker, if they even, in our K-12 system at this point, make it to the college system, despite the fact that we have some of the most generous college financial aid in the entire country and simultaneously one of the worst college going rates in the country. We are dumping millions upon millions and hundreds of millions of dollars to turn our colleges into jobs programs to serve basically a dwindling every single year amount of student enrollment. Which students, Madam Speaker, are the higher ed institutions serving at negative 11% with a 52% increase in administrators? Meanwhile, we have schools with lead in the water pipes and asbestos in the walls, and sometimes in the good member in the 17th district, where his grandmother went to the school that's been there for 100 years, when it rains on the kids' heads through the ceiling. We're not Flint, Michigan, Madam Speaker. We need to be able to fund our schools and make sure that they have material supplies and operating costs. Our teachers are spending thousands of dollars out of their own pockets to buy books and pencils and supplies. And we didn't give a sales tax holiday on back to school supplies in the last budget so that parents can afford those things either. Madam Speaker, in the state's constitution, there is no paramount duty for higher ed jobs programs for administrators so that they could teach people and help them out with their underwater basket weaving degrees. Vote yes.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2109. The Speaker is about to open the roll call machine. The Speaker has opened the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Dewar, how do you vote? Representative Hill, how do you vote? Representative Nance, how do you vote? Would any member like to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. The clerk will take the record.
Madam Speaker, there are 39 yeas, 54 nays, 5 excused.
The amendment is not adopted.
There are additional amendments. Amendment 2114. Clerk will read.
On page 400, line 33, increase the education.
Last line.
Internal references accordingly.
The good member from the 16th District, Representative Rood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of Amendment 2114.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2114 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Rood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you can accept this amendment because it costs less. So this is, there were a lot of cuts that happen in the operating budget that are devastating to school districts. This one has several components. It costs $236 million, restores $236 million that is being cut in the operating budget and uses CCA dollars for that. Luckily, we are talking about electric buses, which is related to CCA intent, I believe. So one of the provisions is related to bus depreciation, and I had an amendment in appropriations that failed, similar to this. My district in Walla Walla purchased 18 buses, and they purchased those electric buses under under conditions where they would receive full depreciation payments for the life of those buses. This operating budget changes the rules of the game after they purchase those 18 buses. So the depreciation schedule is increased from, I think it's 8 to 13 years up to 15 years, and also counts federal grants against their depreciation payments. So if I may read briefly.
Please proceed.
An email from my school district just to talk about the impact of what this budget would do to them, and that's only one school district. Quote, the estimated cost of this policy to the district due to not being able to count the federal EPA grants or rebates is approximately $4.3 million over the life of the buses for depreciation. Walla Walla pursued this legislative policy adopted not just 2 years ago in good faith and full encouragement of the legislature. This pulls the rug out from under the district and penalizes them for being an early adopter of EV buses. I don't think that that is the intent of the legislature. I certainly don't think it's fair. Something to consider as well is that when we increase the depreciation life, areas in my district that have rough roads, these buses don't last that long. And so as the bus life ends, the increased maintenance increases, or the maintenance costs increase. And instead of the state picking up the tab for that, again, we're shifting cost to the local district and putting more demand. So we do this with MSOC, more demand on the levy, and then we do it with the depreciation schedule and the maintenance, more levy demand, and again, hitting the property poor districts hardest by consuming their levies for things like this where the state really should be picking up the cost. So I'm asking for your support.
Further remarks? The good member from the 43rd District, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am respectfully asking for a no vote on this amendment. And the items in this amendment that the good representative would like to fund and not have as reductions in our budget are all good things. But they come at a time when we have a shortfall we're trying to manage and trying to make very careful decisions and make sure we maintain those investments in basic education and, including the ones in our biennial budget, the big increases, nearly $2 billion in increases in public education in this underlying budget. And I am asking you to vote no because I just don't think this is the right mechanism. You, Mr. Speaker, like me, probably don't agree with all the Seattle Times editorials that come out, but one came out this morning entitled, "Keep Carbon Funds Flowing to Fight Climate Change." And I do happen to agree with the Seattle Times today. And so for that reason, because the voters have spoken on the Climate Commitment Act, and because of the challenging budget we are facing, I'm asking you to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Further remarks? The good member from the 12th District, Representative Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for not quite opening up the roll call yet. TTK, transition to kindergarten. I think this is a great reason why we need to reconsider why I would ask you to vote yes on this amendment. Underprivileged. Mr. Speaker, this originally rolled this back about 25% from about 7,200 slots for the TTK program to about 5,400. That's 1,816 student slots. Many of them coming from secondary English speaking. At that young age, Mr. Speaker, that's one of the most challenging and trying times because many times, Mr. Speaker, from my experience, both from working in the schools as a school resource officer, but also on the road as a sheriff's deputy, is going into homes and businesses, as a lot of those children are sometimes the only English-speaking person fluently. But at that age, depending on when they've come to America and started to be faced with speaking English, is sometimes they're not there yet. So trying to get them ready for second and third grade. Mr. Speaker, this will roll back the results that Washington State was having with the TTK program. Mr. Speaker, I've toured TTK programs in my own district, just a few miles from my house. And I was very impressed, Mr. Speaker. And I think the superintendent and the principals that took me on that tour knew that I would be, based that they were having success. I was able to witness the teachers in that classroom with these young individuals, and it was impressive. The atmosphere, the props, their active engagement, the ratio of teachers per student. Mr. Speaker, there's a reason they design those programs as they do, so they're successful. Mr. Speaker, dividends paid up front are going to, that investment up front is going to pay massive dividends in the future. This isn't dollars and cents we're talking about, although it will cost more if we don't reinstate these slots. But that's not what I'm talking about. These are people, these are young people that we want to give them advantage. Sometimes it's disabled individuals, students from low-income families, and many other, Mr. Speaker. This is the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, I know if we go down through the budget, there's many other programs that do not rise to the occasion and support what this program does. Mr. Speaker, we're better than this. You've heard that over and over. You and I are better than this. I know that we are. Let's do the right thing. Let's vote yes.
Further remarks. The good member from the 31st District, Representative Penner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Also rising to urge you to vote yes. This amendment utilizes CCA as a intermediary, the same way the whole budget uses a CCA to act as an intermediary to shift funds from one place to another. In this case, we're talking about LEA, local enrichment funds. Mr. Speaker, if this were an after-school activity, let's call it debate club, it would be funded by LEA. Thankfully, this is not funded by LEA because the budget is going to slash LEA funds. That being said, the budget in its slashing of LEA funds is not getting rid of administrative bloat or administrative fat. It's getting rid of the extra things that the basic funding formula doesn't cover. Let me give you an example. Imagine there's a third grader in my district, the 31st District. Let's say in Buckley or Carbonado or Wilkeson, you've got a third grader that is autistic. Now that third grader very possibly has a paraeducator, and the state's funding formula very rarely covers the entire cost of a paraeducator for a third grader that needs a one-on-one for how they go to school. Now, what is that school district going to do? I'll tell you, a district like the districts in my community, they're a poor district compared to maybe the more commercially rich or property rich districts elsewhere. They are going to have to raid funds elsewhere. They're going to raid funds that they raised for levy for other purposes. And that's really kind of the crux of this issue. By reducing the LEA formula from 250 to 150, what you're doing, what happens here in this budget is that poor districts experience the biggest drawback. These are districts where both parents have to work, and I'm sure that's the same in both of our districts. Both parents have to work. I'll tell you, in my district, they would love to work close to where their kids go to school. They'd love to work close to where they live. In reality, they have to drive 2 hours each direction to be able to work at a job to afford where they're living. That's what it means to be in a property poor district. Is often, even in Washington State, a property poor district, a bare entry home is still $600,000 or $700,000. And that's not funding the support that these kids require. That third grader that needs the one-on-one, that district is having to take money away from after-school activities, band, choir, debate club, perhaps an extra counselor at the high school. These are very real scaffolds that these students need to be able to succeed in school. Now, once they get out of school, of course, they're going to have to move out of the district because there's no higher education in these poor districts. There's no jobs in these poor districts. The only thing in these districts are the schools that are underfunded. Cutting this LEA hurts the poor districts. That's what the LEA here is for. Urge support of this amendment.
Further remarks. The good member from the 16th District, Representative Rood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've heard about local effort assistance, which is by far the biggest equity-related funding provision in K-12 funding. You've heard about transition to kindergarten, critically important for providing early learning in a lot of districts that don't have access to ECAP or Head Start. You've heard about bus depreciation and the value of that. The fourth thing that this amendment includes is a restoration of Running Start funding. I suspect, if I was allowed to ask for a raise of hands, there would be a lot of people in this chamber that were Running Start participants. I was, and what Running Start provides is an opportunity for students to use basic ed dollars to attain potentially a college degree or at least college credit. It's a really great investment of state dollars. It's also an opportunity for a student to enter the workforce earlier. If you can graduate from high school with an AA degree, you're 2 years ahead of where you would have been if you hadn't. So it's a really great program. I don't want to see it cut, and I'm asking for your support on the amendment.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2114. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to start the roll call machine. Speaker has started the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Cortez, how do you vote? Representative Nance, how do you vote? Representative Hill, how do you vote? Representative Schmick, how do you vote? Representative Schmick, would you like to vote orally?
Yes, I vote aye.
Representative Schmick votes aye. Does any member wish to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. Speaker has locked the roll call machine. Will the clerk please take the record?
Mr. Speaker, there are 41 yeas, 52 nays, 5 excused.
The amendment is not adopted. There are additional amendments. Amendment 2103. Clerk will read.
On page 479, line 16, increase the general fund state appropriation for fiscal year.
Last line.
Work group.
The good member from the 25th District, Representative Keaton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move Amendment 2103 for adoption.
It has been moved and seconded that Amendment 2103 be adopted. Remarks, Representative Keaton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure you love good investments. What if I were to tell you that a $100,000 investment now will bring back $1.5 billion in the 27 to 29 biennium? What this amendment does is it has the Washington Student Achievement Council set up a working group to be able to establish scholarship granting organizations so that we can take advantage in Washington the federal tax cuts that are now tax credits, may be clear, federal tax credits that are be available, $1,700 per taxpayer. 30 states have already opted into this. And the numbers that I come up with are based upon a recent report from the Democrats for Education Reform. They believe the state of Washington, with a 30% participation rate, will bring in $732 million a year for education. And they can be applied in many different ways. They also say in that report that 74% of Washington registered Democrats are in favor of it. And statewide, in a poll they did, 72% are in favor, with only 14% opposed. So we have a lot of support for this. Let me give you an example of why this amendment is important and how investing $100,000 now and bringing back more money later can save programs. During the interim, the Education Committee went out to Eatonville District and we toured Grits. Their motto is crops, community, and character. And as we gathered, the Education Committee and everybody else in a giant circle, we listened to school board members, we listened to the teachers, we listened to the students, all talking about how this program worked for them. Because it's an alternative form of education. But then they were out there and we were all standing in the pouring rain in a big circle because they're worried that program was going away. And this program was making a difference for kids that weren't cutting it in the traditional school environment. They were learning things they never thought that they would learn. They were getting confidence in themselves, and they've gone on to multiple things. Speaking of which, probably the most dramatic part of that was a couple of the students, they weren't even there. They'd already gone on and were working. They took time off work to support this program and stand in the pouring rain with us. This program could have been saved. It's still active right now, but it's on the chopping block in Eatonville. We get the money, we can save programs like this and many others. This is an investment where $100,000 now will bring back $1.5 billion. We need to do this.
Further remarks. The good member from the 37th District, Representative Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Respectfully asking for a no vote on this amendment. It is far too premature. I do want to preface my remarks, however, Mr. Speaker, by noting the Education Committee did go on an amazing tour during the last interim, and we did tour a fantastic program of hands-on work-integrated learning in the Eatonville School District. And I want to emphasize for you, Mr. Speaker, it was provided by the public school district in Eatonville. That is something that is slightly outside of the scope of the good gentleman's amendment. Let me tell you why, Mr. Speaker, I think it is premature. First of all, this amendment is requiring that the Washington Student Achievement Council convene this work group to, and may I read, Mr. Speaker?
Please proceed.
The work group shall identify which organizations within Washington state may meet the criteria to act as a scholarship granting organization and solicit input from all existing scholarship granting organizations within the state. Mr. Speaker, this amendment also requires that the work group complete its work with a report to the governor and appropriate committees by December 1st, 2026. Mr. Speaker, the IRS and the Treasury Department have not even completely finalized rules. There are, by the work done by Mr. Speaker, our professional organization, bipartisan organization, the National Conference of State Legislatures, identifies at least 4 important areas that have yet to be answered by the Treasury Department and the IRS. And those 4 questions, Mr. Speaker, are essential before we can begin to identify scholarship granting organizations. First of all, the question is, how is the program really going to work? There are no rules. We have no rules yet. The law provides no guidance to us about how these, I'll call them SGOs, should determine how the funds will be awarded to every student. Now, this might be addressed in regulation. The second question, Mr. Speaker, is whether or not families could use these scholarships for all forms of schooling or for only particular things like books or materials. There's another area, Mr. Speaker, that I think you and I would be especially interested in knowing, and that is what is the role of the state in this process. And this is very much expected to be addressed in the still anticipated regulations from the federal government. And the last question, Mr. Speaker, about which there is already controversy among leading experts on the right and the left, and that is, can states add criteria to determine which SGOs are eligible for qualifying donations? Mr. Speaker, if I might just refer to my notes.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Again, from NCSL, they have noted that the most significant question surrounding the program, and is expected to be addressed in regulation, is that question I named at the beginning. There are some, including an expert from the Defense of Freedom Institute, as well as Ed Choice, who would argue that a strict reading would prevent the state from adding any criteria. And on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, we have others from the Fordham Institute and from the Brookings Institution who would suggest their interpretation of the law would allow for more liberal reading. Mr. Speaker, this is not the kind of environment that we should be stepping ahead before we know what the rules of the game are and can proceed with an investment that makes sense, knowing how to play in this play yard. Mr. Speaker, for that reason, I would say let us not accept this amendment now and let us potentially consider it in the future, once we've been able to evaluate the rules established by the federal government.
Further remarks, the good member from the 25th District, Representative Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So on this second to last amendment of the night, I'm excited about it. I feel like it's not a particularly controversial amendment, although I may have been wrong. This just sets up a work group to consult with the feds on this new rule that they have in H.R. 1. And the new rule is, and this is like a dream come true, Mr. Speaker, it's not going to cost us anything. Our ranking member from the 20th would say no taxpayers will be harmed by this. It's a rule that allows scholarship granting organizations to get a $1,700 tax credit right off the top of their taxes. So instead of paying that money in federal taxes, they're going to pay it to scholarships for students. And they get a $1,700 tax credit, and then they can issue scholarships, which can be for school choice purposes, it can be for public school purposes. And I would say that having a work group to look into this, because the governor has to respond to this by January 1st, 2027. So that's before we're going to meet again, unless we have a special session. And so just get a work group together. Let's not look this gift horse in the mouth, and let's let, as 30 states have done, let's let students get this $1,700 largesse for the purposes that they need it for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good amendment, vote yes.
Further remarks, the good member from the 37th District, Representative Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure that you have a clear understanding. There are no real rules. There's a law that has been passed. And so if there are rules, then perhaps convening a work group may be in order. But, Mr. Speaker, as I explained earlier, we are still awaiting rules both from the Department of Treasury and the IRS. And until that happens, we only have the provisions of H.R. 1, which lay out the possibility of a donor receiving a tax credit for $1,700 on their taxes. That's why the IRS rules are so very important.
Further remarks, the good member from the 19th District, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good amendment. Vote yes. Glad to hear we're concerned about IRS rules and standards. Mr. Speaker, I think we should study them and apply them generally to our public policy here. But to the specifics of this amendment, it is exactly the sort of study group, and I'm no great fan of work groups, Mr. Speaker, but it's exactly the sort of study group, work group, that we ought to assemble and fund with a very modest amount of taxpayer money in order to encourage our governor to engage in this process with the federal government, which is potentially very valuable to our families and our students in this state. I'm a little hesitant, Mr. Speaker, to call it a gift horse or largesse. I mean, it's still taxpayer dollars funneling through a system, but it has the potential to be a funneling of taxpayer dollars that works well for our families and students. Mr. Speaker, it is exactly getting engaged and involved in the process of determining the bureaucratic rules for implementing the federal statutory law that we ought to be engaged in. Mr. Speaker, let's not let petty partisan disagreements with the federal administration blunt our ability to act in the best interest of the families of this state. It doesn't matter what we think of a particular federal elected official, that we can engage with the proper agencies at the federal level and reach an effective, clearly stated, programmatic, bureaucratic system for making sure that these funds come to our state, help our families, help our kids in a constructive way. Let's not sit in the corner of the room sulking. Let's get out onto the dance floor and dance with the feds and figure out the best way to bring this opportunity to fruition for every kid in this state. It's necessary we engage the world, Mr. Speaker. This is a small step toward that. Vote yes.
Further remarks. The good member from the 25th District, Representative Keaton. And Representative Keaton, you have 7 minutes and 18 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really important that we do this right now. We're in the middle of doing a supplemental budget. We need that $100,000 to be able to set up this work group so that we do have identified the proper scholarship granting organizations that can take the money. The reason the report is due by December 1st is to give the governor a month to opt us in. The governor has a deadline of January 1st, 2027 to opt us in. Can I read quickly what this program can do?
Please proceed.
Thank you. Not only does it go to public schools, it can go to tribal schools, it can go to charter schools, it can go to private schools. The parents, the taxpayers have the right to send it. You don't have to be a parent. If you're a federal taxpayer and you care about education like I do, you can send the money to any of these granting organizations. It'll cover expenses including tutoring, test prep, exam fees, internet service, uniforms and supplies for career training programs, after-school enrichment programs, support services for students with disabilities, educational materials, and no school is required to do anything with it. The schools can decide whether they want to opt into these things or not. But it has to be done by the end of this year so the governor can opt us in on January 1st, 2027. Because I care about education, and I'm going to take advantage of this, and I want those dollars to stay in Washington. Otherwise, I'm going to send it to Mississippi or Arizona.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is adoption of Amendment 2103. A roll call vote has been requested. The Speaker is about to start the roll call machine. Speaker has started the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Dewar, how do you vote? Representative Stearns, how do you vote? Representative Stearns, would you like to vote orally? Please proceed.
I'll vote no.
Representative Stearns votes no. Does any member wish to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. Will the clerk please take the record?
Mr. Speaker, there are 36 yeas, 57 nays, 5 excused.
Having received a constitutional majority, my apologies, the amendment is not accepted. It has been a long day for all of us. Thank you for your understanding. There are additional amendments. Amendment 2113, clerk will read.
On page 546, after line 15, insert the following.
Last line.
RCW.
The good member from the 19th District, Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move Amendment 2113 for adoption to bar legislative privilege from the processes of this budget.
Please state your point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rising because I would like to request a ruling on the scope and object, but the member was getting into his remarks before I could do that.
Point of order has been made and the Speaker is prepared to rule. Engrossed substitute Senate Bill 5998 is a supplemental operating budget bill. The bill makes changes to appropriation levels and fund transfer for the continued operation of state government and its various agencies for the remaining year of the 2025-26 biennium, and includes provisos to condition, limit, or earmark the use of appropriations. Amendment 2113 provides modification to the Public Records Act, Chapter 42.56, and what is subject to disclosure under that act. Nothing in the amendment is fiscal in nature, and there is no change to appropriated levels. The Speaker therefore finds and rules that the amendment is beyond the scope and object of the underlying bill.
There are no further amendments. Now the question before the House is the adoption of the Appropriation Committee amendment as amended. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The Speaker is unclear on the vote. The Speaker will open the roll call division and open the roll call machine. Speaker has opened the roll call machine. Has every member wishing to vote voted? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. And with that, the amendment is adopted. With the consent of the House, the Appropriations Committee amendment is adopted. As I said, hearing no objections, so ordered. With the consent of the House, the rules will be suspended and engrossed substitute Senate Bill 5998 as amended by the House is advanced to third reading. Engrossed substitute Senate Bill 5998 as amended by the House on third reading and final passage. Remarks. The good member from the 3rd District, Representative Ormsby.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and good evening. As Speaker Timmons says, it's been a long night. It's been a couple minutes to get us here, and I think that is a reflection of how deeply people feel about the Commonwealth of the state of Washington and what we do and what we use it for. We're just, as a reminder, and it was brought up in the debate on the amendment several times, budgets are not just numbers and words. Budgets are blueprints to the values in our heart, to the things that we came here to do on behalf of the people that we represent. It is about how we spend money, what we spend money on. The things that we care about most are reflected in these budget documents. I know that everybody on this floor cares about kids. We care about students. We care about veterans and seniors. Being one myself, I'm becoming more and more interested in that population. I care about clean air and clean water. I care about our state's residents' ability to thrive, to get ahead. Let's give people a chance to do that. Let's give them a chance to thrive, to grow, to learn, to become successful. I believe this budget gives people a fighting chance, the chance to go out and do those things, and I think it prioritizes the success of the future in a way that gives us an opportunity, even during these very lean times, to be able to chart a path for them towards success. I think it gives people a chance, not because it funds every priority and every request. Lord knows it does not. Soul-crushing decisions were made to get us to this point where we can offer a balanced budget for the Chamber's consideration. It's important that we get this done and that we get into conference quickly with our colleagues from across the rotunda in order to be able to complete the people's work and go home. We face a lot of challenges, and they were talked about in the amendment debate on both sides, and we have a lot of shared values here. We just don't necessarily agree on how to get there. But I will say that in the crafting of this budget, all opinions were considered. All ideas were considered. While they may not have been reflected in the final budget, they did, what's the word? They did add flavor to what we were doing, because we know that we don't go on without all of us. We don't step over people on our way to success. We pick them up, give them a hand, and try and have them accompany us on this journey towards success. Schools, housing, childcare, public safety, all of those costs have gone up. It was talked about over and over and over again during the amendment debate. And those higher costs are reflected in this budget. We have increased population, we have increased costs, and we need to fund the needs of the people. And we need to do it in a way that the people that send us here to represent them expect. And that is different in every one of our 49 legislative districts, and different within all of our 49 legislative districts. Maintaining services for those basic needs has been the North Star that we have followed. Asking ourselves the question, who is this going to benefit? Who might be harmed by this? Are we exacerbating already bad circumstances? Asking ourselves that question over and over and over again as we went through line after line after line in this budget document, knowing that we had to make reductions, painful reductions, in order to present a balanced budget. Hard choices got made. Very difficult choices. Each and every one of you was involved in those hard choices, and they are reflected in the disappointments that people see, but we can't be all things to all people at all times. We're facing increasing challenges from Washington, D.C. Those realities are reflected in this budget as well. The irony is we're paying more to provide less. In order to meet those federal requirements, we're spending money not on services, but on IT software to track individuals. That's the tough part of this. Doing the things that we have to do and knowing that is not necessarily going to help everyone. The future must include a chance for everyone in our state. And we're very egalitarian about it in this state. Naturally, everybody gets a shot. It is no mistake that the state constitution, which was quoted several times, ample provision for the education of kids, all kids, regardless of where they came from. And that is a value that is reflected in this budget, and not just in education, but across the things we do. From my humble house in Spokane to Bellingham in Northwest Washington, from Vancouver in Southwest Washington to Walla Walla, Southeast Washington. We have to craft a budget that works in all of those areas. Every exercise that we do in these budgets, I dream about leaving the state better than I found it. And I think it is, but it doesn't account for the struggle that it takes to get there. We offer this budget to this chamber as the best we can do with the resources that we have in order to advance the cause and the dreams of the people of Washington State. Thank you.
Further remarks, the member from the 31st District, Representative Penner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's good to see you up here this evening. I'm going to be rising and
I missed you all.
Oh, I missed all of you too. I'm going to be rising in opposition to the budget. But, my disagreement is not to be disagreeable. Through this whole process, vigorous disagreement in various areas is not meant to be vigorously disagreeable. And I'll say that my respect for the member of the 3rd has grown immeasurably, as well as my respect for so many other members in here, Madam Speaker, who I feel that I've found support in surprising places through this process. My concern with this budget is really a concern writ large. I see a lot of people very angry right now, Madam Speaker, I apologize. I see a lot of folks really angry, and I wonder where that comes from. I think it comes from a place of fear and frustration. And perhaps that's an opportunity for us to bridge things through the budget process and through working together. But in this budget, I see issues with slashing Medicaid or shifting Medicaid around. That confuses constituents that I connect with. I see defunding or reducing funding to mental health and things like supported employment or job coaching. I see a budget that struggles to support the very people that I work with every day. And Madam Speaker, that I've spoken extensively this evening and over the last year on the challenges with our developmental disability community, the folks who can't speak for themselves and often rely on others to speak for them. And through this budgeting process, Madam Speaker, I see that perpetuated. There's a number of areas of this budget where their voices are hard to see, hard to hear, because the services that directly support them disappear. We know, Madam Speaker, that the non-paid services caseload, these are the services that would go to the developmentally disabled, is increasing. The number of people needing resources is increasing, but the number of resources is decreasing. This budget, we're not doing more for more. We're not doing more for less. Madam Speaker, this budget does less for more, and that scares me. And I think it reflects in the anger that I hear from my constituents, a general frustration that the needs that they have don't seem to be reflected in a budget whose expenditures are growing. Madam Speaker, I worry that the budget systematically takes from protected classes and gives to those who speak the loudest. And as I come here and I hear from a lot of people who speak very loudly, what I'm curious about is the people I don't hear. What is the silence saying? And I don't believe, Madam Speaker, that this budget reflects the silence. I think it reflects the people who are speaking the loudest right now. This budget does a lot of good in a lot of places, but I think it misses a lot of good in a lot of places too. When I look at our agencies and the wonderful work our state does, I think we have a long ways to go. We talked this evening extensively about maybe how we're missing the mark on really important policies around keeping families together. Brought forward for good reason, but maybe missing the mark a little bit. And then I think about the challenges at DSHS too of the non-paid services caseload growing. And we just had a vigorous debate on various aspects of education. And I think to myself, in a state as wonderful as ours, which aspect of our governance is truly incredible right now? And I'm not sure which one it is. I'm not sure which agency I would put on a pedestal against 49 other states and say, this is the one everyone should copy. And that frustrates me, and I know it takes time and iterative improvement and working with those very relationships I just discussed a couple minutes ago building. For $80 billion, I don't think we're there. And I think the people of Washington can be, should be vindicated in expecting more. I'm going to be voting no on the budget today, not to be disagreeable, but just to disagree. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further remarks, the good member from the 43rd District, Representative Macri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we began writing this budget this year, we had to confront difficult realities. Demand for state services are up, costs are rising, and federal actions are putting strains not only here, but on state budgets across the country. This budget does reflect those realities, but it also reflects our values. Madam Speaker, I'm very grateful for the time, the many hours that went into this budget, both spent with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle in the budget development room and on the committee dais, hearing and passing policies that this budget helps to make real. In this budget, Madam Speaker, we work hard to maintain vital services that Washington families depend on, from health care to housing to access to education, while we also make difficult reductions in state government. In health care, we try hard to stem loss of care. We protect access to Apple Health, core services. We work to make sure we're leveraging federal dollars where we can. And we know that these numbers in the budget are not just numbers. They're the difference between whether someone can go to the doctor, get their prescription, or have someplace to go when they're in crisis. We continue funding in foundational public health because we know clean water and preventing disease is essential. We maintain investments in housing and homelessness services because we know people need to be kept safe and stable. We actually expand our behavioral health capacity, expanding access to beds in the University of Washington's Behavioral Health Hospital and at new state facilities at Maple Lane and the Olympic Heritage Behavioral Health Hospital. But there are real reductions in this budget, and the choices aren't easy, and those reductions will have real impact on people. But we tried our best to make reductions that aligned our expenditures with real timelines. And we asked state agencies to take administrative reductions. But in every conversation that I've had with people in this chamber and outside, it was clear that we agree that every person in our state deserves food, deserves safety, deserves shelter, deserves health. This budget works to meet people's most basic need and prepare the people of this state for the future. And for that reason, I am proud of the work that we've done, and I ask you to join me in voting yes.
Further remarks, the good member from the 8th District, Representative Connors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm asking you to join me tonight to vote no on the state budget. And there are many reasons I'm asking for that tonight, Madam Speaker. One of them being that last year we did the largest tax increase in the history of Washington State out of this chamber. And we're increasing taxes in this budget once again. Grocery prices are up in Washington State. Gas prices are up in Washington State. Housing prices are up in Washington State. And the answer tonight is let's grow government. At some point, Madam Speaker, for my constituents, enough is enough. I talked earlier tonight about a town hall meeting that I read about on the 37th District. And in that newspaper article, it said a lot of the questions that were being asked by their constituents weren't about federal issues. They were about affordability issues in Washington State. And that is what I'm hearing from my constituents every single day. It was said earlier tonight that this budget gives Washingtonians a fighting chance. I don't think that it does. Washington is one of the most expensive states in the United States to live in, and it's currently the most expensive state to die in. This budget has so many problems with it. One of the biggest ones is we are assuming that we are going to pass a personal state income tax. We haven't passed that yet, Madam Speaker, and we're balancing a budget on an unconstitutional income tax tonight. As a matter of fact, just in 2024, there was an initiative to the legislature saying, no, we don't want a personal income tax in Washington state. And this chamber voted 76 to 21 to not tax personal income in Washington state. How do I vote yes tonight on a budget that doesn't balance on an unconstitutional tax being proposed in the state of Washington? Tonight we tried to help families in our districts in things that we're hearing are a problem for them. We asked for property tax relief. People are drowning right now in property taxes in Washington state. The answer to that question was no. We asked for gas payment relief. We have the third highest gas prices in the United States right now. We talked about it earlier. Just the Climate Commitment Act is adding almost $500 a year to people's budgets. We asked for a small amount to go back to Washington drivers out of the Climate Commitment Act that has raised $4.2 billion for Washington State's piggy bank. And we said no to that as well. We tried to help our schools who are dying right now and drowning with materials and operating costs, and we said no. We tried to maintain our current levels for transition to kindergarten. I had members from my district in our office talking about transition to kindergarten and about how any of the kids' test scores that are actually improving right now in Washington state, it is the children that went through those programs. And we're not maintaining the funding for that. We tried to add money tonight to help to protect kids who are literally dying in their homes from their parents who have fentanyl. We tried a sales tax holiday to help around for Christmas time so people could afford to buy gifts for their families and their loved ones, and we were told no on that. Madam Speaker, I'm just going to say once again tonight, I'm speaking for my constituents in my district who thinks we are budgeting incorrectly in Washington state. Once again, gas prices are up, grocery prices are up, housing prices are up, and tonight's answer, grow government. Vote no.
Further remarks, the good member from the 34th District, Representative Fitzgibbon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I've spoken here on the floor in the past to talk to you about budgets that make big new investments in the things that people in our state rely on. The previous speaker spoke about transition to kindergarten. That's a great example of a big new investment that we made in the 2023 budget. That was a new program that we created in order to support early learners in our state. It's a lot harder to get excited about a budget that makes reductions. However, Madam Speaker, I think if anything, it's more important that we be discerning in how we develop a budget that makes responsible reductions. If we have to cut back because of billions of dollars of costs forced upon us by Congress, let's do that in the most careful, thoughtful, responsible way possible. We're spending $180 million, Madam Speaker, on a new IT system to kick people off of Medicaid. I wish we weren't doing that. I wish that weren't new spending that were booked in this budget, but it is. We have to. We're required to by Congress. That said, Madam Speaker, this budget is not perfect. You and I are not perfect. You're maybe closer than I am to that, but this budget is responsible. It is thoughtful. We know that there's more work to do. There will always be more work to do. Given where we are today, given where our economy is with tariffs, with costs pushed onto states by Congress and by the federal government. This is a budget that I'm proud to vote for, even though it's not the budget that I wish I were voting for. Madam Speaker, please vote yes.
Further remarks? The good member from the 35th District, Representative Kutcher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, tonight I'm a little disappointed, maybe more than a little disappointed. Earlier, I heard about hours ago, and maybe we could have skipped hours and hours of debate on this budget had my side of the aisle been included in this budget process and the 3 million plus people that we represent in Washington State. And what I was jealous of is the bipartisanship of the transportation budget, because both sides work together in the room and get something done on a bipartisan basis. And I think maybe if we work together on that budget, that it wouldn't necessarily be, I don't know how it would turn out, but it wouldn't necessarily be one that I could vote on, but at least it might have been better in my opinion. And I've grown some friendships with the chair of the Appropriations Committee and members of your caucus, and it pains me to be critical sometimes. But what I think, Madam Speaker, is sometimes that what's best to do is to be truthful when you're talking to your friends. And Madam Speaker, we now will have an $80 billion budget, a record for Washington State amount of spending, which will be more spending than we actually project to receive in revenue in tax collections, after a predictable multi-billion-dollar deficit once again after the largest tax increases in state history. And I hear from constituents all across Washington State that they just don't have anything more left to give, especially as we're failing, me and you, Madam Speaker, to deliver results with that record amount of spending that we have in this budget. It is an 11% increase when you add the biennial budget plus this supplemental budget of reckless spending. And caseloads, Madam Speaker, it's said that we educate, medicate, and incarcerate. Those three big caseload buckets remain mostly flat, or even sometimes declining. But we keep spending more to get less. You can't fix budget problems with more spending, Madam Speaker. And you can't fix it with one-time budget gimmicks either. This biennial budget raids 20 different accounts, including an $880 million raid of the rainy day account, public works assistance, and so many other dedicated accounts. You only get to spend the same dollar once. We didn't solve the deficit, me and you, Madam Speaker. We just moved the money around. And I think that we could have done better than that. The best way I could describe this is maxing out a credit card and then using another credit card to pay it off. It's reckless. It's irresponsible. And two of the biggest things this budget does is hinge our entire future on an unconstitutional income tax, which I believe will apply to the rest of us in no time, legally untested, $2.1 billion in revenue we may never see. And it also includes an untested legally raid of a law enforcement officers and firefighters left one pension. $4 billion. No state has ever attempted or achieved such a thing. So we hinge our entire budget, billions and billions of dollars, and if one of those things does not actually occur as planned, then the whole budget is out of whack. Billions of dollars in the hole. And even past the outlook, billions and billions more in price tags, Fair Start for kids, and so many other things. Madam Speaker, the pension system, I have heard from left-wingers and other pensioners that they take this personally. Pension funds should be for pensions. And we offered many different ways, but instead of fixing or helping left two benefits or making whole left-wingers or making whole PERS and TERS one retirees, it just becomes this massive four-step shell game with the left one money that funds $569 million to the Climate Commitment Act and refills some of the rainy day account, which is actually general fund spending in the budget bill. Madam Speaker, we talked a lot about Medicaid today. This budget guts Medicaid. $240 million cut to Medicaid on top of a $783 million cut to Medicaid from the biennial budget to include over $1 billion in cuts to Medicaid. That disproportionately impacts our hospitals, our low-income residents, people who work very hard for a living and still need a little bit of help. It's erasing slowly our social safety net. And we could throw all the stones we want to H.R. 1, Madam Speaker, but H.R. 1 would blush at the Medicaid cuts of this budget. The Medicaid cuts in this budget had nothing to do with H.R. 1. That had everything to do with multi-billion-dollar deficits and not solving the structural problems of the budget to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And we did grow government. We grew government on the backs of our people, not just with tax increases, the largest in state history, but also fee increase after fee increase after fee increase. And then it was said we needed to raise these revenues so those people didn't fall through the cracks, and then we pushed them through the cracks. That's wrong, Madam Speaker. You know, with the income tax, once you give government the power to tax income, it never gives it back. And many people in my district, and what I hear from tons of people all across our state, is they simply do not trust that regressive taxes will go away as a result of an unconstitutional progressive income tax. They don't trust that it will remain on just millionaires. They know that in the next predictable budget deficit, somewhere in the future, it will be ratcheted down once again. We talk a lot about affordability, Madam Speaker, but after billions and billions of dollars in new spending, the only thing that became more affordable was literally nothing for our constituents. We spent billions of dollars more in their gas, groceries, rent, insurance, healthcare, you name it. I mean, some of the worst in the country for affordability. This budget doesn't solve any of that. And you know, it's funny to me that when families have a financial crisis, they tighten their belt and they cut back just to the essentials. But when government has a budget crisis, it raises your taxes, raises your pensions, taxes your income, spends more money, and then blames the rest of us as we cut essential services from those people, the people that we're here to serve. And that's why I'm disappointed, Madam Speaker. K-12 education, our paramount duty, the bureaucracy grew, government grew, our classrooms didn't. We didn't do anything for our kids. $250 million cut to K-12 education, now going to be 42% of our state budget, a downward spiral for K-12. We couldn't fund material supplies and operating costs. We couldn't have trade-offs for bus depreciation or transition to kindergarten. And then the ultimate insult, the unraveling of McCleary by cutting back LEA funds, literally giving more to the property wealthy districts in a reverse Robin Hood stealing from the poor, property poor districts. I view this budget as an attack on poor Washingtonians. I view this budget as an attack on rural Washington. And it's not surprising why, because rural Washington was not in the room when this budget was developed. Madam Speaker, We could do a whole lot better than this. I believe in one Washington. This isn't it. If we don't fix these problems, we will be back here again, arguing the same thing all over. You can't tax your way out of prosperity, Madam Speaker. Vote no.
Further remarks? Seeing none, the question before the House is final passage of engrossed substitute Senate Bill 5998. The Speaker is about to open the roll call machine. The Speaker has opened the roll call machine. Has every member voted? Representative Stearns, do you wish to vote orally, Representative Stearns? How do you vote, Representative Stearns?
I vote aye.
Representative Stearns votes aye. Does any member wish to change their vote? The Speaker is about to lock the roll call machine. The Speaker has locked the roll call machine. Will the clerk please take the record?
Madam Speaker, there are 52 yeas, 41 nays, 5 excused.
Having received a constitutional majority, engrossed substitute Senate Bill 5998 is declared passed. The good member from the 3rd District, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge all the difficult hours and work that staff, caucus staff, in both our caucuses and Office of Program Research staff that are still working, prepared amendments for this budget, preparing amendments for Monday's hearing. There is no way we could have gotten here were it not for the diligent work of the people that no one sees. They don't want to be seen. They want to be left to do their work. And all of the work that is represented in this budget was done by the most qualified people in this state and those subject areas. I also want to acknowledge the hard work of the colleagues that are on the floor that had input here in Policy Committee as well as Budget Committee work, including the budget teams in both caucuses. Know that your work was appreciated, know that it was heard, and know that it was incorporated in here. Whether you voted yes or no, this is the product of a lot of people's hard work, and I'd just like to acknowledge how much they did on behalf of all Washingtonians to get us to this point.
Would the House please rise and join me in thanking the staff who is watching remotely? The Speaker would also like to thank the interns who have been here providing us help this evening, Tom Cole and Talia Ibrahim. As well as thanking the interns for this morning, Charlie Adams and Uday Sekham. We will now move to a list of 25 bills we will be moving. No, just kidding. With the consent of the House will now adjourn until 9:55 a.m. Monday, March 2nd, the 50th legislative day. Hearing no objection, so ordered. The House is now adjourned until 9:55 a.m. Monday, March 2nd.